Right, we'll begin with the Guardian newspaper for this newspaper review segment. On the Guardian newspaper, you can see the photographs of political leaders, I can say, in their own rights. Opposition in disarray as internal crisis batter PDP, LP, NNPP, parties right now are having their internal wranglings, and it's getting people talking controversy here and there. PDP just had theirs resolved, and people are asking, is this, permanent, or is this just temporary?
Right.
Whatever it is, we hope that they can get their acts together and, be in the position of opposition that they are. And of course, you can see the photograph of the president. These are I mean, all of them actually vied for the #1 seat in the 2023 election, but the seat eventually was taken by the President Bola Tinubu. That's the APC presidential candidate. And next to him is Atiku Abubakar, Waziri Atiku Abubakar, who was the PDP presidential candidate in the 2023 election. Next to him is Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi, and the pictures were put in the positions that they actually came in the last election. President #1, Atiku Abubakar #2, LP #3, NNPP #4, and that's in the person of Kwankwaso, Rabi Musa Kwankwaso. And next to them is the one that did not actually make it to the D-Day, the ballot, but at some point vied for the presidential seat. He was an aspirant in the People's Democratic Party, went for the primaries, but of course, Atiku Abubakar beat him to it. And talking about political parties, politics in Nigeria generally. Away from that, revert to old petrol price, real presidency. And Senate probes impeachment rumor as presidency declares no leadership vacuum. Senate President Godswill Akpabio actually addressed that yesterday, and he said, we are here doing our job, and we get to hear on social media that the upper chamber is in disarray. DSS has taken over the National Assembly, and he said there's nothing like that. We are in here to do our own job, and these are just fake news. And according to him, he said he learned that this fake news, when they put it up on their platform, people make, from the traffic, they draw the views, the clicks, people make so much money from it, and it seems they are making huge amount of money from it. But Femi, you'd understand that this is not the first time such rumors about Akpabio's impeachment came into light. Throughout this year, I've heard like 2-3 times where it was rumored that Senator Godswill Akpabio, might face impeachment process. But it's good that he came out to actually debunk that. But someone would say, some people, I read yesterday on social media where some people say there is no smoke without fire.
Maybe. And not just him, I think the principal officers as well. And these are the issues. It's good that he has come out to say these, and we expect him to rush to the press and debunk, deny, confirm, whatever the situation is, when it has to do with the people that concerns, when it has to do with the issues that concerns the people of Nigerians as well. This same speed, this same, kind of authority and body language is what they should use when it has to do with the matter of the people, the generality of the people as well. We will appreciate me more that way. But then fake news is bad. It should not be encouraged on any front.
Of course, it shouldn't be encouraged on any front. And it's actually criminal for anyone to peddle fake news. Away from that, you need consistent policies to attract foreign capital. JP Morgan tells Nigeria, and 40 CSOs seek dismissal of governor's suit against EFCC and FIU. So, the CSOs are coming out to oppose the suit instituted by governors of different states, about 16 of them actually led by the Kogi state government. And I actually read yesterday in a report that former president of the Nigerian Bar Association, Dr. Lisa Agbakoba, SAN, thank you, has actually, written to the National Assembly saying that, yes, the institution of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, is actually illegal. It's unlawful. The institution is unlawful. And it says that it's actually against the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. But in order not to predict what will happen on the 22nd of October, it's in court, and we actually will not want to talk about the matter in depth. Yes, so we'll just leave it at that. 22nd of October, we definitely know.
And by the way, talking about the constitutionality of the laws establishing the EFCC, you know, if it's coming from a neutral person, so to speak, in quote now, lawyer of Agbakoba's caliber or any other persons, maybe Nigerians might say, okay, let's see to this. But you know, that previous suit, or this current suit in the court that will be heard on 22nd of October is being led by Kogi State. And a former Kogi governor is on the run on the matter. And other states as well are saying, oh, let's go. This is unconstitutional as well. So the optics for some of those states, starting from Kogi, from what Nigerians say, is bad. And you know, optics is quite important when things like this. When your former governor is being wanted, the current governor is shielding the former governor. All of a sudden, that state as well now takes the body looking for the former governor to court. You know, when you plus 1 and 2, you know what exactly what it will be. So if it's somebody like Agbakoba or yourself or myself is talking about the legality, people might say, let's give it a benefit of the doubt and try this really. But for those states in which they have politically exposed persons under the watch of the same EFCC, and that state is now coming to say the EFCC doesn't have a right to even do some of the things that they do, you know, that's why I just frown it and say, oh, how come it's now that you find out that the constitutionality of the FCC is, you know, in doubt? But then, as you said, we want to go to subsidies on this matter. Tuesday is almost here.
Yeah,
we wait.
5 more days to wait. And still on the Guardian newspaper this morning, Nigeria lost 855,629 metric tons of crops to flooding in 2024, says FAO. And Rivers lawmakers' factions insist INEC must conduct by-election. Femi, the drama in Rivers State is cracking me up in a part and also making me sad. You know, in the other part. So it's mixed emotions for me with what's happening in Rivers State. 2 houses of assembly calling on the INEC, calling on the Independent National Electoral Commission to conduct by-election for vacant seats. So the 26 lawmakers at one side are calling on INEC to conduct by-elections for 3 seats. The other three are calling on INEC to conduct. I mean, it's drama, and at some point, you know,
and it's no more a comedy, actually,
because it's sad.
It's no more funny.
I'm short of words, really.
We all
but
are.
Then we wait on what will actually stem out from this. Who will INEC actually recognize as the authentic House of Assembly in Rivers State? Yes, because we have to know which, and that's why I said yesterday that I am not really envious of reporters at this time. I hear a particular report and they're referring to the Martin Amawule led as the House of Assembly. I hear another report, they're referring to the Victor Okojumbo as the House of Assembly.
The Martin Amawule led House of Assembly, the Okojumbo led House of Assembly. And a news station, either radio, print, or television, must have multiple reporters to cover both ends.
True. And that will be all from the Guardian newspaper this morning.
All right, from the Guardian to this particular one, which is a very, very terrible and sad news of the situation that happened in Jigawa State. Very unfortunate in nature. Jigawa Tanker Inferno. Grieving families, Daily Trust now, Daily Trust newspaper. Grieving families recount incident as over 120 buried. Very harrowing experience, and that is what the writers have. I lost 4 children. 5 Almajiri policemen among the victims. NEMA urges members to offer help. And Tinubu governor's speaker others, man, you can't really place these. When I saw this news yesterday, and I was the one taking it, I saw some of those, the aftermath.
It's gory.
It's gory. Yeah, I think that's the one. Very, very gory. And you don't even want to see now 120 human beings lost in a swoop, buried in a day. And when things like this happen, Evelyn, they are given mass burial because you can hardly identify. Yeah. You're talking about a tanker
explosion.
Yeah, explosion, which is massive. We learned, different reports. The tanker lost control, ran into a particular place, and busted into fire. I think immediately, then, spilled its content, and people approached, to scoop. And then that was when that terrible things. And, when fire is involved, anywhere, that particular content spilled to, the flame would get there. And, when you are using petrol in your own house to maybe burn something, very small quantity, the moment you put the petrol and you put a match, you see, boom. Yeah. It's in a small quantity. Now imagine a 33,000 tanker, 3,000 liters tanker, 44,000 liters of tanker. It's very terrible. I don't know where to place it at all on this matter. And you could see, the remains of people being dropped into that particular place. And these, apart from these loss as well, there will be confusion in some families because those that have died most of them will not be recognized. So some persons that haven't returned home, some families don't know where to place them. Yeah. Either they are dead or either they are alive. Because by this kind of a thing, I'm not trying to paint a bad picture. It's only people's skull that be used to recognize human being at that point. Because, a skull means an individual at that point. So for many persons that have not returned home, there will be despair in many homes because you don't know either they are missing or they are dead. And we need to do better. I'm not blaming the victims here. Whenever, and I think it has been said repeatedly, there is a tanker that has spilled its content, please move far. Yeah. Instead of trying to scoop, because of the nation, the economy is bad. That's a given fact. It's bad. But then, wouldn't you rather stay alive? Yeah. Just because you want to scoop a 5 liter. Some will even go, give the gallon to their children, tell them to bring more. This is really poverty, really.
I mean, you could see in one of the riders, someone saying that he or she lost four children in one day. It's a sad day, Femi. 120 people buried. There are reports that over 140 people were killed and many more injured. They were taken to the hospital. It's a sad situation that it even happened in the middle of the night. Yeah, and you would think, okay, this happened in the middle of the night when people were sleeping, so they were caught unawares. But the people that came out to scoop fuel, you're wondering what was going through their mind, because this tanker did not just partly fall down or partly spilled its content. It was a total collapse. And it spilled all of its content. And, people went there to start scooping fuel. Like we said, we are not really in a way trying to blame the victim, but it is what it is. We still have to educate ourselves so that we can stay alive. I watched a report yesterday, and I saw residents of Jigawa State actually blaming the poor economic situation, so saying that that people just wanted to get fuel so that they can sell and have money,
make some money
and all of that.
Yeah, I'm sure you can't shield that particular factor away. But then there should be a great reason now for you to know that you can be poor or still be alive.
Exactly.
Because the disaster is always calamitous. We're talking about flames here. Yeah. And these are the issues. Government, everybody, but we are these and are saying the moment that happens, either it's just a small, just something dripping somewhere, or it's just a total spill. Please take off, and flee away from that thing, because these things will never say, oh, I'm happening in 2 minutes, I'm happening in 5 minutes. And these are the 120 people lost in a town. Yeah.
It's a sad situation.
Sad. And these are the issues as well. And you can see the picture for yourself. Below that, Shettima heads for Sweden as Nigerians await Tinubu's return. He's quite sending a message to state number 1 and 2. Will not be in town.
Okay? I was going to come to this issue again. Mr. President has actually used up his leave. So why is he not yet back to the country? We need to ask that, really. Because the letter, the statement we got, the notice, let me put it that way, as his employers that we got was he was going to use 2 weeks. And as an employer of labor anywhere.
Has that 2 weeks elapsed?
It has. Okay. It has elapsed. Yeah. Anywhere in the country, I believe that once your employee says, I'm going on a 2 weeks leave, it's 2 weeks. You once it's past 2 weeks, the next, the 15th day or the 16th day, you want to see,
So
we actually expect his return probably today or tomorrow. Okay. He will be back into the country. So let's just hope for his return. I mean, Nigerians, according to this report
maybe it's 14 working days.
Nigerians, maybe. Nigerians are waiting his return.
Well, we can be leaderless. We can be leaderless. But then they will say you can lead from anywhere.
Okay, maybe I'm calculating it as broadcaster.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Shettima is heading for Sweden. We await the return of the president. Now, Senate investigates alleged plot to impeach Akpabio. Reps to Tinubu transmit 2025 budget to National Assembly without further delay. This is a constitutional thing. This is a national thing. There is a space given by the law in which if you want to operate January to December financial cycle, budget performance thing, which the president has promised, then it should be talking. Not just talking, he should be presenting the budget now so that the National Assembly can work on it. December is almost like half month in most places because when the ULITA beckons, everybody will find their way. And now the document is nowhere to be found. The president has not done that. He's not even yet in the country, and we hope he will do that. All right, lawmakers demand reversal of petrol price hike. Okay. All right, and this demand, sometimes it looks like let's do something. It looks like let's appear to do something.
No, I don't think so. I believe that this price hike, petrol price hike, is affecting everybody. Really? Imagine when you have to fuel your car with 100,000 naira, something you do probably with 30,000 naira before. Now you have to part away with 100,000 naira, and it will not take you more than 1 week. So everyone, there was a time the president said, let the poor breathe. Now is let everybody breathe, whether the poor, the rich. And they say, it's so obvious that there's no middle class. It's the rich and the poor. And
but they are not saying that. They say it will put more Nigerians in hardship. It will. I've forgotten the languages, but it's more like it will throw Nigerians into hardship. And I'm saying throw Nigeria into hardship. or throw Nigeria into further hardship. What do you mean by to throw Nigeria into hardship?
Of course, they are speaking for the people, but I believe it's also speaking for themselves in a way.
Yeah, that will be all from the Daily Trust.
And from the Daily Trust newspaper this morning, let's check out Nigerian Tribune. Nigerian Tribune newspaper this Thursday morning. Jigawa petrol tanker explosion, over 100 dead, more than 50 in hospital. On Nigerian Tribune newspaper, that's what we are on right now. With the double riders, Tinubu says negligent individuals will be held accountable. Akume leads FG delegation to Majia town. On Nigerian Tribune newspaper this morning. Further down, Ekiti Assembly endorses Oyebanji for second term. Ekiti Assembly endorses Oyebanji for second term. Agbakoba writes now, says EFCC is unconstitutionally established. Agbakoba writes now, says EFCC is unconstitutionally established. And of course, you can see that that's like backing what the governors are instituted as a suit against the federal government, saying food prices may go higher in 2025 if what? Get on to Nigerian Tribune newspaper page 4 and hear for yourself. Farmers warn. And FG meets NLC TUC over fuel price hike. FG meets NLC TUC over fuel price hike. And it's all fake news. Akpabio debunks impeachment rumor. It's all fake news. Akpabio debunks impeachment rumor. Others probe. Rumor unacceptable, says Adaramodu. Reps want reversal of cost of petrol cooking gas. And of course, Femi, you understand that the cost of cooking gas as has risen in a way. I mean, it's really what you would fill your gas with some months ago, like let me say a year ago. The amount with which you fill your gas with, and you will even collect change, is what you're filling with, your gas with. 1 kg.
Yeah.
1 kg is what, I mean, it's a sad situation, but like someone said, Nigerians know how to adjust and adapt well to situations. But we hope that we are not like that frog in a jar filled with, hot water. At the point where the frog was supposed to jump out of the jar, it didn't. But until it was adjusting to the temperature of the hotness, of the heat rather, until it died. But of course, we're not praying to die here in the country. We hope the necessary things are done. That will be all from Nigerian Tribune.
All right, let me take the Punch. The Punch newspaper, fuel price high. Reps warn of unrest as federal government labor meeting deadlock. Yeah, we learned that was a meeting yesterday. And I think at the instance of the Minister of Information, it held at the STF's office. And with Orida, government plans fresh meeting with union leaders as reps demand petrol price review. Okay, reps warn of unrest. I'd like to ask them, who are they warning? Actually, who are they warning? The executive or their leadership of the speaker and his people who doesn't like the CON or the CFR that they gave him, or their red chamber guys, Senate president? Who exactly are they warning? I want to know. Reps warn of unrest. Warning who?
I think the federal government.
Unrest as FG labor meeting deadlock. So who is the federal government in this case? Just below that, the sad situation in Jigawa State there. Mass burial. People, picking up sand to do the burial. And that's in Jigawa. And we learned to Lagos about the expressway. Something similar happened as well. But there wasn't fatality. I think only vehicles and shops were erased on this one. I think this one happened during the day. And these are the issues as well. And for the ones that happened in Jigawa, sadly, maybe there might be persons that might be caught in their sleep as well. People sleeping in cars, in their shops, in some... What a way.
And I think it's not enough that we send in our condolences to the victims or the one that happened in Lagos Ibadan Expressway. So thank God no lives was lost.
Wow.
But I think further investigation on what caused the accident should be done. Further investigation, thorough investigation, and whoever is found culpable should be made to pay, even if it's the company that has the tanker. If there are issues with the truck,
about the we'll let the driver slept.
So I think the company should be made to pay for damages of whatever happened to anyone's property.
All right.
That's how to actually have a country where people are made to be responsible, accountable for their actions.
And of course, a lot has to be done in educating and testing as well, the medical and mental status of drivers. Even the ones that are not tanker drivers, the way some of them behave, what is going on. Our tankers, some of them travel during the night to beat traffic, and they do this multiple traveling, which they are supposed to rest.
Yeah, fatigue sets in.
The pick up and nature sets in and disaster strikes. And this one is not the fault of nature. It's an individual who doesn't know when to do certain things. The rest, go ahead, eat, take some air. Even road safety will tell you when you have driven for a particular distance, you're supposed to park, come down, rest and do that. But in Nigeria, the moment the eye is still open, people keep firing. These are the issues as well. Now, tears as Jigawa buries 153 tanker explosion victims, trucks burnt in Ogun. And of course, on these as well, we can't say it enough. You can't imagine the ripple effect. Most likely, some children won't continue school. And several women will be made widows. Several men were made widowers. Confusion, blames. I didn't ask you to go out. What was it doing there? And you can't know the conversation that will be happening for years because of the loss. Now, 25% of development levy for student loan, 25% of development levy for student loan, federal government, Ogun communities, residents relocate. as flood water rises, that's good that they are relocating, but to where? Now, Naira weakens to 1,705 Naira per dollar at parallel market. And PDP may postpone next meeting. Governors plot Damagum's exit, chairmen of political parties. When it's time to leave, they are always like they are being pursued with the village masquerade. You must go. I won't go. He should leave. No, leave him. He should not leave. And this is not just a PDP thing. But for PDP, the Iocha Ayu situation, the man from River State now, I've forgotten his name, and many of them like that in the APC as well. When it was time to remove Adam Oshomole, it was quite a tug of war, and these are the issues. Nigerian politics, by the way. Nigeria's high interest rate will stay for long. This is your World Bank again. Evelyn, this is your World Bank and their report. I think this is the third day straight to be hearing report. Nigeria's high interest rate will stay for long. Okay. You let me use it in my daughter's tone. Email. Leave us alone, please. NNPC will, but then you can't tell your lenders. Can you tell your lenders to leave you alone?
Yeah.
Of course. NNPC still stole Dangote petrol buyer. He's coming from marketers. NNPC still stole Dangote petrol buyer a week ago. NNPC said, we have hands off. We are in again. Marketers are saying, now then still they buy. But then for NNPC, I'm not sure that was an official statement to that. It just came in.
Yeah, as speculations, as news and all of that. But they didn't debunk it.
That's right.
So it's got a lot of people, believing on that. And this is what we talk about, the opaqueness that is in the oil sector. Be transparent with the people. Let's know what to expect. Let's know what is happening. Don't just put us in the dark and expect us to find our way. Of course, people will stumble. No one can walk in the dark successfully.
At all.
And that's why I think the oil sector needs more transparency.
I think it's fast becoming Nigerian parlance. The synonym for opacity is oil sector. I think you can just go other way, but that would be a
sad situation
for the newspaper segment. Before we go to the conversation today, and on a news chart yesterday, Governor Sanwo-Olu, answered so many questions. But then after that, the big news was Lagos will be paying 85,000 naira as minimum wage.
Yeah.
So for a Lagos, for you, before we take this place, is that a uhuru? You don't work with Lagos State government, I know, but do you think, okay, maybe they have done enough?
For Lagos State, I mean, when the governor was speaking yesterday, he spoke to the fact that this is no competition. They are not trying to say, oh, a particular state is paying 70, another place is paying 77, so we want to do higher than that, or we want to be the highest in the country, highest state in the country that pays, the state in the country rather that pays the highest minimum wage. Yeah. It says it's because of the uniqueness of Lagos. You and I know the cost of living in Lagos State and what is expected. And he said he wouldn't mind. I mean, it will give him so much joy and pleasure if by next year he comes out and say, oh, we want to increase the minimum wage from 85 to 100,000
pay this money.
So let's just wait and see, when the government begins to pay the money. But Lagos paying 85, I don't think is a big deal, really. I don't think it's a big deal.
I agree with you. Many persons will say he can do more than that. But then maybe, just maybe, he has some other things up his sleeve, to dazzle the people. Say, starting at 85, he can take it up a bit, maybe later. But then, for many persons, 85,000 for a Lagos make an average of what some states makes in a month, in a day.
Yeah.
That's worth it. Because for a state that is not too far from here, whatever they are making as allocation in Nigeria, maybe 4 billion, 6 billion, 10 billion, Lagos can easily do that in a day. And these are the issues as well. But then, maybe congratulations to the Lagos State government staff. And these are the issues as well. We'll take this break right now. When we return, November 21 will be the D-Day when it comes to local government, state gubernatorial election, the gubernatorial election, for who will continue or succeed. This is the thing, because Lucky Aiyedatiwa is the current governor of Ondo State, and he's on the ballot as well. He wants to stay beyond, this mandate that he has. And of course, because he succeeded his Oga as a later Aketi as well. And of course, PDP are not backing down. Other political parties are saying, we are sending you packing from Akure. But these are the issues as well. We'll be speaking to stakeholders on this matter, and it's going to be a very exciting one. It's Morning Spring on Western Spring Television. We'll be back.
Did you know the pangolin performs a crucial role in the environment? They eat ants and termites that destroy our crops. But sadly, they are killed daily for their meat and scales. If we continue this way, we might lose our pangolins forever. Let's say no to illegal bushmeat from pangolins, because protecting nature protects us all.
Affected. Found. What do we see? What do we see? Flowing spring. Check and confirm. Eva is pounding current events, shutting down the business gist, to the globally right happening, to the beta info. Estimation, even diffusion, vast and fast. Within seconds, not the words that flew over the fire. So shut down, wrap them on the words, broken and dissected as it is, except misheard. This is the news as it is.
Abuke de la was a key founder of the national record held the torch of liberty of the Western countries. He carved a niche for himself as a wordsmith and a creative speaker. The nickname Kwenkelemens was a nickname of style often used to score proceedings in Parliament. The author of Africa in Ebullition, a handbook of freedom for Nigerian nationalists, was Nigeria's Federal Minister of Natural Resources and Social Services between 1955 and 1956. He died in an auto crash on the 25th March 1958. Western Spring identifies Adegoke Adelabu as a watershed character in history.
That is Wild Wild West, where television brings all stops to make sure that you don't miss out on every of the fun and happenings around you. Yup, we've got you covered because your girls got all the juiciest tidbits and entertainment news from around the world. Cross over to the chocolatey side of entertainment. Join me, Chocolate Cathy, on Eccentric as we take you into every bit of the juiciest news, fashion, movies, and other trending conversations. To get on the get partner with your favorite celebrities via phone call, Zoom, or even live here in the studio. Eccentric will be showing on your TV screen, Western Television, and 90 only on Star.
Get blessed with iconic wildlife: elephants, gorillas, pangolins, and so much more. But these beautiful animals are threatened by illegal logging and poaching. And we will lose our national heritage if we don't stand up for wildlife. So please report wildlife crimes and say no to illegal bushmeat, because protecting nature protects our future.
Can you imagine when you get the news as the break with facts and clarity?
And all those who have made it to have a press.
Join restaurants, projecting culture and tradition to the world.
I will be aware. It's a common difference to me.
Produced and brought to you in a unique way never before seen.
Western Spring. Western Spring.
And Western Television. Television is coming home in your culture.
Thank you for staying with us. It's about the November 16, but earlier I said 21, but I retrieved that. November 16 Guba election in the Sunshine State, Ondo State, where Governor Lucky Aiyedatiwa, the incumbent governor, is on the ballot as well. The former deputy governor of the state, both of them were deputies at some point, but now former deputy of the state, Agbolo Ajayi, and other, contendants will be vying for the top seat in Ondo State. And of course, the APC are preparing, the PDP are preparing as a main opposition party, the LP, many of those political parties to see that they emerge victorious. This morning, we are being joined virtually by the Director of Media and Publicity of the ruling All Progressives Congress in Ondo State, Honorable Steve Otaloro. He joins us this morning. Good morning, sir. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning. Thank you very much.
All right. We just have few days, less than a month, actually, to the election. How prepared is your party? Of course, the incumbent is your party's candidate, but then many parties are gunning for the same seat, and they are saying, you know what, we are going to take over, that seat in Alagbaka. But then, already, the PDP had his, flag giving ceremony a few days ago. All the party bigwigs were there, and they are saying, Dr. Nokia Idatiwa, your days are numbered. Please pack up because a new person will be emerging. How about that? How are you taking that? How are you preparing?
Well, every political party will always brag. That's some of the ingredients you expect during an electioneering period. Even relatively unknown parties like NNPP, they tell you the days of the APC are over and they should start packing. We've had such rhetorics in the past and we are used to it. But I can tell you, we are fully on ground. If that election is to be held tomorrow, we're going to win by the special grace of God. We've done everything humanly possible. We're putting all necessary logistics in place. We just flagged off 3 senatorial districts, which was huge. Starting with that of Ondo Kingdom, we left for Ikare, and we had that of Ore yesterday. Most of these parties, opposition party, are just starting. PDP 2 days ago just held their main rally. That's just the main rally. I wonder at Akure. And some other pockets of other political parties are just as well starting, as I told you. But before we have these 3 senatorial campaign, we've been on ground. We've been mobilizing all our members. We're trying to go one-on-one with people, to go house visiting. That's what we've been doing. And that's the more reason I said, if we are to have this election tomorrow, we are still going to win. So APC, as a political party in Ondo State, is the party to beat in this election. And I'm not bragging about that. I'm just being realistic. If you look what's on ground here in Ondo State, it's as if there are no opposition political parties. With due respect to all of them. The last time I checked, I can't really see any political gladiators, even in the main opposition party, that is the PDP. All of them are in drone. They've moved over to APC. And mainly, not just because we've done anything spectacular as a political party to convince them, but they are looking beyond today.
Yeah.
They foresee a situation whereby we have President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who is trying to revamp the economy. Hopefully he gets it right. And the president, who is a strategist, has been able to reach out to most of these people. He knows them one-on-one, especially from his senatorial district, the southern senatorial district. They'll be able to move in. The governor is just less than 10 months in office. And all what the former governor have done, he has been able to improve it. You have the time. But if you are not done, I didn't see any reason why all these political heavyweights in Ondo State will be moving in drones to APC. So by and large, we are fully prepared for this election and we are ready to go.
All right, ready to go. You said it. All political parties will say they are ready and they are on ground as well. This means the NNPP that had more than 1 million votes in the last election. You said the PDP, even the main opposition party, it appears that they are non-existent. Fair enough. But, you know, what should have been an advantage, you know, which is, that's Governor Lucky Aiyedatiwa was 10 months in office, because it's the man there, he has advantage of showing them workings, could also be an handicap, because people will judge him. Others don't have that luxury of being judged. Other persons will judge him and say, what has he done for the people? He has been there for almost a year, 10 months. By December, it will be a year. What has he done? What can he show to us that if actually we employ him substantively as the governor, he will do more? These are the issues the people wants to know, instead of, you know, sitting pretty on the workings of the late Aketi. He, in his 10 months in office, what has he done? Number two, so that you add it, you talk about the reforms of the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration and the center. Honorable Otalo, many persons will say that might be an albatross, because many persons are angry and they are hungry because of these far-reaching hardline policies of the government. So they might say, if the APC are trying to make us to be in hardship at the center, why should we give the APC another chance in Ondo State? Two questions.
Thank you very much. The indicators are there that things are going to get better in Nigeria. And the president is working assiduously towards that.
The people can't see that?
Come again?
I mean, the people cannot see that. They are complaining. They are murmuring. They are angry.
The economists can see. You see, you might not be able to see that physically, you know, translate into something on your table, but the economists will tell you. Even the World Bank is encouraging Nigeria to remain on that reform.
I'm sorry to butt in here, Honorable. The economists didn't vote for President Tinubu. Nigerians did. World Bank didn't vote for him. Nigerians did.
President Tinubu is not seeking. He's not a candidate on the ballot. He still has.
No, I'm just saying.
Years.
I'm just saying. Yeah.
Okay, I'm equally saying. You see, we can only judge him in the next election, and before that election, Nigerians will see clearer what this man has been doing in the last 1 year. It will be obvious, and they will have a choice to either vote for him or vote against him. So recently, not too long, the president just announced more than 20 million poor people. There will be a direct funding for more than 20 million people. How much that will be and for how long is something we should look up to. So this president is not the cause of our political economic problem.
Really?
It's just less than. He's not. He's not. You see, all the three candidates agree that they will remove oil subsidy. You know, now they are saying the way and manner they want to remove it is different from the way President Bola Tinubu have done. But the truth is, if you are going to remove something, you will still be removed. So what we are going through is some of the things we normally go through. Some
and you don't think this development will injure, hamper the chances of your candidate?
No, not in any way. Not in any way.
Okay.
I hear that you are less than 10 months in office. It's not what is 10 months. He came in December 27. So people could see through the eyes. And this economic situation that they talk, he has been doing everything possible to reduce it in Ondo State. And the indicators are there. You see, he recently announced 73,000 naira as minimum wage. Federal government agreed 70,000 naira. Even though that 70,000 naira is not even binding on the state needs to go to negotiations. But on his own volition, he decided to make it 73,000 naira. It was received with a lot of applause. All workers, they were so happy. The president of Nigeria had come to acquaint this man. I say it is different in the sense that what is happening at the top, everybody could see what this governor has been doing in the last few months. And the clear pictures are there that he will do in terms of infrastructure, in terms of education. He recently approved 3.4 billion renovation of schools across the states. This has approved employment for teachers in the rural areas. This same governor, which I just told you, said it has been of the past that salary will be the same thing. The parents ever came government salary full with salaries. And arrears, lot of arrears that has always been there. He has paid and decided to select the whole thing. He has been giving palliative to people of those states. People could easily see that.
All right, Mr. Odola, you know, one would say that the current governor, His Excellency Lucky Aiyedatiwa, was part of the past administration that was the era of delayed salaries, you know, half payment of wages, percentage-based payment salaries. Now, the governor is saying that he is going to move the state from that era to a new era where salaries will be paid promptly. But he cannot actually disassociate himself from what had happened in the past, because he was the number 2 man at a time. And that's one question. Number 2, you said, you know, the governor has been doing this and that, but, you know, some people would not want to take that to heart or want to take that with a pinch of salt, because he's vying for a position. It's like a man who wants to woo a woman over to become his wife. He will do everything and anything to get her to his side. So a lot of people feel the things His Excellency Lucky Aiyedatiwa, you know, is doing right now, the things he is doing right now, is just to draw the people's, to carry the people's favor just for this election. After this election, a lot of people really do not know what to expect from Lucky Aiyedatiwa. How do you react to that?
Well, what is the PDP saying as well? Are they not the same thing? The governor?
Let's focus on the APC.
No, is the government candidate not a product of APC? So, you see, what else will he have done? I told you, he has something to give. He has something to prove that he is going to continue. If Lucky Aiyedatiwa is voted out, Ondo State workers will definitely know that they are not going to take that 73,000 naira. This is the man that promised 73,000 naira. What does PDP promise? Why are they not promising anything?
Is the one in government now?
Come again?
His Excellency Lucky Aiyedatiwa is the one in power now, so he should be the one doing the promising.
No. The opposition can as well make some promises. They're not coming up with anything. They had more than 5 hours rally in Akure. Nothing, no policy statement was issued. Nothing was said. They're only making noise that they had a lot of crowd, which we even questioned in the first place. You know, except the fact that the governor of Oyo State, who came in as their commander, decided to say that the INEC official should be removed.
I was coming to that.
That was the only statement that came out of that rally. But having said that, Lucky Aiyedatiwa we can trust. Lucky Aiyedatiwa is someone who is there right now, who is doing fantastically well. How will people decide not to continue in that trend? Knowing fully well that politician makes promises, empty promises. You can hold on to a man that is on the seat right now, that is making some promises, and those promises is you will see the line that actually working his talk. People gather with such a devil that you know than an angel that you don't. If you are talking of Agbola Jai, those states, everybody knows. We know and we respect him. PDP, the party with us. Some of the things they left undone are the things this present governor is trying to build. You know, they are building house, they are showing that is doing that. They are in power for more than the party. They do all things. They are even showing it's a great gift. That is 73,000 is a great gift. Probably had seen those state workers not to accept. What is great gifting adding to what we all negotiated at the level? Let's call it state. This governor is coming with good intent.
All right, Mr. Laro, because we have limited time, let's speak to allegations by the PDP, especially the one voiced by His Excellency Seyi Makinde of Oyo State, on the alliance of your party, All Progressives Party, with the resident electoral commissioner in Ondo State, Mrs. Toyin Babalola. I'd like to ask you directly, what alliance does your party, APC, have with Mrs. Toyin Babalola, the Ondo Rec?
You just mentioned one person in the entire INEC, as if she's the one that's even going to conduct it. They're still going to send a professor or whatever from one of the university who is going to be in charge. assuming we even had this alliance as alleged by PDP. What alliance? You're having an alliance with someone, just a particular person who is likely not even going to be at the polling station. They've forgotten that elections will be counted at every various polling stations.
That's one person. Mr. Otaloro is a highly placed individual in INEC.
No,
she has the influence.
I'm trying to make a point here.
You cannot just that aside, being just one person that has influence.
It's an allegation, for God's sake. For how long can we continue to defend our positions? We issue a press statement to that effect. How long can we continue to? You see, don't take everything politicians say, especially during the election period. Which alliance? Alliance for what? The whole focus of the whole entire nation will be on Ondo State. When we were individuals, we even saw when the last Edo State election, when the governor went went to the INEC office around 2 a.m. We all know what happened. That is a sitting governor for certain. What will he have done? Nothing. This is not just possible. We don't know the man. We don't know whoever you are talking to. They are mentioning. We don't even know the person. And we just got to know that she's a woman. All we thought was he's a man that is a judge. No, we don't need such person to win this election. You are saying all these things because you are not in Ondo State. Assuming you are in Ondo State, you are on ground. You see what is here. PDP is virtually nowhere. With due respect to all of them, as I speak, a lot of their members are still coming. You win election by structure. That is the fact. If you don't have that structure, there's not likely you win that election, win any election. Most of their structure has been collapsed to APC. We just had one of the biggest individuals that holds a structure in Ondo State. That's the former governor of Ondo State, Mimiko. All his members are now with us. All his entire structure are now with us. These are those small men when it comes to election. PDP are only crying wolf. That's the truth. And a lot of you will sympathize with them.
All right.
That's the truth.
Yes. Because of time, I have 2 questions. And number one is this. This is more of, many persons say, battle of former 2 deputy governors who worked with the highly revered late Aketi at some point. And so it leads me to the question, they've worked with the Aketis. At some point, the emergence of Aiyedatiwa was quite raucous, chaotic, because we learned many of the cabinet members were not supporting him. We spoke to you on this program at that time. And then what happened. God bless his soul. Aketi passed on. How important or how connected is Governor Aiyedatiwa with the Aketis family? Because many persons will say we've not really been hearing much from the widow of former Aketi. That's the matriarch of that family. Mrs. Betty Aketi, the son who was in power at some point. What support is your principal getting from the Aketis family? Because for PDP candidate, for APC candidate, this is a family. They have been together before.
Okay, that's the second. Before I answer that, let me answer the second leg of the lady question when she asked about is Governor Lucky Aiyedatiwa not part of that team, part of Aketi team? Yes, technically he is. He was then, but the truth is, we don't know what happened. He only became deputy governor when during Aketi's second term, and the larger part of that term, there are a lot of wranglings here and there. So more or less, he wasn't on ground. He's not aware of what was going on. That's the truth. It's a fact. We can't deny the fact. As a political party, we have to be open with this. Some certain things. It's unfortunate what happens then, but thank God we've gone beyond that. So it was more or less not part of that administration. That's a fact. So that's the more reason when he became governor, he immediately dissolved that cabinet. He has to start afresh. So when people were saying he was part of that last administration, they equally knew that wasn't part. It wasn't up to 9 months.
Officially, it was part. Officially, it was part.
Yeah, so technically it was part, but it wasn't part. We all knew what happened then. You are aware, you're a journalist, you know what happened in Ondo State.
Yep.
Your place was boiling politically, heating up. Wasn't even coming to, he has to start running for his own, to retain his own office from one court to the other. That was what happens then. Now come to your question. You win it by structure. People who have Aketi structure is very huge, well established in our area. And as I speak, the entire structure is still within the APC. We've done a reconciliation, that you have to bring everybody on board. Thank God succeeded in that. For the ladies, why widow? I mean, for the widow, we're doing everything possible. And what before we get to our local government, or we make our grand finale campaign here in Akure, he will be part of us. He's likely to join us.
But why do
as
you
a political party?
But why do you think she has stayed away and she's not supporting at this moment? Because you have talked about the structure of Aketi is bigger than the family thing, but the family is what Ondo State people. In fact, people in the Southwest are saying, how come it appears Governor Aiyedatiwa and the campaign structure has jettisoned, the Aketis?
No, that's not true. If the Aiyedatiwa structure jettisoned Aketi, which I can say is not true, the party would never. You see, we recently commissioned.
Well, she has not been with you.
No, listen, we recently commissioned our party headquarters here in Elisha Road, Akure, one of the most beautiful structures you can ever think of. If you're getting in, you thought you are entering the headquarters of an oil company. It was named after him. It was named after him.
All right.
Recently, not up to 2 months. So why would you jettison such a man? His legacy is too huge to jettison.
All right.
Is it Aketi till today? People still speak about it. There are so many of his followers are high-die followers. Lots of them. It's not easy. Within how many months we jettison such person? It's only because this present governor, we call it build his own legacy. And it's unfortunate. That's how
as we round off, Honorable Otto, anytime you bring the question of the family, the widow, you deflect it to the structure. I'm talking about the widow, Mrs. Betty. She hasn't been with you people. What is happening? I'm not talking about Aketi structure.
Listen to me. I'm the director of media and publicity of APC.
All right.
I have to speak on behalf of the party.
Yes.
When you want to individualize it, maybe this question looks more personal. I might not be in a position to tell you what is happening one-on-one between him and the governor, or one-on-one between him and other individuals. But as a political party, I can assure you we are with her. We are giving her every support. Aketi just had his birthday. We were all there.
Yeah.
1 year anniversary of the day. We were all there. I mean, 1 year anniversary during his birthday on June. Everyone moved down to Ibadan. It was not Ibadan. The wife was there, everybody. We embraced each other. As a political party, we can never forget the man called Aketi. That's the more reason we named our secretariat after him.
All right.
What about his son, Baba Jide, if I'm right, Akeredolu? Is he part of the structure you have? Is it with the APC?
Well, he has no option. He's not a politician. The father brought him in to do some technical jobs, which he has done very well.
Yeah.
You see, if he's a politician, I can assure you he will remain with us. But he's not a politician. The young man is not a politician. Presently, he's not in government, and I'm sure if he wanted to be in government, probably because the nature of his job is so technical and so important that this administration will have continued with it.
All right.
Okay.
For them not to have continued,
all right,
he must have indicated.
Mr. Otalaro, we have to let you go at this point, but one last question for you. You kept talking about structure. You've mentioned that the APC, as a party, has been able to bring in the Aketi structure, and that has been institutionalized in the APC. And also, you mentioned the Olusegun Mimiko's former Ondo State governor structure, that you have all of his structure with you in the APC. The last time I checked, I think the younger brother of the former governor is also on the ballot on the ZLP, Zenith Labour Party platform, or has that changed? If you have the structure of his elder brother, then
his younger brother is contesting under a different platform. I can't even remember the platform right now. Doesn't mean he has to support it. You see, there are some.
So you're saying that former Governor Olusegun Mimiko is not supporting his brother to become the governor of Ondo State?
Supporting him, he will have contested under PDP. That's what I'm saying.
So is he supporting
his brother or not? Mr. Otallaro,
it's... How will you support your brother if you are not in the same political party? How will you support it? The best you could do is just...
Honorable, let me ask categorically, is Olusegun Mimiko supporting Lucky Aiyedatiwa?
That would be fantastic if he does.
Well, obviously he's not.
He's not with us.
So?
If he's supporting us, we will be more than happy. But his entire structure, not one left,
all right,
his entire structure in Ondo State has been collapsed to APC. So you only have a single Olusegun Mimiko, who is going to deliver his vote probably for PDP. Only his vote and guarantee that of his wife.
Interesting.
So, but the entire structure, the entire people, they are with us.
All right. We have to go.
Win election by numbers, isn't it?
Yes, we have to go at this time, Mr. Otallaro. Mr. Steve Otallaro, Ondo APC Director of Media and Publicity, thank you for honoring our invitation, coming on our show, and shedding light to some of these issues on the forthcoming Ondo gubernatorial election. Thank you for your time, and we wish the people of Ondo
always
well.
reach out to you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. My pleasure.
Right. Yeah.
All right, that's, of course, is the first leg of the conversation with the APC, and it will be good to actually balance issues, and that's where I would be speaking to a stakeholder in the People's Democratic Party in Ondo State. This election is coming forth on the 16th of November. Tensions are rising, statements and counter-statements already been released, and the people are ready with their cards and their thumbs to vote who they think is the best man for the seat, Ondo governorship seat, come November 16. We'll take this break. When we return, we'll speak to the PDP stakeholder. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Here are 5 amazing fun facts I bet you never knew about Christianity.
Number 1, there are over 2.4 billion Christians worldwide.
Amazing fun fact number 2. The Bible is one of the best-selling books of all time. The Bible is the most translated book in the world, with more than 3,000 languages.
Amazing fun fact number 5. Most Christians throw science out of the window without realizing that most scientists are Christians. Hello, I am Pastor Steve Akinwumi.
And I am Dr. Adeoye Oyewole.
Join us as we highlight and discuss day-to-day issues pertaining to the day-to-day living of every Christian.
Issues in Christendom shows every Sunday on Western Spring Television, channel 190, only on StarTimes.
Up to 70% all new diseases of Ebola, anthrax, and mpox all came from animals. As more worldwide have been spotted qualities, risk induce and disease. This affect our health, economy, and well-being. So say no to illegal bushing.
Since assuming the mantle of leadership in the state of the Living Spring, Governor Ademola Adeleke has left no one in doubt about his avowed commitment to the overall development of the state. The footprints of his transformative agenda span through education, transportation, health, staff welfare, social infrastructure, and others. Living Spring Update on Rave 91% and West Spring Television, Channel 190, Star Times, DTT, will extra Adeleke agenda for your listening and viewing pleasure. From bustling market, innovative agricultural needs from the testimonies and riots to the years of sense across the state of the living, you discover how Governor Adeleke administration is driving the growth of the state. Stay informed and engaged. Let's update where we will delve into the new initiatives in healthcare, education, and other impact tried made in the state. Tune in every Wednesday on West 6 p.m. and every Saturday on Rave 91.7 FM at exactly 2:30 p.m. You can follow us on all our social media platforms at Western Spring Television and at Rave 917 FM as we tell the story of how Governor Adeleke is shaping Osun into the beacon of development and opportunity.
Living Spring Update is a production of the Office of the Spokesperson to the Governor, Governor's Office, Osogbo.
I think on the conversation on the same topic as political parties, Joseph, for the support of the people. The People's Democratic Party, which you could call the main opposition party in the Sunshine State, had their flag giving ceremony that had some leaders of the party. Governor Seyi Makinde, who is the leader of the team in the Southwest, was there. Governor Adeleke of Osun State was there, and other leaders as well. And they are saying they are ready, to make Governor Lucky Aiyedatiwa to pack his loads. But we just spoke with the APC representative who said political parties can brag all they want, that even the PDP, they are almost non-existent. But we have the publicity secretary of the People's Democratic Party in Ondo State with us, Kings Kennedy Perete, and to answer if actually his party are almost non-existent, irrespective of the ceremony they had a few days ago. And Honorable, good morning. Thank you for coming through.
Thank you so much, and thanks for having me, and thanks for always providing this platform.
All right.
That it's a worldwide platform. Thank you so much.
All right. The APC, we just spoke to their representative who said they are just waiting. It's more like they are waiting for the day of the election. And if the election is held, even this morning, they are very sure of victory because they have done what they should do logistically. They have the support across board. And the governor, Aiyedatiwa, in spite of spending 10 months in office, has shown that he's the man for the job and that your party should just rest. Do you agree?
Well, you see, I have come to realize that the APC is continually, living in the denial, and it's very ridiculous. Shortly before this time, they will tell you, oh, the PDP is dead in Ondo State. And we say, okay, just give us the Democracy Pact that was built by the PDP administration for us to do our flag off. It was denied us. You say a party is dead, and you are afraid of just the shadows of that same party. So I do not intend to do issues with them because when the PDP Akure South local government did what they call the road show the Monday, Akure was practically shut down. One local government out of 18 local governments. And they have it on good authority that the governor called the supporters and his appointees in Akure. But he told me that Akure has no PDP again. All these people that came out on the road, where did they come from? And I was surprised when they were saying that at our flag off, that we brought people from Ekiti and Osun and Oyo. I was just laughing. All these people only deluded themselves. There was not one person from outside of Ondo State in that venue, apart from those that came, our dignitaries, like Seyi Makinde, Adeleke and co, probably came with their aides, who were just officials of the governors. So we had a fantastic show, and they have not lost, they have lost sleep since then. So they lose sleep, they keep threatening people, they call our supporters who don't do us like this now, and the next day they come on here to tell us that the PDP is dead. So It's just less than 30 days or thereabout, and the hens will come home to roost. So I don't need to join issues with the Taloro or any of them who says that the PDP is dead. They will find out by themselves.
All right. Mr. Barrett, one would say your candidate was formerly of the APC, who was forced out of that party and from the administration, because in our hands we have, people are saying it's the battle of two former deputies, who one has gone ahead to become the governor now. The other one is seeking the post of becoming the governor. He left the APC for another party and now to your party. And many persons will say he's a political journeyman, and then maybe the PDP had no option than to just settle for him. And whatever he's bringing, the APC already knows it. So what edge do you think, His Excellency Agboola has on this election? Because he was formerly of the APC. They rather say, we know him, we know the strategy. So what is he bringing?
Now let me explain something to you. The governorship candidate of the PDP is an aboriginal PDP member. What I mean by aboriginal in this sense is that he was elected local government chairman under the platform of PDP. He was elected member of House of Representatives under the platform of PDP. It was divergence of interest that took him to the... I called Johnny something like sabbatical, was actually a leave. And when he continued with them, he came back home. And not as if a ticket was dashed out to him. No. There were 5 other contestants with him at the PDP primary governorship primary held at the Dome, where he won. He won other aspirants to contest with him for the ticket. So he's a thoroughly grounded and properly grounded member of the PDP. Like that's on the one side. And on the other side, you are talking about the battle of former deputies. There are deputies and there are deputies. We are talking of a deputy governor that has always lived with the people here in Ondo State. He's a grassroots man, compared to another that is just sojourning, so to speak, on the streets of Akure and other places in the state. So we have a governorship candidate that is known to the people, that lived with the people, has always been with them, compared to somebody that people call an accidental governor, because he was shopped for. We felt that the APC felt that Agboola was troublesome. They wanted somebody that was more malleable, so that they could manage, so that they can just dish out instructions to. Those are the qualities that made him suitable for deputy governorship slot. But incidentally, as fate to have it, he's now governor. And that is why in 10 months, there is not one single project that has been commissioned in Ondo State. And we say, Ondo State people are really, really unlucky to have a lucky that you are their governor. And that we have serialized. We have already done the 6th series as I did before yesterday. So Agboola is a grassroots man, is loved by the people. When the governorship flag off took place in Akure, all the shops around Oja were literally closed. They were jubilating. Oh, thank God. We now have someone that will deliver us from the shackles of poverty and hunger. That has become the order of the day under the APC government. So I don't have any doubt at the back of that we have an advantage in this election.
Yeah, before my colleague comes in, ask you a question. You have not answered it. Let me ask it again. Apart from you saying he's an aboriginal, member of the PDP, it was circumstances that took him all over the parties and now he's back home. I'm asking, in clear times, what are his advantages? What can he show? What do you think the people we bank with as November 16, approaches?
Okay, let me answer you pointedly. Agboola has a pedigree. He has been tested. He was elected as local government chairman. The projects that he executed at the local government are still there that the people can point at in terms of schools, hospitals, roads that were graded, and so on and so forth. Bridges, food bridges, as the case may be. Then he was also elected member of the House of Representatives. He was the chairman of the House Committee on NDDC. So the projects that were implemented at that time are still there in the mandate area. So, and that's what I said before. You said I didn't answer the question. I said he is known. He has always been with us. He has been tested. He has held offices, elected offices under this PDP government in this state. So he's taking something, he's already given to the people as his own background, his own scorecard, that you know me, when I was here, when I was elected to so offices, these are the things that I did. And somebody else is now at the head of affairs as governor for 10 months, and there's something to show for it. So that is where the advantage comes in, what he has done before, standing to his credit as achievement when he held office in the past.
Honorable Perete, you have mentioned the fact that the Gubert candidate, under your own platform, Agbola Ajayi, has some track records that the people can see. We just spoke to the APC, stakeholder, some minutes ago, and he said that the PDP has no policy document. That at that particular flag of campaign, the PDP released no policy documents, spoke about no policies that they want to implement when the governor comes on seat. So we have you now. Is that true? And if there was any policy document that was released, would you like to tell us about it?
I will share with you.
Please do.
There is a 7-point agenda, which was actually unveiled at Radisson Blu Hotel in Lagos, maybe about a month ago. And before we went to
Lagos, was unveiled in Lagos.
I'm coming.
No, I want to get that clearly.
Contained in the 7-point agenda.
I want to get that clearly. Honorable Perete, you said the policy document was unveiled in Lagos.
Yes. Before we went to Lagos, it was first mentioned in Akure at the LUJ Press Center in Alawaka.
So why go to Lagos to unveil the document?
7-point agenda.
Why? Let's talk about the location, Honorable Perete. This is a document, a policy document for the people of Ondo State. So why go on to the Center of Excellence in Lagos, a Sanwo-Olu state, to unveil a document meant for the Akura people, or for the Ondo people?
Let me explain this to you.
Please do.
As media managers, and those of us that are in the media, you and I know that in Akure, all the media houses only have correspondents, in the capital city of Akure. But in Lagos, the media headquarters of Nigerian media is in Lagos. The editors, political editors, and all of them were there. But it was as if we were sidestepping Akure. The chairman of AUJ, Ondo State Council, was there when the document was first mentioned. But the official unveiling was in Lagos. So it was as if the document was meant for the Lagos people. No, it was the media world. It was not a campaign. It was actually to help to maybe make it possible for the media to understand these are the things we're talking about, so that outside the confines of Ondo State, those that are the direct managers of media will be able to get the buy-in of what we are saying, so that they can help us to educate the world in what we want for the Ondo State. So it was we sidestepped the Ondo State to go to Lagos. No, very far from it.
Let's quickly talk about the document. What's in the document?
There is a 7-point agenda talking about security, talking about education, about health, talking about agriculture, talking about infrastructure, talking about the blue economy of Ondo State that can be tapped. Now, let me start with the security. Now, Oteku, which is the local security network, is just sleeping in Ondo State while the people are being raped, people are being kidnapped, people are being attacked in farm settlements, and so on and so forth. So the governorship candidate is telling those people that, look, there will be a retooling of Amateku, so that we deploy modern technology to ensure that if there is an incident that is about to take place or is taking place, within milliseconds, the location will be identified and action will be taken. So Amateku will be retooled to get, functional, participation in the security architecture of the state to ensure that there will be safety of life and property in those states. Now, this will also be complemented with equipment and logistic provision for the security agencies, apart from Amateku, to ensure that the police can do their job more efficiently, the civil defense people can do their job more efficiently, and so on and so forth, in the area of security. Right. Now, let me quickly talk about. I won't be able to take all this.
Of course, we will not even be able to have you take all of the 7 points because we are out of time. probably at a later time we'll bring you in and you can educate us more on the policy document. But very quickly before we let you go, because we are pressed for time, there was an election that happened in Edo State, an off-cycle election in Edo State in which the PDP lost that election. Don't you consider that a litmus test for what to expect in Ondo State? Exactly. Your party was in power and they lost to the opposition in the state. Are you bothered that we had in Edo State, there might be a repetition in Ondo State?
The results as announced by INEC, as far as we are concerned, are INEC results. Those were not the decisions, they were not the votes that were cast in Edo State. The Edo State people clearly rejected the APC. And don't forget, we have our own situation room where the results that were collated in every unit were uploaded. And from our own situation room results, we discovered that the PDP won with more than 40,000 votes in that election. But Yakubu and his cohorts, who have been challenged in court already, and apart from being challenged, there were observers who said that that election was marked with irregularities. So if anybody is relying on that election, that is not the true reflection of what happened in Edo. So that cannot be a sort of apprehension for us.
So are you prepared for all that in November 16, whatever the opposition might do, whatever other parties might do, whatever alliance that you are talking about? By the way, Governor Seyi Makinde, said the REC should be removed, and people are saying, excuse me, what if every politician will always say REC should be removed? Of course, they don't like them because they think they have something against them. Is that democracy?
No. If you have not been found wanting, if you have not been found in a situation whereby your character or your activity are suspect, nobody will call for your removal or redeployment, as the case may be. But we are talking about the resident election commissioner who has been found to hold clandestine and nocturnal meeting with the governor of Ondo State. And how can you be the official of a referee of a football match and you are seen dining and wine one of the...
But you have not been able to prove that.
Do you have evidence to prove that? Do you have any evidence to prove that aside speculations?
No, it's not speculation. She has not denied it. The REC has not denied that she held meeting with Aiyedatiwa.
APC has put out a statement denying that, debunking that.
She has not made any declaration to the contrary. So we believe that unless you ask us to go to court to prove, that may be another leg of it. But we know that this has happened, and that's the reason why she's being called to.
As we said earlier, of course, in the coming days we'll be having you, of course, to give us a sense of what is happening and what you are doing as a party. But this program this morning will not end, and I want us to do it in a minute without asking about your plan. Mr. Agbola's plan for agriculture. Ondo State is known majorly worldwide as a cocoa state. Now, all those things have gone down. What is his concrete plan? Not that we are going to do. How is he going to do it? At what point is he going to be implementing what? I'm sure you as a person, Ondo people are waiting. Your candidate's plan for agriculture.
Yes, is the how that I'm going to tell you.
Yes, please.
Because if I just say, well, we are going to have agricultural settlements, we are going to have improved seedlings for farmers, we are going to have subsidies for them so that we can have places silos where they can store their produce and so on and so forth. But now let's talk about the how. The how of it is that the funds that are coming to are funds, and that it is the application of these funds that have not been properly done so as to give advantage to our... Ondo State used to be the second highest cocoa producing state in this country. Now, we are not anywhere, and the farms that people use to produce the cocoa have been sold to Chinese people and so many other people. So this government has clearly misdirected our people, and misapplied our funds, and with Agbola Ajayi coming to the saddle, a better deal awaits the people of Ondo State, and I can assure you, we are going to deliver on all of this.
All right. But we want to appreciate your time and take time, not permit us this morning. But in the coming weeks, I would like to have you again in a full length to discuss some of these things for us. Kennedy Perete, the publicity secretary for the PDP in Ondo State. Thank you for your time and take, sir.
Thank you so much.
All right. That will be the length of the program today. we interrogate, we speak to the issues. The Ondo people has a decision to make. What we make them or mad them. We hope they do the right thing. Femi Ojo's money. I'll be back for the weekend edition, the TGF edition of Morning Spring. You can catch a recap of this program and all the exciting programs on our YouTube channel at Western Spring TV. Stay alive. Evelyn.
My name is Evelyn Ohiola. Stay tuned for Spring Trends coming right after this broadcast.
This iconic African presents the narrative of a man destined to exert an imperishable global influence in Western education. His was a story of a freeborn, captured and sold into slavery. He was born in Osho, near Iseyin in Okiogun axis of southwest Nigeria. Samuel Ajayi Crowther was the foundation student of Fora Bay College, Sierra Leone, the foremost university where the pioneer set of native Africans were educated. Samuel Ajayi Crowther's greatest contribution to humanity was his translation of the Holy Bible into the Yoruba language. The man who authored the Yoruba dictionary was also credited with the translation of English classic hymns into Yoruba and the Ekwere languages. Samuel Ajayi Crowther's private residence in Badagry, incidentally the first story building in Nigeria, is an archival museum dedicated to the memory of Africa's first bishop. Western Spring Television identifies Samuel Ajayi Crowther as a watershed character in history.
Television gives everyone an image, but radio gives birth to 1,000,000 images in 1,000,000 brains. Radio is very live and thriving. But the endless possibilities of imagination.
Welcome to 91.7 FM, where the air is alive with symphony voices, music, and audio.
Nestled in the heart of Oshogbo, it's a storyteller, a magician with dreams in the minds of its listeners. As Aginonan aptly puts it, radio allows us to paint our own pictures, to create our own words with every spoken word and every note played.
Inside the world of FM, it happens. From the mojo to his playlist, invitation to stream and to connect.
Whether it's news, music, is more than just a radio. It's a companion, a confidant, and a catalyst for and find yourself just a couple of Western Spring Television, WSTV, with hyper-local region language. USTV speaks directly to its audience in a 60-40 mix of Yoruba and English languages, ensuring that everyone can
root on a patent system. WSTV opposes truth and integrity, serving as a beacon of objectivity in a sea of media noise.
We reflect on the journey that brought us here from humble beginnings to a trusted source of information. WSTV stands as a testament to the power of media to inform, educate, and empower. So join us as we continue to break barriers, challenge norms, and pave the way for a more inclusive media landscape. Western Spring Television, where every story matters and every voice is heard.
Sadly, in Nigeria, we have less than 50 lions left in the wild. And even these are at risk from snares set for illegal bushmeat. So please, do your bit to protect our remaining wildlife. Say no to illegal bushmeat because poaching steals from us all.
Arrested, affected, sound, flowing, check and confirm. Ever is pounding current events, traveling down from the business gist to the global rising traffic, to the politics, to the beat with it. Fled. In seconds, words that flew across the wrapped in bundles of words, broken and dissected as it is. except misheard. This is the news as it is.
Welcome people to Spring Trends on Western Spring Television. Let's get business immediately because we're pressed for time. If this is your first time of watching, this is Spring Trends where we'll talk about everything trending on social media. Okay, basically not everything, but you know, majorly the stories we have here are situations, issues, stories trending on social media. What is trending, who is trending, where they're trending, and reactions. My name is Evelyn Ohiola, and I wouldn't start without introducing my partner in the show, Femi Ojo. Welcome on board.
Thank you very much. You know, these are, I find myself, it's a fine boy thing, you know. That's how we see it there.
Well, your name is Femi, it's expected.
I can't help it.
Yeah, your name is Femi,
but it's good to see you people. Your guy is back. Thank you for having me.
All right, let's get to work, shall we? In a rather sad development that happened in Jigawa State with over 140 people confirmed dead and more than 50 people injured and have been taken to hospital. We hear that a full-laden tanker crashed in Majia village of Taura local government area of Jigawa State at about 12:30 a.m. on Wednesday, October 16. And when that tanker fell, the content in the tank spilled, and that's petrol, and the villagers were said to have been scooping fuel from the fallen tanker when the explosion occurred, claiming over 140 people. I'll take it very quickly. Emanuela_Ella says, God, I beg, how can we wake up this morning and I open my Instagram only to see sad news first? God, I beg. It's a sad situation, really, because these are human beings with families, fathers, you know, mothers, children. There was a report of someone losing his or her 4 children in a day. It's as they didn't die as a result of scooping fuel, actually, after the accident. That's what most people do. And while some are lucky, others are unfortunate enough to tell the tale. And Chisom_Mercy, Chisom.Mercy.54 says, if fuel is sold for 10,000 naira per liter, I will never take this kind of risk. And I think this is where a lot of people this is the point where a lot of people should come to. This is the mentality people should have. No matter how bad the economy is, it's not worth, you know, risking your life for. Denim_D_Belly says, this is not about government or anything. The people should have learned from previous cases. It happened around 2005, and NNPC News always showed the site during the news hour, and it never left my memory. It has happened again and again. I wouldn't see tanker throwing fuel and go to scoop. It's to vacate the area completely. They brought it upon themselves. What's your take, Femi, very quickly?
I think this last, comment, my son Hash, that is it. We should get to a level. Poverty is bad, actually.
Yeah.
Poverty will open up people to the idea of doing something they would not ordinarily do. That's what it does. It makes you to think in a warped way.
Yeah.
And to dare consequences, all in the name of all risk, not risk.
Yeah.
But this one is too much of a risk. The risk is risky, and it has ended in disaster. And I think we can imagine. We can't think. We can't say we understand how the families are feeling at this time that has lost loved ones. I said something on the previous program. This is a time of confusion in many families. You know, some families will still be hoping against hope, because now that there is no proof because of the nature of the burn that happened, many persons will be hoping and wishing that their persons are not there, because no identification. People have just been carried and shoved. The remains, carcasses are just being shoved into the pit and covered, and that's all. And many persons will be hoping for a hope that will never come true, because and there will not be closure. That's the sad part. You can't identify. For people that are sure that, oh, I saw somebody, I saw him, I saw that person walking in this direction. Many people say, oh, maybe that person is gone. But for some that don't even know, and just like we said on a previous program, many persons might have been caught in their sleep in that same way. You can't imagine the agony, the dying moments of those people is another conversation. But the talking point here is for some of us, those of us that are privileged to be alive, in as much you are given the opportunity to see some of these things heading, this danger, please stay alive. Run away. Don't even try to bypass. That's another point.
Don't try to take pictures. Don't try to take videos. Save yourself
a vehicle will be burning, a tanker, and people will try to say, let me just go by the side. You don't know when that big explosion bang will happen. And you know, it doesn't happen likely. These are some of the issues we should learn from this. And drivers, please, your nature is still your nature. That no matter how much energy drink you take, cola nut you chew, caffeinated drink that you take to just do all kind of waka, nature will take its course at some point. Please, let's be alive. And poverty is there, but please be alive, because you have a hope. A dead person is gone.
Stay alive, and our condolences to the families that lost loved ones and the entire Jigawa state. May God comfort you all. That's all. We move on to the next story this morning. Let's see what's happening in the National Assembly. Senate President Godswill Akpabio has spoken on an alleged plot to impeach him, urges probe of media reports. He actually debunked that particular news. Let's watch this video. We'll come back to take reactions.
If they have a lot of traffic, so whoever brought out this fake news must be getting a lot of payment because of the traffic going on. But I hope the public is aware that this is total fake news and that the chamber is very stable and the issue of impeachment does not come in. So, Kaka, please investigate and report back to us as soon as practicable. If they have
All right, let's just take reactions. Val.L says, even if he is impeached, will any replacement make any difference, since it won't be an opposition bunch of rubber stamp plots? I mean, Val is really angry. And Olayinka says, the fake news came up well before the session began. There is an urgent need to curb fake news merchants. And I also agree with Olayinka. Daily Justice says, he can deny it all he wants. The truth is that he is already impeached in the minds of the people. He is irrelevant and unimpactful in the lives of people. I mean, that's what Daily Justice has to say about this. He talk about being impeached in the minds of people. Yes. Emmanuel says there is always no smoke without fire. Femi.
Fake news is number one. Put it there, because you might think it's one of those things. He's after you. At the top, somebody picks up your name and wound one terrible lie around you, and you are like, It's even if you don't like a person, that doesn't mean you should support fake news against them, because these things sometimes they move around. You can't be hailing people lying against somebody because you don't like that particular person. Sometimes what goes around comes around as well. But number two is this. Mr. Oga, this Senate President has come out to say, no, maybe some persons are profiteering, and that's right. That's true. People do that. People throw up things or throw controversial topic, and then when people start commenting, the engagement is becoming higher, the traffic is building. You are seeing 1,000 comments, 50,000 views, 1 million views. If it's on X, Elon Musk is ready for your pocket, but you don't really have to do that. And people should be made to be responsible. But let me quickly add this. How about government officials who lie about what they will not do? How do we categorize that? Real news? Fake news? Some will tell you they themselves, some of them, I'm not singling out Akpabio, most political leaders across board, they are the merchant of fake news. Because what is fake news? Saying things that doesn't happen for a particular intention or motive. Politicians are the merchants of the biggest fake news in the land. Promise and you won't keep. You will do this for you, they will never do. His explanation, when you call them out, they say your position. That's the thing. So they as well should know that. And somebody said that maybe the Senate President has been mentally impeached in the minds of many Nigerians. It's not just about the Senate President. Politicians are not, and they have never been, the friends of the people, so to speak. But if Nigerians, with the hardship in the land, we have a one-on-one. Without security, without DSS, let's just have you one-on-one, man to man. some politicians will not escape it in the minds of many Nigerians. But please, let's do what is right. Back to my starting point. Fake news is bad. People should be made to be responsible.
I mean, that's the point, main point. Let's move on to the next story this morning. This is from Minister Adebayo Adelabu saying that Nigerians aren't relying so much on petrol due to improved power supply. I really have been looking for where he said this, but I'm definitely going to get that later. Nigerians aren't relying so much on petrol due to improved power supply, and there are some people that actually think that's right, because there have been improved power supply in major parts of the country. Let's just take reaction. Let's feel the pulse of the people, with this particular news. Starpick says Nigeria's power supply has really improved, and Omo Yekini says, oh, okay, now I get the scope. Again, so they decided to collapse the grid. All right, KB Love says, Oga Adelabu, no lie on this one. It's been a while I put on my generator, not until when I witnessed this recent national grid issue. And bullion, is it a bullion van or bullion man? I prefer the van though. Okay, Bullion says, well, I can speak for myself, and to be fair, I moved to ABJ, that's Abuja, in June, and I do not think I have bought fuel up to 5 times since I moved here. There's at least 18 hours of power supply on a daily here, and sometimes more, but at least it's 18 hours, so there is no use for my generator. Femi. Is that true from your own side? Can you actually attest to the fact that we now have improved power supply and you don't need to rely on generator anymore? But of course, the people that actually have more of this power supply, the 18 hours, 20 hours, they know how much they part with on a day, on a weekly, not even a month.
I think in my area, the power issue is neither here nor there. Some week you have it good. Another week you nearly call them and say, wait till we do. These are some of the issues. Yeah. But if people are saying it's improved, fine. But I'm not sure the fuel, the improved power supply is the reason why people are not using much of fuel. I'm not sure it's a substitution. If power is good, it's good. Leave the fuel thing. What is it trying to say? You sell your market. Leave the fuel thing. The fuel has nothing to do with you. I'm thinking Mr. Adelabu is trying to score 2 points there to say power's improved. And these fuel things that you people are talking about.
It's not really affecting as you see.
It's not really affecting as you're saying it, because power, improved power is an alternative. Yeah. So how many electric vehicles do we have? These are some of the issues as well. And there are manufacturing companies who are still heavily dependent on diesel. Yeah. So if the power is improving, take your flour by yourself. But this fuel conversation, please leave it. And Nigerians are not having it. If Nigerians are not buying much of it, it's because most of them cannot afford. Even the rich now, they are using style to say these things affecting them. These are some of the issues. So he's trying to be political with it. Yeah. Put the substance of the matter. Nigerians will give you credit or say no to that. But the fair situation, don't try to use it to say things are getting better, because I'm not sure that's the right call at this time.
All right, it's a good place to leave the conversation and the show this morning. Thank you for being a part of our world. Thank you, Femi, for coming on board. Until tomorrow, have yourself a good and productive day. My name is Evelyn Ohiola.
Ọ̀kan òjọ̀kan ní àwọn oúnjẹ ilẹ̀ Yorùbá bí wọ́n ti wuyì lójú, bẹ́ẹ̀ ni wọ́n sì kún fún adùn àti ìtẹ́lọ́rùn tí kò lẹ́gbẹ́, pàápàá nígbà tí ọbẹ̀ tó dọ́ṣọ̀ pẹ̀lú ẹran oríṣiríṣi àti àwọn ẹja bá ń ṣe alábàárìn àwọn oúnjẹ òkèlè bíi ẹ̀bà àbí iyán funfun lẹ́lẹ́. Ẹ ó máa gbọ́ àwọn ìpèdè bíi iyán lóúnjẹ, ọkà lóògùn, àìrí rárá là ń jẹ̀kọ, kẹnu ó mọ̀dílẹ̀ ní ti gúgúrú. Ètò akọ́mọlédè ló ń dé sójú ìwòran yín láti iléeṣẹ́ móhùnmáwòrán WSTV ìkànnì 190 channel 190 lórí StarTimes. Folúṣọ́ aya Olúwagbémiga ìyá ìjọ pèdèpèdè ìyá àkọ́mọlédè ló kọ tèmi. Yorùbá dùn púpọ̀, Yorùbá ò lè kú, Yorùbá ò lè parun, tiwa làṣà, tiwa lèdè, tiwa nìṣẹ̀ṣe àkọ́mọlédè.
Gẹ́gẹ́ bí orúkọ rẹ̀, ìlú tí a tẹ̀dó sábẹ́ Olúmọ, ó jẹ́ ibùgbé àwọn ẹ̀yà Ẹ̀gbá àti Òwu tó jìjàǹgbara lọ́wọ́ Aláàfin Ọ̀yọ́ àtijọ́. Láàrin ọdún 1775 sí 1780 ni akọni Lísàbí Àgbòǹgbò Àkàlà léwájú wọn láti dáwọ́ sísan ìṣákọ́lẹ̀ fún Aláàfin dúró. Ìdí nìyí tí àwọn ọmọ Abẹ́òkúta ṣe ń pe ara wọn ní ọmọ Ẹ̀gbá ọmọ Lísà Àgbòǹgbò Àlá. Ìlú Abẹ́òkúta ìlú àwọn ọ̀làjú àti aláfẹ́. Ọ̀pọ̀ àwọn òyìnbó aláwọ̀ funfun ló fi bẹ̀ ṣe ìlú, pàápàá lásìkò ìjọba amúnisìn. Ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì àkọ́kọ́ nílẹ̀ Nàìjíríà ní St. Peters tó wà ní Aké. Ilé ìwòsàn àkọ́kọ́ nílẹ̀ Nàìjíríà Sacred Heart Hospital tó wà Aláké lórúkọ oyè ọba ìlú Ẹ̀gbá. Bẹ́ẹ̀ sì ní àdó tó tẹ́jú láti lè fi rí gbogbo ìlú Abẹ́òkúta ní orí òkè náà. Àwọn ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n àti onímọ̀ púpọ̀ ló jẹ́ ọmọ bíbí ìlú Abẹ́òkúta. Àwọn bíi ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n Wọlé Ṣóyínká, ọ̀jìnmí akọni obìnrin ní Fúnmiláyọ̀ Ransom Kuti àtọ̀pọ̀ àwọn míì. Iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀ àti àdìrẹ níṣẹ́ tó gbayì nílùú Abẹ́òkúta. Ẹ̀gbá mọ Lísàbí.
Atótó arére.
Ọjọ́ kejìlá oṣù kejìlá ọdún 1991 ni wọ́n gbé ibùjókòó agbára Nàìjíríà kúrò nílùú Èkó lọ sílùú Àbújá lásìkò ìṣèjọba ológun ọ̀gágun fẹ̀yìntì Ibrahim Babangida. Ìlú Àbújá ní ìlú kẹjọ tí èrò pọ̀ sí jùlọ nílẹ̀ Nàìjíríà, ó sì jẹ́ ìlú olódi tó wà ní àárín gbùngbùn. Gbogbo àwọn iléeṣẹ́ àti àjọ ìjọba kọ̀ọ̀kan ló ní olú ọ́fíìsì wọn nílùú Àbújá, gẹ́gẹ́ bó ṣe jẹ́ pé ibẹ̀ gan ni ibùjókòó agbára ìṣàkóso ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà. Lọ́dún 2003 ni àjọ Commonwealth gbé ìpàdé wọn wá síbẹ̀. Bẹ́ẹ̀ sì ni àjọ olókoòwò nílẹ̀ adúláwọ̀ ṣe lọ́dún 2014. Kódà lọ́dún 2016 àjọ tó ń rí sí ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn ọmọdé ìyẹn UNESCO gbà á gẹ́gẹ́ bí ibùdó ìkẹ́kọ̀ọ́ wọn. Díẹ̀ lára àwọn ibùdó tó gbajúgbajà nílùú Àbújá ni àpáta agbára Aso Rock, ilé aṣòfin àpapọ̀, ilé aṣojúṣòfin ilẹ̀ yìí, àpáta Zuma Rock, Millennium Park, báńkì àpapọ̀ ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà CBN, mọ́ṣáláṣí àpapọ̀ àti ibùdó ilé ìjọsìn àpapọ̀ àwọn Kristẹni. Ẹkùn ìdìbò 6 ló wà nílùú Àbújá: Abaji, Buhari, Gwagwalada, Kuje, Kwali àti Abuja Municipal. Kílìṣì tó jẹ́ ohun ìpanu tí wọ́n fi ẹran pèsè ló jẹ́ oúnjẹ tó wọ́pọ̀ tí gbogbo èèyàn sì nífẹ̀ẹ́ sí nílùú Àbújá. Ó jẹ́ ibùdó ìsinmi fún ọ̀pọ̀ àwọn arìnrìn-àjò láti ẹkùn kọ̀ọ̀kan nílẹ̀ Nàìjíríà nítorí pé àárín gbùngbùn ló wà. Ìlú Àbújá rèé o, ibùdó agbára ìṣàkóso ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà, ògo ilẹ̀ adúláwọ̀.
Bẹ́bíró kílé mọ̀ dahoro kọ́ọ̀dẹ̀ ń bò sí ṣètò kalẹ̀ láti lè jẹ́ kó ní káfíńtì wọn. Ọbẹ̀ ni pé sí ìdílé kan tí ò ní pèníjà àti ẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n àtẹni tó ní ṣe àtúwà nínú èyí òbí ìdè yóò ṣí gbẹ̀rù fún kàkókò láwọn lọ́kọláya lọ́lọ́kan òjọ̀kan lórí ètò níbẹ̀ lọ́ máa fi bí ó ti mọ̀ tó béèrè sí láì fẹ́ méjì wọn àjẹmọ̀ tí wíwá tí wọn ti ń tó bíró máa dúró ní fúnlẹ̀ òwúrọ̀ tẹ̀rí ó sì mọ̀lẹ́ ní ìkànnì àwòrán wọ́n ti ṣe ní sábẹ́ tọ̀sẹ̀ yìí ìyàtọ̀ ni kò ní yàtọ̀ fọ́.
It is.
Ètò yìí tún ti dé o. Ètò ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò ló tún gorí afẹ́fẹ́. Tọmọdé tàgbà ẹ súnmọ́ bí ẹ jẹ́ ká jọ sọ. Adéyẹmí Ọlábọ̀dé ló sọ wípé ohun abádìjọ́rò gígùn ní gùn.
ṣeun gbogbo ẹ̀yin olólùfẹ́ wa a dúpẹ́ pé tún darapọ̀ mọ́ wa ní ọjọ́ tòní ẹ ti mọ̀ wípé bí ojú bá ti mọ́ ọ̀yà là ojúmọ́ téèyàn bá sì rí ojúmọ́ àlàáfíà ni mọ́ ń jẹ́ béèyàn bá ṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀ ètò náà ojúmọ́ tiẹ̀ náà nu bá ṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀ ìjókòó lé lọ́jọ́ tòní ojúmọ́ tiwa náà ni ojúmọ́ ire ojúmọ́ ayọ̀ ní kọ́ mọ́ gbogbo wa akínyìn ẹ káàsán ẹ̀yin náà mọ̀ pé bí aago 3 bá ti ro kògó ní gbogbo ọjọ́ ẹtì òun náà ni ìjókòó lé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò mọ́ ń wáyé nínú ìjókòó ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò ní gbogbo àwa honorable àwa ọmọ ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò tí mọ́ láǹfààní láti sọ àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ tó jẹ́ ọ̀rọ̀ pàtàkì àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ tó jẹ́ ọ̀rọ̀ sunukun àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ tó ṣe gbòógì lórí àwọn kókó tá a bá ń mú wá tá a bá ń nà ń bẹ́ẹ̀ nínú ìjókòó ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò gẹ́gẹ́ bí ẹ ṣe mọ̀ wípé oríṣiríṣi ẹ̀ka láti mọ́ mú àwọn kókó ọ̀rọ̀ wa sínú ìjókòó lé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò ó lè jẹ́ lẹ́ka ètò òṣèlú ó lè jẹ́ nípa ọrọ̀ ajé ó lè jẹ́ nípa ètò ọ̀gbìn ètò ìlera ètò ẹ̀kọ́ àti àwọn ẹ̀ka míì èyíkéyìí tó bá jẹ́ ẹ̀mọ́jẹ́ àti ọwọ́ òṣèlú ọwọ́ ẹlẹ́yàmẹ̀yà tàbí ọwọ́ ẹlẹ́sìn ìjẹsìn bọ àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ tí a bá ń gbé yẹ̀wò nínú ìjókòó lé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò gbogbo wa náà la jẹ́ honorable ẹni tá a bá wá ń pè ní honorable ẹni àpọ́nlé ẹni àyẹ́sí kò yẹ kírò èèyàn bá àwọn mọ́ sọ̀rọ̀ àbùkù ọ̀rọ̀ tó lè dá họ́wùhọ́wù sílẹ̀ tàbí yánpọn yánrin láàrin ìlú àní ká mọ̀ sójú àbí ọ̀rọ̀ níkò ṣé wọ́n ní sàn láàrin ajé ni mo ní pẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ sì rèé a kì í ní kó ní gbègbè ó gbé tọ̀ fún rẹ̀mí ẹ jẹ́ ká rí wípé a gbé kalẹ̀ láì tàbùkù ìlànà àti òfin tó rọ̀ mọ́ ìjókòó ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò èmi tí mo jẹ́ abẹnugan fún ìjókòó ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò ní Right Honourable Adéyẹmí Ọlábọ̀dé nínú ìjókòó ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò mo kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ń wò wá lójú móhùnmáwòrán níkànnì Western Spring Television akínyìn o gbogbo àwa tá a wá jọ wà papọ̀ nínú kulu náà ẹ ṣeun ẹ kú ìfọmọnìyàn ṣe adúpẹ́ fún àsìkò tẹ́ filẹ̀ àti gbogbo nǹkan tẹ́ filẹ̀ láti darapọ̀ mọ́ wa nínú ìjókòó ilé lọ́jọ́ tòní nínú ìjókòó lé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò tó kọjá ohun tá a gbé yẹ̀wò òun náà ni ọ̀rọ̀ nípa orúkọ tí ààrẹ Bọ́lá Tinubu fi ṣọwọ́ sílé aṣòfin àpapọ̀ ilẹ̀ yìí pé kí wọ́n lè gbé ìgbésẹ̀ àyẹ̀wò lé wọn lórí kí wọ́n lè jorúkọ àwọn èèyàn náà ló ń tẹ̀ láti lè dípò mínísítà mú ní orílẹ̀-èdè yìí èyí tí ẹ̀yin honorable sì gbé ìwòye ìyà ọ̀tọ̀ọ̀tọ̀ kalẹ̀ lórí wọn wípé ṣé irú àwọn èèyàn yìí ní àmúyẹ ṣé wọ́n ní àtìmọ́ ṣe bọ̀ ṣé àwọ̀ wọn kájú ìlú àti bẹ́ẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ ní nǹkan tí a gbé yẹ̀wò nípa àwọn orúkọ náà Honourable Jamiu Semiu láti ìlú Ìníṣà ni wọ́n dá àbá kí a so ìjókòó ilé tó kọjá rọ̀ lẹ́yìn náà ní Honourable Eko Mary láti Àgùnbẹ́lẹ́wò kejì àbá pé kí a bẹ̀rẹ̀ ìjókòó ilé náà kí a tó bẹ̀rẹ̀ ìjókòó ilé tòní kí Honourable wa kan bá wa nawọ́ sókè dá àbá kí a bẹ̀rẹ̀ ìjókòó ilé lẹ́yìn àbá àkọ́kọ́ kí Honourable mi bá wa kejì àbá náà Honourable wa láti ọlọ́jà àbálá.
Èmi ni Honourable Lami Sefiu láti ìlú ọlọ́jà àbálá.
ẹ bá wa gbóhùn sókè sí.
Èmi ni Honourable Lami Sefiu láti ìlú ọlọ́jà àbálá city tí wọ́n dá àbá kí á bẹ̀rẹ̀ pàdé tòní ní sánsan.
ó dáa ẹ ṣe kí Honourable Abusi Naira ó bá wa kejì àbá náà ó yá o.
mo kí Mr. Speaker.
ẹ ṣe o.
ẹ kú iṣẹ́ ẹ kú ètò ẹ̀ ní dààmú.
àmín.
tòní ò tún ní jáse mọ́.
àmín o.
èmi ni Honourable Ganiyu Hakeem Abusi Naira láti ìlú Ìbà. mo kéjì àbá kábẹ̀rẹ̀ ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò tòní nísànsàn.
ó dáa ẹ ṣe lẹ́yìn àbá látẹnu Honourable Lamid Sefiu láti ọlọ́jà ìbálá tí Honourable Ganiyu Hakeem Abusi Naira láti ìlú Ìbà kejì àbá náà lémi abẹnugan ń bẹ̀rẹ̀ ìjókòó ilé náà.
ètò yìí tún ti dé o. ètò ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò ló tún gorí afẹ́fẹ́ tọmọdé tàgbà ẹ súnmọ́ mi ẹ jẹ́ ká jọ sọ Adéyẹmí Ọlábọ̀dé ló sọ wípé ohun abádìjọ́rò gígùn nígùn.
Yorùbá bọ̀ wọ́n ní ariwo ògè kọ́ ni ayé jíjẹ ní àwùjọ wa ní ojú tó mọ́ lónìí ó ti di àṣà ó ti di ìṣe fún ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn èèyàn láwọn ìlú ńláńlá àti àwọn ìletò ní orílẹ̀-èdè yìí láti mọ́ pariwo gèè lálálá láwọn ibi iṣẹ́ òòjọ́ wọn, ibi okòwò, ibi ìjọsìn tàbí ní àdúgbò. Bí àwọn ibùdókọ̀ ọkọ̀ èrò ṣe ń lo ẹ̀rọ gbohùngbohùn fún pípe àwọn èrò sọ́kọ̀ fún ṣíṣe ìkéde, ni àwọn olóògùn, àwọn aláporó, àwọn alágbo, àwọn ọlọ́ṣẹ àti àwọn míì tó ń kiri ọjà kan àbí òmíì máa ń fi gbohùngbohùn pariwo sí etígbọ̀ àwọn aráàlú ní àwọn ọjà, àwọn ibùdókọ̀ ọkọ̀ èrò àti àwọn agbègbè míì tó jẹ́bi tí àwọn èèyàn péjọ sí bíbà ní àárín àdúgbò tó fi mọ́ àárín agboolé. Ọ̀rọ̀ pípariwo gèè náà kò yọ àwọn ilé ìjọsìn sẹ́yìn. Bí ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ilé ìjọsìn ní ti ọmọlẹ́yìn Kristi ṣe ń lo gbohùngbohùn tí ariwo rẹ̀ rinlẹ̀ dòdòdò lásìkò ìjọsìn ní ọjọ́ ìsinmi tàbí láàrin ọ̀sẹ̀, bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ni ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ mọ́ṣáláṣí ń lo gbohùngbohùn láti fi pe ìrun ìdájí tàbí àwọn ìrun míì. Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ìgbà ni àwọn òǹwòye ti ń béèrè pé kí ló lè mú kí ilé ìjọsìn tí àwọn olùjọ́sìn wọn ò ju 10 tàbí kó má tiẹ̀ pé 20 èèyàn ó máa lo gbohùngbohùn, èyí tó máa ń sábà dí àwọn ará àdúgbò lọ́wọ́ ní ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ìgbà. Wọ́n ń béèrè pé ṣé kò sí òfin tó de àwọn èèyàn yìí? Ṣé kò sí òfin tó de ìṣọwọ́ gbé ilé ìjọsìn kalẹ̀ yálà ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì àbí mọ́ṣáláṣí ni? Wọ́n ní àbí tó bá wà, kí ló dé tí ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ máa ń kó etí ikún sí àti rí wípé wọ́n ṣe ohun gbogbo tó yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe? Wọ́n tún béèrè pé ṣé dandan gan ni ká pariwo ká tó jọ́sìn? Ṣé tá a bá ti pariwo Ọlọ́run ò lè gbàdúrà ni? Bẹ́ẹ̀ sì rèé, ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ló jẹ́ pé ariwo gèè ló jẹ́ kí wọ́n ní àìsàn tí ìjẹ́kéyìn òórùn sùn nílé ìwòsàn. Gbogbo kókó ọ̀rọ̀ yìí ló ti di nǹkan tí àwọn èèyàn ń gbà bí ẹni gba ìgbà ọtí. Bí ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ṣe ń sọ pé ó yẹ kí ìjọba ó pa kítímọ́lẹ̀ gbé òfin kalẹ̀ gẹ́gẹ́ bí àwọn ìpínlẹ̀ kan ti ṣe ń ṣe láti fi òfin de ariwo gèè eléyìí tó ń tàbùkù tàbí ba àlàáfíà àwùjọ jẹ́. Bákan náà làwọn èèyàn ń sọ wípé kí ló dé, kí ni ojúṣe àwọn lájọ-lájọ tó ń mójútó ọ̀rọ̀ àyíká, ìṣọwọ́ pariwo ní àwùjọ wa? Àwọn ìbéèrè tó àwọn jù wá nínú ìjókòó ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò lónìí tó ti di àìláṣọ Ọlọ́run pàká tó jẹ́ ohun àpérò fún gbogbo ọmọ eriwo. Ìbéèrè àkọ́kọ́: kí ló dé tí àlàbọ̀rùn di ẹ̀wù nípa ariwo pípa gèè tó sì ń fojoojúmọ́ di ẹ̀wù sọ́rùn àwọn aráàlú, àwọn òǹtajà, àwọn ilé ìjọsìn àti àwùjọ ilẹ̀ yìí lápapọ̀? Ìbéèrè kejì: ṣé ó tiẹ̀ dìgbà tá a bá tó pariwo gèè kí Ọlọ́run ó tó gbọ́ àdúrà ní ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì àbí mọ́ṣáláṣí? Ìbéèrè kẹta: irúfẹ́ òfin wo lẹ̀yin rò pé ó yẹ kí ìjọba ó gbé kalẹ̀ láti tako ariwo pípa gèè láwùjọ, àti pé irú ìjìyà wo ló tọ́ sí àwọn tí ẹran ọ̀rọ̀ náà bá há mọ́ lẹ́yìn, kó lè jẹ́ ẹ̀kọ́ fún gbogbo àwọn tó lè fẹ́ sọ́rú aṣọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣòro? Ọ̀rọ̀ rẹ̀ ó gbogbo ẹ̀yin honorable nínú ìjókòó ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò. Ọ̀rọ̀ sunukun ojú sunukun la fi wò ó. Ọ̀rọ̀ kan lẹ̀kan bá lé ohun tó bá kan orógùn ó ti kan ìgbákọ. Àwọn ìbéèrè mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta yìí òun náà lájọ ń pẹ̀ kẹ́lò tí ẹ̀yin honorable ó sì mọ̀ gbé ìdáhùn àti ìwòye ti yín kalẹ̀ nípa àwọn ìbéèrè náà. Ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ń wò wá nú ilé, àwọn ojú òpó tí à ń lò rèé o, ẹ kúrò nídìí tẹlifíṣàn yín, ẹ yí móhùnmáwòrán yín sísàlẹ̀, ẹ kúrò níbi tariwo wà. Ojú òpó àkọ́kọ́ 0913-259-9000, èkejì 0816-466-4844. Òun náà lẹ́ ń wò ní ojú ìwòran yín un, àtọjú òpó kìíní àti èkejì. Kò séyìí tẹ́ ẹ lè lò láti fi dá sí ohun tá à ń gbé yẹ̀wò. Kẹ́yìn honorable tẹ́ wà ń lé, kẹ́yìn náà fi nawọ́ sókè nínú ìjókòó lé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò. Ẹ já bẹ̀rẹ̀ pẹ̀lú àwọn honorable tá a wà nínú kulu náà kó tó di pé a tẹ̀síwájú lọ sí ọ̀dọ̀ àwọn aráalé. Honorable Jamiu Semiu ẹnu wókè ó yá o.
Mo kí abẹnugan ilé o, mo kí akójànú ilé, mo sì kí akọ̀wé ilé náà. Ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò lónìí jó dàrú o.
Àmín.
Mo kí àwọn ojúgbà mi tí àjọ wà ní ìjókòó lè tòní, Ọlọ́run ní fi tòní ṣe òpin fún wa. Èmi ni Honorable Comrade Jamiu Semiu láti
ìlú Ìnísà tí mo sì ń sojú Odò Ọ̀tẹ̀ South àti Ọlọ́rundá lápapọ̀ local government tí mo tún wá jẹ́ ìmáàmù àgbà fún gbogbo ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò pátápátá. Abẹnuganlé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ mú wá lónìí ọ̀rọ̀ tó dáa ni. Tẹ́rí inú ilé láti ń kó 9 mẹ́wàá ròdì. Kó tó di wípé yóò kàn jọba àwa gangan ni ká kọ́kọ́ sàn ara wa ná. Torí wípé ìwọ tó ń fi ariwo tiẹ̀ tó ń fi ń dí tọmọlàkejì lọ́wọ́ ó yẹ kí èèyàn náà ó máa ronú wò láàrin ara ìwọ pé n tí mò ń ṣe yìí n tí ò bójú mu ni. Ẹlòmíín sì rè n tí ń ṣe ó fẹ́ òun gan mọ̀ pé bóyá kò mọ̀ pé tó ń ṣe ò dáa ni o ó wá fẹ́ kí wọ́n sọ fún un pé àwọn tó ń ṣe yìí ò dáa ó wá yọ kó mẹ́. Àkọ́kọ́ ni wípé nígbà ọmú kíní gbòǹgbò rẹ torí wípé òun ń ta ọjà tó fi ń dí ọmọlàkejì lọ́wọ́ ládùúgbò. Ẹlòmíì gan tó bá ṣe kọjá mọ́sáàsì gan tàbí kọjá tó ṣe ẹ dákẹ́ tí ó sì yẹ kó rí bẹ́ẹ̀. Ṣé wá rí èmi àdúgbò kọ̀ọ̀kan ìníká kọ́kọ́ ti gbé pàápàá jùlọ lọ́dọ̀ tiwa Akẹ́lẹ̀ sọ ní ìwọ tó o bá ti tan jẹnẹrétọ̀ rẹ kò gbọ́dọ̀ jágo 11 lọ. For example ẹ jẹ́ fún àwọn ọmọ ilé ní kíní example kan ní ọ̀dọ̀ wa ó lè lọ ká obìnrin kan mọ́nú ilé kò sọ́kọ rẹ̀ ńlé. Ẹ jẹ́ mọ̀ wípé ẹ gbà mí nítorí pé wọ́n ti ń já géètì rẹ̀. Ẹ gbà mí làwọn ará àdúgbò làwọn tó wà ní ilé kẹta ń gbọ́ tí wọ́n fi pe ọlọ́dẹ wọ́n pe èmi ẹnìkan pè mí ẹ dákun ẹ bá pe ọlọ́dẹ o wàláì àìsí ariwo tó bá jẹ́ wípé wọ́n tan jẹnẹrétọ̀ ni sẹ́mọ̀ wípé ànígbó ẹ gbà mí. Ṣùgbọ́n community kọ̀ọ̀kan ni kí wọ́n lọ múra sọ́rọ̀ ara wọn. Ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì míì wà tó jẹ́ wípé wọ́n á gẹ́gẹ́ bí abẹnugan sọ ẹ wà mú ariwo kì í ṣe dandan ni gẹ́gẹ́ bí béèrè tẹ̀bí kì í ṣe dandan nígbà tá a bá kọ́kọ́ pariwo ọ̀run tó gbọ́ bọ́ọ̀sà jẹ́jẹ́ ọ̀run ó gbọ́. Ìwọ mọ́sálásí tó jẹ́ wípé ẹ bá ti pa àkọ́kọ́ tẹ pẹ̀lú ẹ̀kejì kò tẹ́ gbogbo àsálátù ẹ mọ̀ tó lé ni. Ọlọ́run kò fẹ́ ká fayé ra wa lára tọ́lọ́ ò bá ti tí ò bá ti ní káwọn náà nira wa lára. Èmi ò kàn wá rọ̀ jọba báyìí bí ó ti wá kàn jọba ni wípé èmi ò bá torí alẹ́mọ̀fẹ́ mọ̀ fẹ́ jọ ara wa sùn. Àwọn kan bí àwọn kan ṣe wà tó jẹ́ wípé bọ́ bá gbé pátákó síbi tí ò yẹ kó gbé sí wọn ó gbà lọ́wọ́ rẹ̀ wọn ó gbé pò ń bẹ̀. Ìní mo wá fẹ́ kí ìjọba náà wọn ó dákun kí wọ́n mọ̀ bá wa rìn títì. Ẹni tó bá rí wípé wọ́n pariwo dí ọmọlàkejì lọ́wọ́ kí wọ́n bá gbé.
Ó dà Honourable Jamiu Sẹ́ni mo fọwọ́ àtọ́dé yín lẹ́nu ẹ jẹ́ ká wo Honourable tó wà nílé tí wọ́n fẹ́ nawọ́ sókè. Hello. Ẹ káàsán o. Ẹ bá wa gbóhùn sókè.
Honourable Taiwo Hassan Elégìrì láti ìlú Ẹdẹ.
Tọ́ à ń gbọ́ yín Honourable Taiwo Hassan.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ rí gbogbo àti Kìrìsìtẹ́nì àti àwọn tí wọ́n ń ta gbogbo oògùn nǹkan káàkiri gbogbo wọn pátápátá bákan náà ni wọ́n. Alákọ̀ọ́kọ́ òun ni ti àwọn ẹlẹ́sìn ìgbàgbọ́. Tó jẹ́ pé ní ẹlòmíì ò ní ju 3 4 lọ nílé ìjọsìn wọ́n wà yín kíní máìkì wọn ó yí òkè ìrànràn tààrà àdúgbò.
Ẹ má gbàgbé pé bó ṣe kan ẹlẹ́sìn ìgbàgbọ́ kìrìsìtẹ́nì náà ló kan mùsùlùmí ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ mọ́ṣáláṣí náà ni wọ́n ju péréte ń bẹ o.
méjèèjì náà máa sọ̀rọ̀ lé lórí. Méjèèjì máa sọ̀rọ̀ lé lórí. Ẹlòmíì ńgbà tí ẹ bá pariwo ní ọ̀sán tó bá tún wá di òru ó tún wá pàwọn ń ṣèṣó òru ó tún yín òkè ìrànràn. Ẹ tún wá rí ti ẹlẹ́sìn mùsùlùmí bí ó ṣe wà ní líìkì náà lọ wà ní gbàǹjà irú kan náà gbogbo wa. Ti àwa ẹlẹ́sìn mùsùlùmí tí a bá ti pèrún àkọ́kọ́ láago 5 lọ́dà aago 5 àbọ̀ tí wọ́n pàṣàlátù ẹlòmíì ò tún wá ti kẹ́sẹ̀ tí orin mùsùlùmí bọ̀ títí di aago 6 kó kírun wàhálà ń bá ká gan. Tá a bá ṣẹ̀sìn ara wa jẹ́jẹ́ gan Ọlọ́run gan tá à ń ké pè yìí ẹ pariwo dọ́là o kò pé kóun ọ gbàdúrà ẹ pariwo kò pé kọ́ mọ́ gbàdúrà èèyàn. Wá ló dé ẹlòmíì wá mọ̀ọ́mọ̀ fẹ́ràn ó yìn pé wọn bá àmọ́ rètí borí ládùúgbò. Ètò kálẹ̀ ni ti àwọn tí wọ́n ń ta àgúnmu bóyá àgúnmu bá o àgúnmu jẹ̀dí o àporó o ẹlòmíì ń bọ̀ bá wá dé ibi tí èrò pọ̀ sí ni ó wà yóò kè ránran àárín wákàtí kan lọ́wọ́ àgbọ́pọ̀ ọ̀lẹ́ yóò mọ̀ káàkiri agboolé láti mọ̀ tó ọkọ̀ sì ní ń pariwo yìí láìsí rẹ̀ ń pariwo. So ìdí èyí bí ìjọba bá lè bá a ṣe nǹkan tí ó jẹ́ pé òfin ó wà àtàwọn díntò ògùn àti mùsùlùmí àti kírísítẹ́nì tí wọ́n bá a ṣe ẹ kú ètò Western Spring Television ní bàjẹ́.
àmì ẹ ṣeun, kí ló dé tá a rí yín lójú korojú nù jókòó lé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò lónìí. ó dáa wọ́n ti kúrò ńbẹ̀. Honourable Taiwo Hassan Elejire ẹ wàá ṣàlàyé o bóyá ẹ sanwó òtanràn ni pé àárí yín lójú korojú ilé lẹwà tẹ́ ti ń náwó sókè lónìí, adúpẹ́ gidigidi ní ọwọ́ yín. Honourable Jamiu Semiu.
gẹ́gẹ́ bí àkótán mi ayé ti lu kára bí ajere nísìn, ìdí ni wípé ìwọ tó bá mọ̀ pé o fẹ́ polówó ọjà bá orí àwọn kìíní tí wọ́n ń lò ní ìsìn ẹgbẹ́ orí rẹ̀ lọ tàbí kó réfẹ̀fẹ̀ mú bẹ́ńlẹ̀.
Western Spring Television yóò á ṣe polówó
réfẹ̀fẹ̀ mú bẹ́ńbẹ́ wàá lọ pariwo wàá lọ polówó ọjà rẹ̀ ayégun ó gbọ́ ju pòun pariwo títì lọ. tẹlifíṣàn wà ń bẹ̀ WSTV ń bẹ́ńbẹ́ wàá polówó ọjà ó péré síte ni wọ́n gbà lọ́wọ́ rẹ̀ ó yá ju inú òrùn tó ń kiri káàkiri gan lọ tó jẹ́ wípé ọ̀tún ẹ wo bí epo ṣe wọ́n tó ọ̀tún po epo káàkiri gbogbo ẹ̀ ó ti dẹ̀rọ̀ àti lajú lórílẹ̀ ó yẹ ká àti lajú jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ lórílẹ̀‐èdè àwọn orílẹ̀‐èdè ẹgbẹ́ wa ń ṣe gbogbo ilé wọn lọ́ pariwo rẹ nínú ẹ̀rọ ayélujára bí ajere nísìn ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò lónìí jó dàrú o
àmín
ìdápẹ̀já sọ́ra wa o.
ó dà ẹ ṣe gan-an ni Honourable Jamiu Semiu, ẹ̀yin tẹ́ bá wà nílé ojú òpó tí à ń lò náà láti sọ fún yín lẹ́ǹkan òun náà lẹ tún wò ní ojú ìwòran yín, ẹ̀yin náà lè máa lò ó láti fi dá sí ọ̀rọ̀ tí à ń gbé yẹ̀wò. ìjókòó lé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò òun náà ló ń lọ lọ́wọ́. Honourable Lamid Sefiu.
Máa speaker ìjókòó yóò ní bàjẹ́ agbára Ọlọ́run àwa tá à ń wá náà Ọlọ́run jẹ́ a lè máa wá a sì lè máa dé báyìí láyà tàlàáfíà. èmi ni Honourable Lamid Sefiu láti ìwé ọlọ́jà Àbàlá City alias agbọ́mọbí wọn. ṣe rí ọ̀rọ̀ yìí ọ̀rọ̀ tí ẹ mú wá yìí ọ̀rọ̀ yìí ya o.
ó ya ẹ ṣe àwò.
ẹ ṣe ọ̀nà tọ́rọ̀ yìí fi ya ni pé tẹ́ ẹ bá wò ó kò sẹ́rù jẹ̀jẹ̀ mọ́ ẹ̀rù jẹ̀jẹ̀ ti kú bó ti gbà lẹ́nubọ̀dì ṣe bó ti gbà ni ló wà ń ta yìí. ẹ dákun àwọn tó jẹ́ ẹ̀rù jẹ̀jẹ̀ àwọn dà nígbà yẹ àwọn Múrítàlá kọ́lọ́ dákun bá fòrùn kẹ́ wọn sí gbogbo orú ilé nǹkan bá tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ni ẹ wo àwọn olórí wa lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí kí náà ń ṣe lọ́wọ́ nígbà tó lórí ṣàforíjì fún mi ọ̀rọ̀ tí mo sọ nígbà tó jẹ́ pé ní àwọn tí wọ́n wá tán so lórí fún wa gangan náà wọn gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì gangan ìjọba gangan nígbà tó jẹ́ pé ní àwọn gan ògbé ẹrù wọn tó yẹ kíbi tán gbé kà olúkálùkù ọmọ ṣe tiẹ̀ ẹ wo àpẹẹrẹ yọ̀lá àpẹẹrẹ ẹ là ń pariwo ẹ náà ń pariwo sẹ́ni tí ẹni tí gé blọọkù ní gé blọọkù mọ́ ẹ mọ̀ déhùn ẹni tí gé blọọkù tí ń fẹ́ jì gé blọọkù sí ò ní gé blọọkù mọ́ ṣé kò ní kó tó ní pé wọ́n fẹ́ dálé iṣẹ́ sílẹ̀ ṣé kò ní níbi tó fẹ́ gbà lọ anybody ó ṣàìdé dálé iṣẹ́ lẹ̀ pé bóyá jẹnẹrétọ̀ kan ń ro nǹkan ń tẹ anybody láàmú ládùúgbò kò ní protocol tó fẹ́ tẹ̀lé kí ni ìjọba sì gbésẹ̀ lé lórí. ẹ wo àárín wọn olúkálukú wá ṣe bó ṣe wù ẹ wo gbòòrò tẹ́ ẹ bá kọjá ní gbòòrò ń bì kan ń bò míì ibi tí wọ́n bá ti ń dálúwó lẹ̀ àwọn ọmọlúwàbí tó dájú tiwa lọ báyìí tí wọ́n bá ti ń dálúwó lẹ̀ ń gbà míì ìjára àdúgbò kan tí community kan alága community kan wọ́n tẹ̀lé sí pé ariwo tẹ́ ń pa mẹ́ ẹ kó mẹ́ kọ́ mọ́ gbàsọ lẹ́nu kọ́ mọ́ àkópa kẹ́rẹ́ lọ bá ń lé. ǹjẹ́ àwọn ìjọba wa wọ́n mọ tọ́tọ̀ ẹ rí i pé wọ́n mọ sọ kí ní kan àwọn ìjọba wa wọn ò fẹ́ wa wọ́n mọ fara nira wọn ni kì í ṣe pé wọ́n fara nira wa. àwọn ìjọba ló yẹ kó ṣe ìgbésẹ̀ sẹ́mi ni màá tọ́ka pé ẹni tí ń pariwo pé ẹnìkan fariwo dí alọ́wọ́ kán lọ mú kán wá dọjọ́ ọ̀la kán wá gọdí ọmọ tẹ́mi bínú ìtí bàbá rẹ̀ ṣe tí mọ̀ ṣe nìyí mọ̀ gbẹ̀yìn lẹ́sẹ̀ ni tọ́ba ti rẹ́nìkan tí ń ṣe dáadáa tó jọ blọọkù tí ń pariwo tí ń gé wọn ò ní sọ pé pariwo dẹ̀ wọ́n lọ́wọ́ mọ́ o wọ́n wá sọ pé ní yẹsùn nígbà tí bàbá rẹ̀ wà láyé ní tí mọ̀ ṣe ni tí mọ̀ petition ni nítorí náà àwọn ìjọba wa àwọn ló lè gbé ọ̀rọ̀ yìí náà lè gbé kábí tó yẹ kó yẹ gbogbo àwọn tán pariwo gbogbo à ń ṣe chọ́ọ̀chì ni o à ń pariwo yóò ní speaker for example nísìn fàpẹrẹ Ọ̀gbẹ́ni Rauf Arẹ́gbẹ́ṣọlá kọ́lọ̀ dákun bàbá kó bá ṣàlékún rẹ̀ nígbà tó kọ́ mọ́sáàsì ọjọba tẹ́ bá lọ wo mọ́sáàsì ọjọba gbogbo speaker tó wà ń bẹ kò sí ń ta o àwọn speaker yẹn kò ju kékèké kò ju dédé iná yìí lọ tó wà nù mọ́sáàsì tí wọ́n máa ń pè nù ẹ̀ lé ẹ tó wà ń tẹ̀ ò lè gbọ́ tó bá bọ́ta kò lè gbọ́. ẹgbẹ́sẹ̀ bí sọ́ọ̀bù tèmi sì wà ó sì ní aago tán kírun ẹ wá wúrú kan bẹ́ẹ̀ kí ló dé táwọn ìjọsìn náà lò kí ló dé tẹ́ni tí ń takoró tí ò ṣe business card ibi tí mo ti ń tajà rẹ o kí ló dé táwọn ìjọba ò ronú kan yẹn àfi kán máa ronú sọ́nà nǹkan tí wọ́n lè para wọn láti àgbọ̀dọ̀ pa mẹ̀kúnnù la ọ̀kan làánú lẹ́nu tá a ti jẹun kankan kọ́kọ́ ń gbóbó wà lórí Mr. Speaker èyí ọwọ́ ìjọba lọ́wọ́ kò kù sọ́wọ́ wa rárá ètò yóò ní bàjẹ́ o.
àmì ẹ ṣe gan-an ni ẹ̀yin tẹ̀ náà sókè ní sùúrù ẹ jẹ́ ká máa ṣe ní alálàáfíà bọ̀ ẹ ṣe gan-an ni ní orí Facebook gẹ́gẹ́ bí a ti ṣe kọ́ ṣáájú àsìkò yìí kí ìjókòó lé ó tó bẹ̀rẹ̀ ní orí Facebook Honourable Ọládẹ̀jọ Dayọ̀ wọ́n ní Mr. Speaker ẹ kú iṣẹ́ ẹ kú ètò ilé-iṣẹ́ Western Spring Television kò ní bàjẹ́ èmi ní Honourable Ọládẹ̀jọ Dayọ̀ láti Ìrágbìjí ní èrò tèmi ó yẹ kí ìjọba ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun gbé òfin kalẹ̀ pé ẹnikẹ́ni kò gbọ́dọ̀ pariwo mọ́ ní ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì àti mọ́ṣáláṣí pàápàá jùlọ tó bá ń ta oògùn ní ojú pópó àti gbogbo àwọn tó ń ta ọjà ní ṣọ́ọ̀bù tí ìjọba ti gbé òfin yìí kalẹ̀ ẹ rí i pé kálukú ni yóò so ìwé agbéjẹmọ́ ọwọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ tèmi kò jù báyìí lọ o lónìí kò ní jẹ́ àṣemọ́ ẹ ṣé gan-an ni Honourable Ọládẹ̀jọ Dayọ̀ kódà ẹjá tún kọjá sí ọ̀dọ̀ àwọn Honourable obìnrin ti ń náwó òkè o ó yá à ń gbọ́ yín Honourable wa.
mo kí Mr. Speaker.
ẹ ṣé o.
èmi ni Honourable Bọ́lá Ọládipúpọ̀ láti Òṣogbo ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ ní ká dá sílé ní lójú ìwòye ti tèmi ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn ó jìn gan ni ṣẹ́rí àti ẹlẹ́sìn kìrìsìtẹ́nì àti mùsùlùmí àtàwọn tó ń ta nǹkan lójú pópó ìkan náà ni ariwo láriwo ń jẹ́ àwọn Yorùbá dẹ̀ ní ariwo èègàn kọ́ ni ayé jíjẹ ẹlòmíì gan nínú ilé tó ń gbé ó fẹ́ wo tẹlifíṣàn tàbí ó fẹ́ gbọ́ orin ariwo ló máa fi disturb àwọn neighbor ẹ̀ láwọn tó ń jọ ń gbélé ó ní àdúgbò mi níbi ọdún tó lọ wọ́n wá fi ọlọ́pàá á tó ẹ̀mẹ́ta tó wá fi gbé pásítọ̀ nítorí táyì tó bá ń ṣe ìṣòru kò ní jẹ́ kéèyàn sùn ṣe rí Nàìjíríà tá a wà yìí ó ń ṣàìsàn ká tó wá sọ pé àwa individual kálukú ló mọ nǹkan tó ń ṣe lágọ̀ọ́ ara ìgbà míì mo wà tó yẹ pé èèyàn ò ní rórun sùn láti alẹ́ àsìkò tó bá yẹ kó o máa sùn báyìí ni wọ́n á máa pariwo àwọn ẹni tó jẹ́ mùsùlùmí tó bá gbọ́ lọ́n gbọ́ lóòótọ́ ó mọ àsìkò tí ó kírun ẹni tó bá jẹ́ kìrìsìtẹ́nì ní tòótọ́ ó mọ àsìkò tó táwọn ní ìṣòru tàbí táwọn ní program kan ní ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì kò dìgbà téèyàn bá pariwo kọ́lọ́run tó gbọ́ Ọlọ́run wa ó jókòó sọ̀rọ̀ ó ń ṣe nǹkan tó wù ú ni ó bá pariwo kó o jágbe ní tí ó ṣe ni ó ṣe ó bá sì sọ ní kẹ́lẹ́kẹ́lẹ́ ní tá a ṣe láṣe ṣùgbọ́n kì í ṣe pé kéèyàn máa fi ariwo kó máa fi dí tọmọlàkejì ẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ ẹ wo bí Honourable mi kan ṣe sọ ṣáájú àwọn spíkà kan wà tó jẹ́ pé wọ́n á yọ output bẹ̀ kúrò àwọn tó wà nínú ilé nìkan náà máa gbọ́ nǹkan tí wọ́n ń sọ kátẹ̀ ní wọ́n pọ̀ nínú ilé ìjọsìn yẹn tí wọ́n lè gbọ́ ohùn ara wọn ṣùgbọ́n wọ́n á yọ nǹkan tó wà níta èyí tí wọ́n máa lè pariwo sí àwọn ará àdúgbò ẹ wo bọ́n ṣe ń kọ́ mọ́sálásí bọ́n ṣe ń kọ́ ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì gbogbo ẹ ti wọnú ara tó ti dàbí agboolé kálukú ló mọ àìsàn tí ẹnìkọ̀ọ̀kan nọ́ọ̀sì lára kó má dàbí gbà tó yẹ pé èèyàn lòun fẹ́ sin Ọlọ́run ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ni wọ́n á tún máa ṣẹ̀ nítorí pàtàkì bá ń ṣe nǹkan tó ń ní ọmọlàkejì tí ò fún lálàáfíà ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ni wọ́n ń ṣẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n àwọn ìjọba wa ni wọ́n ní ìgbésẹ̀ tó yẹ kí wọ́n gbé nítorí gbogbo èèyàn kan ló bold enough láti lọ fọlọ́pàá mú ara ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì tàbí mọ́sálásí ṣùgbọ́n tó bá ṣe òfin pé àwọn ò gbọ́dọ̀ gbọ́ ariwo ẹni tó bá fẹ́ ṣèṣòro kó yọ ohun tí ó mọ̀ pariwo síta ẹni tó bá sì fẹ́ ṣe tó bá fẹ́ kí Allahu Akbar kó yọ nǹkan tí ó máa pariwo ẹni tí ó kírun ti màsìkò tó ń kírun ẹni tá a lọ ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì mo ti mọ̀ pé aago 8 wàá bẹ̀rẹ̀ Sunday school o oní kìrìsìtẹ́ oní mùsùlùmí mọ̀ pé bá aago 5 bá aago 6 àwọn ò kí àṣùbà so kò nílò ariwo rárá bí gbàtà kan nira wa lára ni a máa pariwo ìjọba gbogbo ẹ̀ náà kọ́ níjọba ìtawà gan fi ń ṣera wa gan ó pọ̀ ń bẹ̀ ṣé àtàbújá náà ti wá ń pariwo dúra wa lọ́wọ́ nínú ọjà àbí ṣé Adeleke gómìnà wa ó mọ tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ lágbólé wa ṣùgbọ́n káwa náà ká má máa mọ tara wa nìkan ìmọ̀tara ẹni nìkan láfíò pé kí ni wọ́n máa ṣe so ojúwòye tèmi nìyẹn Ọlọ́run á ràn wá lọ́wọ́.
àmín ó dáa àwọn obìnrin ti fẹ́ gbàjọba báyìí ó dáa ẹ jẹ́ ká kọ́kọ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ láti ọ̀dọ̀ Honourable Àbòsí Náírà.
mo kí Mr. Speaker.
ẹ ṣé o.
ẹ kú iṣẹ́ kú ètò ẹ̀ ní dààmú tòní ò tún ní dàsè mọ́.
àmín o.
èmi ni Honourable Ganiyu Hakeem Àbòsí Náírà láti ìlú Ìbà. tẹ́rí abẹnugan ojú tèmi fi wo ọ̀rọ̀ tẹni ká tún dá sí tẹni ká gbé yẹ̀wò yìí kò síbi tí ó ṣẹ̀ sí nínú ẹlẹ́sìn méjèèjì àmọ́ ètò tí pabamba rí bẹ̀ jù ó ní àwọn tí wọ́n máa ń sọ pé àwọn ń ṣe wáàsí káàkiri lóru tí wọ́n máa gbé microphone tí wọ́n máa gbé kọ́rùn. ìyẹn gan ló le jù torí àwọn yẹn agboolé náà wọ́n ń wọ̀ káàkiri. ìwọ̀nba ní ti àwọn Christian tó ń lo microphone chọ́ọ̀chì àtàwọn Muslim tó ń lo microphone mọ́sáàsì torí tiwọn wọ́n sọ nǹkan àgbọ̀n tí wọ́n ń sọ níbì kan ni. bẹ́ẹ̀ táwọn ilé tó ń gbé kọ́rùn káàkiri gbogbo agboolé kò síbi tí wọn ò fẹsẹ̀ tẹ̀ ẹsẹ̀ náà dẹ̀ fi ń rìn kì í ṣe pé bóyá ń gbọ́ kọ̀ọ̀ká ẹsẹ̀ ní ọwọ́ òru ní ìdámọ́dájí so gbà ẹ lórun ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ máa wọ ẹlòmíì tó jẹ́ pé ó strong lórun ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ máa wọ̀ lára tó ṣẹ̀ máa rọrùn yẹn sùn díẹ̀ tí lè fi mọ́ sẹ́rẹ́lẹ̀ tó kan ìjọba gbogbo wa ní Nàìjíríà wa ó yẹ ká gbé tìjọba sẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ kan torí ìjọba gan-an ó yẹ ká rí i pé nǹkan bá fọ́lò ní ìsìn báyìí wọ́n tara ẹni nìkan náà mọ̀.
níwòye bẹ́yìn ṣe wò ó.
níwòye tèmi ìjọba kan ò rójú aráàlú kankan lẹ́yìn káràlú kó mójútó ra rẹ̀. ẹ̀wọ̀n tí ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ń gbòòrò nísìn tẹ́ bá dédé rẹ́ lómi báyìí nísìn àìsàn tó ń ṣe nínú ara ó kọjá kẹ́nìkan tó ń lérí sí pé ó rí lọ́la. ẹlòmíì ti fẹ́ gbéjọba lẹ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀ tó yẹ pé ó kàn ọ̀rá ń lọ ni tẹ́ lè mọ̀ pé kankan ṣe.
níjọba àgọ́ ara.
ọ̀tọ̀ níjọba olóṣèlú ọ̀tọ̀ níjọba tó wà nínú ara olúkálukú ló mọ nǹkan tí ń dé mọ́ra lẹ́yìn ká kún fún bẹ́lọ̀ ni a ní bẹ́lọ̀ ni ṣe rí kò sẹ̀dìgbà tá a bá ń pa ewo ní mọ́sáàsì tàbí ní ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì kọ́lọ̀ tó gbàdúrà wa sẹ́ràdúrà téèyàn ń ṣe nínú ilé yẹn lóru ó gbàdú gbogbo ètò káàkiri orí òkè káàkiri lóru lọ. torí pé Ọlọ́run ó rí i pé ọ̀dà àrùn mọ́jú fúnra rẹ nínú ilé ni torí tó bá ti wà láníyàn rẹ pé mo fẹ́ jí láago 3 òru o mo fẹ́ ṣe prayer wàláì tí àníyàn rẹ bá wà ń bẹ aago 3 gẹ́gẹ́ gan ọ lè jí.
ẹ dákun bó fọwọ́ àtọmọdé ilẹ̀ ká tiẹ̀ ní ká béèrè lọ́wọ́ ìyẹn honorable ṣégbà tí àjàkálẹ̀ àrùn kòrónà tọ́jà bí ìjì ṣé ká sọ pé àwọn èèyàn gbàdúrà àbádúrà ọgbà ń lọ àsìkò yìí.
àdúrà gbà abẹnugan àdúrà gbà tó jẹ́ pé Ọlọ́run ló ń bọ́ gbogbo wa ẹ̀yin náà wo bólúkálukú ṣe retí pé ìjọba àkófin ló jẹba ìjọba ò fẹ́ anybody ló ń jẹ àmọ́ àwa dúpẹ́ lọ́dọ̀ Ọlọ́run pé Ọlọ́run tó kà wá mọ́ ẹni tí ó tún mọ́ sẹ̀mí so àwa ní ká tọ́jú ara wa ẹ mọ̀ jẹ́ àdúró fún tìjọba kankan sẹ́lẹ̀ èyí tó ṣe pàtàkì jù ń bẹ ni pé gbogbo ẹni tó bá ń ṣàìsàn ọlọ́ba fún ọ lálàáfíà gbogbo ò dá pé bá a ṣe wà yìí a kàn bẹ gbogbo àwọn tán bá ń lo microphone ládùúgbò ni torí àwọn tó ń káàkiri kálórì tí mò ń sọ tán bá kọjá ní mosque báyìí táìmù táwa dákẹ́ ní mosque tá a sì ẹ̀ lo microphone rárá gbà ẹ làwọn ò tún dúró lẹ́nu ọ̀nà mosque wọ́n tún mọ̀ pa ìwà àtúnṣe sọ fún wọn ni pé ó yá ẹgbàriwo yín lọ so gbogbo orí eléyìí ló máa ń disturb aráàlú wọ́n kàn máa pa ìwò mosque àti chọ́ọ̀chì nìkan ni ẹ kú ètò tó ní òní jáse mọ́.
àmì ẹ ṣeun honourable wa adúpẹ́ gidigidi ẹ̀yin honourable tẹ̀ ṣe náwó sókè ẹ̀ ní sùúrù díẹ̀ ni ẹ jẹ́ ká da ìtọ́mi ká sinmi níwọ̀nba bá a bá lọ sí òdì kejì tá a bá dé ìjókòó ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò yóò tẹ̀ síwájú ẹ̀yin honourable tẹ̀ wá ń lé ẹ má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ yóò kàn yín náà o gbogbo nǹkan tí a jọ ń gbé yẹ̀wò nípa àwọn ìbéèrè mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta lórí ọ̀rọ̀ pípariwo gèè eléyìí tí àlàbọ̀run rẹ̀ ti dẹ̀wò sọ́run àwọn èèyàn láwùjọ wa tó sì tako nǹkan tí àwọn orílẹ̀-èdè ọ̀làjú àgbáyé tí wọ́n nígbàgbọ́nú rẹ̀ òun náà là ń gbéyẹ̀wò lọ́wọ́ bí a bá dé padànù ìjókòó ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò a máa tẹ̀síwájú ẹ má gbé kúrò Western Spring Television láti ń kàn sí yín à ń bọ̀.
ètò yìí tún ti dé o. ètò ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò ló tún gorí afẹ́fẹ́ tọmọdé tàgbà ẹ súnmọ́ mi ẹ jẹ́ ká jọ sọ Adéyẹmí Ọlábọ̀dé ló sọ wípé ohun abádìjọ́rò igun nígun.
bíró bílẹ̀mọ̀ dàwòrò kọ́ọ̀dé má dìbò sí. bá ṣe gbé ètò yìí kalẹ̀ láti lè jẹ́ kónálùkù fi ṣòdiwọ̀n ìdílé wọn. òtítọ́ ọbẹ̀ ni pé kò sí ìdílé kan tí ò ní ìpèníjà àti ẹ̀. ṣùgbọ́n àtẹ́lẹwọ́ ẹni la fi ń tún ẹni ṣe. àti oníkálùkù bá kọ sí ìpèníjà tó lè ìdílé òṣèlú. kánkónú fi kò lù pẹ̀lú àwọn lọ́láyà lọ́kọ̀ ètò níbẹ̀ lọ́ máa fún yóò tàkó tó rè sí wọn. láláì kan kí káwọ́ sílẹ̀ nídìlé bẹ́ẹ̀ sì làwọn àlejò náà yóò mọ̀ jẹ́ ká mọ̀ tó ń gbé bá sílẹ̀ wọn ò fi dàtí ń tò. gbẹbíró ẹ mọ̀ pàdé wà fọláyé èyí ní gbogbo ọjọ́ àbámẹ́ta láago 8 òwúrọ̀ tí àtúntẹ̀ rí ó sì tún máa wá láàrin ọ̀sẹ̀ ní ìkànnì múmáwò móhùnmáwòrán Western Spring Television ìkànnì 150 lórí StarTimes. Gbẹ́bírò tọ̀sẹ̀ yìí ó máa yàtọ̀ ní kò ní yàtọ̀ fọ́.
Nínú àwọn ìran àti ẹ̀yà tí ìbejì ti wọ́pọ̀ sí jùlọ lágbàáyé ni ìran Yorùbá jẹ́. Yorùbá sì máa ń ṣàjọyọ̀ àwọn ìbejì gẹ́gẹ́ bí olú ọmọ. Pàápàá nínú àwọn ìpèdè tó ń ṣe àfihàn oríkì ìbejì, ẹ ó máa gbọ́ wíníwíní lójú orogún, èjìwọ̀rọ̀ lójú ìyá ẹ̀, ọ̀bẹ kì í ṣe bẹ́ kìṣà, ó bẹ́ sílé alákìísà, ó sa alákìísà donígbaṣọ, àfijù ọmọ tí gbàdọ̀bálẹ̀ bàbá, ọ̀kan bá bí èjì ló wọlé tọ̀ mí wá. Yorùbá nígbàgbọ́ wípé orúkọ ẹni nìjánu ẹni, bẹ́ẹ̀ ni wọ́n sì gbàgbọ́ pé orúkọ ọmọ a máa ru ọmọ. Ìdí nìyí tí Yorùbá fi máa ń ronú jinlẹ̀ kí wọ́n tó sọmọ lórúkọ. Ètò akọ́mọlédè ló ń dé sójú ìwòran yín láti iléeṣẹ́ móhùnmáwòrán WSTV ìkànnì 150 channel 190 lórí StarTimes. Folúṣọ́ Ayaolúwagbémiga, ìyá ìjọ pèdèpèdè, ìyá akọ́mọlédè ló kọ tèmi. Yorùbá dùn púpọ̀, Yorùbá ò lè kú, Yorùbá ò lè parun. Tiwa làṣà, tiwa lèdè, tiwa nìṣẹ̀ṣe, akọ́mọlédè.
Bẹ́gùn ò bá jáde mo lọ rí ọ̀gá ẹni tí wọ́n jù ú ẹsẹ̀ kàtàkà ní sẹ́dùn bẹ́ẹ̀ bá ti ń gbúròó àti dé náà nù ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí One Bell Limited. Ilé mi ọmọ olólùfẹ́ yín ọ̀rẹ́ yín tí ẹ túmọ̀ sí ẹni jì pè mí sọ́fà lórí àgbéyàgbé àbọ̀tẹ́ bá mo sì mi ò ní jẹ ẹ farabalẹ̀ ọdún wọn ní lórí ìkànnì Star Spring ti ní ọdún 90 ní ọmọ ní 4 máa rábí ètò àríyá wa.
Mo ń sọ fún yín pé mo wà ń bẹ̀ Unlimited lórí Western Spring Television.
Àbújá ni olú ìlú orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́. Ọjọ́ 12 oṣù 12 ọdún 1991 ni wọ́n gbé ibùjókòó agbára Nàìjíríà kúrò nílùú Èkó lọ sílùú Àbújá lásìkò ìṣèjọba ológun ọ̀gágun fẹ̀yìntì Ibrahim Babangida. Ìlú Àbújá ní ìlú kẹjọ tí èrò pọ̀ sí jùlọ nílẹ̀ Nàìjíríà, ó sì jẹ́ ìlú olódi tó wà ní àárín gbùngbùn. Gbogbo àwọn ilé-iṣẹ́ àti àjọ ìjọba kọ̀ọ̀kan ló ní olú ọ́fíìsì wọn nílùú Àbújá, gẹ́gẹ́ bó ṣe jẹ́ pé ibẹ̀ gan ni ibùjókòó agbára ìṣàkóso ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà. Lọ́dún 2003 ni àjọ Commonwealth gbé ìpàdé wọn wá síbẹ̀. Bẹ́ẹ̀ sì ni àjọ olókoòwò nílẹ̀ adúláwọ̀ ṣe lọ́dún 2014, kódà lọ́dún 2016. Àjọ tó ń rí sí ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn ọmọdé ìyẹn UNESCO gbà á gẹ́gẹ́ bí ibùdó ìkẹ́kọ̀ọ́ wọn. Díẹ̀ lára àwọn ibùdó tó gbajúgbajà nílùú Àbújá ni àpáta agbára Aso Rock, ilé aṣòfin àpapọ̀, ilé aṣojúṣòfin ilẹ̀ yìí, àpáta Zuma Rock, Millennium Park, báńkì àpapọ̀ ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà CBN, mọ́ṣáláṣí àpapọ̀ àti ibùdó ilé ìjọsìn àpapọ̀ àwọn Kìrìsìtẹ́nì. Ẹkùn ìdìbò 6 ló wà nílùú Àbújá: Abaji, Buhari, Gwagwalada, Kuje, Kwali àti Abuja Municipal. Kílìṣì tó jẹ́ ohun ìpanu tí wọ́n fi ẹran pèsè ló jẹ́ oúnjẹ tó wọ́pọ̀ tí gbogbo èèyàn sì nífẹ̀ẹ́ sí nílùú Àbújá. Ó jẹ́ ibùdó ìsinmi fún ọ̀pọ̀ àwọn arìnrìn-àjò láti ẹkùn kọ̀ọ̀kan nílẹ̀ Nàìjíríà nítorí pé àárín gbùngbùn ló wà. Ìlú Àbújá rèé o, ibùdó agbára ìṣàkóso ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà, ògo ilẹ̀ adúláwọ̀.
Ètò yìí tún ti dé o. Ètò ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò ló tún gorí afẹ́fẹ́. Tọmọdé tàgbà ẹ súnmọ́ mi ẹ jẹ́ ká jọ sọ. Adéyẹmí Ọlábọ̀dé ló sọ wípé ohun abádìjọ́rò gígùn nígùn.
Ẹ ṣeun gbogbo ẹ̀yin honorable wa, èyí tẹ́ bá ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ń dé ìdí móhùnmáwòrán yín àbí tẹ́ ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ń darapọ̀ mọ́ wa nínú ìjókòó ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò. Ìjókòó ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò náà ló ń lọ lọ́wọ́ ní Western Spring Television. A wà lórí ìkànnì 150 channel 190 lórí StarTimes. Ẹ ṣeun tẹ́ ẹ darapọ̀ mọ́ wa, gbé ìwòye yín, gbé ọ̀rọ̀ yín, èrò yín kalẹ̀ nínú ìjókòó ilé. Fún àǹfààní ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ẹ mọ̀ nǹkan tí à ń gbé yẹ̀wò nínú ìjókòó ilé lọ́wọ́ àsìkò tá a wà yìí. Yorùbá bọ̀ wọ́n ní ariwo oge kọ́ ni ayé jíjẹ. Láwùjọ wa ní ojú tó mọ́ lónìí, ó ti di àṣà, ó ti di ìṣe fún àwọn èèyàn láwọn ìlú ńláńlá àti àwọn ìletò lórílẹ̀‐èdè yìí láti máa pariwo oge lálálá láwọn ibi iṣẹ́ òòjọ́, ibi okòwò, àwọn ibi ìjọsìn tàbí ní àdúgbò. bí àwọn ibùdókọ̀ ọkọ̀ èrò ṣe ń lo ẹ̀rọ gbohùngbohùn fún pípe èrò sọ́kọ̀ tàbí láti fi ṣe ìkéde ní àwọn tó ń ta oògùn, àwọn olóògùn ìbílẹ̀, àwọn aláporó, àwọn alágbo, àwọn ọlọ́ṣẹ àti àwọn míì tó ń kiri ọjà kan àbí òmíì mọ́ ń kúndùn láti máa fi gbohùngbohùn wọn pariwo gè sí etígbọ̀ àwọn aráàlú. Ní ibi ìpéjọpọ̀ èrò wọn a máa pariwo, láwọn ibùdókọ̀ èrò wọn a máa pariwo, láwọn bí àpéjọpọ̀ lóríṣiríṣi àwọn ọjà káàkiri ní ariwo gè ti lu ìgboro pa láwùjọ wa. Ọ̀rọ̀ pípa ariwo gè gan-an kò yọ àwọn ilé ìjọsìn ní ti Kristẹni tàbí ti Mùsùlùmí sẹ́yìn. Ariwo wọn a sì rinlẹ̀ dòdòdò lásìkò ìjọsìn ní ọjọ́ ìsinmi tàbí láàrin ọ̀sẹ̀. Ní ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ mọ́ṣáláṣí bákan náà wọn a máa lo gbohùngbohùn láti fi pèrun ìdájí tàbí àwọn èrú míì, èyí tó máa ń dí àwọn aládùúgbò, àwọn olùgbé agbègbè náà lọ́wọ́ lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀ ìgbà. Lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀ ìgbà náà ní àwọn òǹwòye tí ń béèrè wípé kí ló lè máa mú kí ilé ìjọsìn tí àwọn olùjọ́sìn wọn ò ju 10 tàbí kí wọ́n fi díẹ̀ lé ní 15 wọ́n máa lo gbohùngbohùn, èyí tó máa ń dí àwọn arádùúgbò lọ́wọ́ lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀ ìgbà. Bákan náà ni wọ́n ń béèrè wípé ṣé kò sí òfin tó de ìṣọwọ́ gbé ilé ìjọsìn kalẹ̀ àti àwọn tó ń pariwo gè láwùjọ ni, àti wípé kí ló dé gan tí ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ máa ń kó etí ikún sí àti mọ́ pariwo. Wọ́n ní bí òfin bá wà tó gbé mímọ́ pariwo lẹ́sẹ̀, kí ló dé tí àwọn èèyàn máa ṣe àmúlò rẹ̀, àti pé ṣé dandan gan ni a pariwo kí Ọlọ́run tó lè gbọ́ àdúrà ni? Àwọn ìbéèrè tó wà wájú wa ní ọjọ́ tòní. Ìbéèrè àkọ́kọ́ eléyìí tó ń tawọ́ tasẹ̀nù ìjókòó lé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò: kí ló dé tí àlàbọ̀rùn ariwo pípa gè fi ń fojoojúmọ́ di ẹ̀wù sọ́rùn àwa aráàlú, àwọn òǹtajà, àwọn ilé ìjọsìn yálà chọ́ọ̀chì àbí mọ́ṣáláṣí àti gbogbo àwa ará àwùjọ gan lápapọ̀? Ìbéèrè kejì: ṣé ó dìgbà tí a bá tó pariwo kí Ọlọ́run ó tó gbọ́ àdúrà ni ní chọ́ọ̀chì àbí mọ́ṣáláṣí? Ìbéèrè kẹta tó kẹ́yìn: irúfẹ́ òfin wo lẹ̀yin rò pé ó yẹ kí ìjọba ó gbé kalẹ̀ láti fi dènà ariwo pípa gè, àti pé irú ìjìyà wo ló tọ́ sí àwọn tí ẹran ọ̀ràn yìí bá há mọ́ lẹ́yìn láwùjọ kó lè jẹ́ ẹ̀kọ́ fún àwọn tó bá fẹ́ ṣánrú aṣọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣòro? Ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ń wò wá, ojú òpó tí à ń lò náà la ṣì ń lò, òun náà ni ẹ mọ̀ wò lójú ìwòran yín láìpẹ́ láì jìnà, ìyẹn 0913 259 9000 0913 259 9000 tàbí 0816 466 4844. Ó jẹ́ bí ó ṣe jẹ́. Ẹ jẹ́ á bẹ̀rẹ̀ lọ́dọ̀ àwọn honorable tí wọ́n ti ń nawọ́ sókè níbí. Honorable Bukola, ẹ̀yà o.
Honorable Speaker, mo kí gbogbo èèyàn ojúgbà mi nílé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọyọ̀. Èmi ni Honorable Olúwabùkọ́lá Ọláwùmí kí mo wá láti ìlú Iléṣà. Ṣé rí ọ̀rọ̀ kí mú wá lónìí yìí? Ọ̀rọ̀ kó yẹ kí gbogbo rí akabójútó gan-an. Torí ó mú mi rántí ní àdúgbò kan tí mo gbé ní Òṣogbo. Ó mú mi rántí èèyàn kan rẹ́kọ̀dù lẹ́ni éétà. Bóyá ìmọ̀ yẹn kan máa ń ta rẹ́kọ̀dù orin lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ títì. Ní gbogbo ayé apalẹ̀ ṣọ́ọ̀bù mọ́, bó pẹ́jù apalẹ̀ rẹ̀ mọ́ láago 9 alẹ́. Ọ̀nì kẹ́ẹ̀bà di aago 12 ààbọ̀ èrèlé. Ìgbẹ́ lónú àṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ la máa kun ẹlòmíní kéènì ilé sùn. Ìgbóyà gan àti lọ bá aké àsọ̀rọ̀. Ìgbésùn àṣeṣimọ́ la fílẹ̀ wí, ó dàbí ọ̀nà kí wọ́n fẹ́ máa gbà. Bẹ́ẹ̀ mọ̀ yẹn ní mítà rẹ́kọ̀dù fún lóru. Bẹ́ẹ̀ mọ̀ bóyá ọ̀tọ̀ ni ẹni lámìra tiẹ̀ tó rójú ọ̀sán ni mo mọ̀ gbogbo ayé ra rẹ́kọ̀dù. Ògbó ò ṣe fẹ́ máa ta tiẹ̀ ni. Ká bá tún wá wo lọ sàká àwòrán inú ìgboro. Ìyẹn Honorable rí àná kíyẹn náà bá mi kọjá lọ tí ọgán fẹ́ lè jù kan máa gbókùn kọjá lọ. Torí gbogbo ariwo náà fi á pé gbogbo àgbáyé síta ká ẹ̀rọ wá o ìláwó mi. Ìyẹn ní mìtajà láàrin títí bọ́ nǹkan kí mo tún fẹ́ ka mọ̀ ní wípé ẹni mi lo ẹ̀rọ sáìke mọ́ tẹ̀rọ mọ́. Ẹni mi ṣe blọ́ọ̀kù sáìke kó gba blọ́ọ̀kù rẹ̀ wọlé torí àfariwo ní yàrá àdúgbò lọ́wọ́.
akàntì gbọ́ sí ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì àgbọ́ sí mọ́ṣáláṣí àmọ́ ìyan yẹn ni gbogbo ìyan yóò ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ nínú yan náà láṣẹ jù lọ́wọ́ torí ẹlòmíràn àti ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì àti mọ́ṣáláṣí mi nìgbẹ́ wà nítòsí ara ni kí ti gbá bàbá gbọ́ wọn mi wí kí tí ìtàmẹ̀dùn bàbá gbọ́ wọn mi wí àmọ́ mọ̀ yí gbogbo wọn bá mi lò sókè kí ló dé ṣé dandan ní ká fayé nira rí alára ni ìmí kẹ́hìnwí ìjọba fi ayé nira rí alára láìsè ìyá gan ká wà láàrin ara rí ayé àmì dá ó pọ̀ ju yé ìjọba mi ṣe fún wa lọ torí ìyá kankan kí n bá mi bẹ́ ènìyàn gbélé ẹlòmíràn ẹgbẹ́ ilé níjọ wa o á mọ̀ọ́mọ̀ yí tẹlifíṣàn àti rédíò rẹ̀ sókè torí ìkíni ṣé ègbọ́ tó ni ayé ariwo kọ́ láyé jíjẹ ṣé kó bá lọlẹ̀ ṣé ègbọ́rọ̀ tó ni àbí kó bá lọ sókè ṣé rí ọ̀rọ̀ ó ti wọnú ara yan kí ìjọba bá lè dá sí wẹ́ ó dáa kó bá jẹ́ ìyá náà là á nílò àbójútó fúnra ríà náà ó ṣe pàtàkì ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò ní ìbàjẹ́.
ó dà ẹ ṣe gan-an ni Honorable Ekome àdúpẹ́ lóyá o.
ó kí Mr. Speaker.
ẹ ṣé o.
mo dẹ̀ kí o gba àwọn honorable mi tó ti ń sọ̀ látàárọ̀ ọpọlọ yóò ní jọba o.
àmín.
èmi ni Honorable Ekome láti Àgùnbẹ́léwò ní ojú tèmi fi wò àti ẹlẹ́sìn kìrìsìtẹ́nì àti muslim àti àwọn tó máa ń kiri ọjà káàkiri yẹn same ni gbogbo wọn ọ̀kan ògbé gbogbo wọn pátá ìkan ni wọ́n nǹkan tẹ́mi ó kàn sọ ni àwọn táwọn sọ pé ní kí àtún lọ sọ fún pé kán jọ kán bá wa ṣòfin àwọn náà tó ń rúfin wọ́n bá ń jáde náà because ẹnu wọn ò lè tọrọ lórí wa náà tábà ní kán ṣòfin ẹnu wọn ò lè tọrọ ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ní wọn náà ń rúfin yìí wọ́n kọjá lọ ní títì sẹ́rí wọn mọ̀ pariwo ni tó mo tún wá ra àwọn kìrìsìtẹ́nì náà kán jọ mo fi ọ̀nà Ọlọ́run bẹ̀ wọ́n ẹlòmíì nínú church wọn ò ní pọ̀ wọn ní tó péréte wọ́n á gbé síkà yẹn wọ́n wá tún wá fi fèsì ìta iṣẹ́ kan kọjú ẹ̀ sí inú ilé ó ń dì stop àwọn ẹlòmíì dẹ̀ lè kò fáriwo ẹlòmíì ní nǹkan tá à ń sọ etí rẹ̀ ti di tí ò gbọ́rọ̀ mọ́ lórí ariwo pípa mo dẹ̀ tún ọgbà àwọn tó wà ládùúgbò tí wọ́n ń lo ẹ̀rọ ẹlòmíì òru aago 12 á máa lọ ẹ̀rọ kí là ń bá ká kò yẹ ká máa fi ilé ayé ká máa fi ní ara wa lára ilé ayé ò le tá bá fẹ́ gbàdúrà yìí nǹkan tí máa lọ ní títì mo ní mọ̀ gbà kẹ́lẹ́kẹ́lẹ́ sí kò ní ká bí èèyàn mọ̀ gbà àdúrà nǹkan àlùkò gbà mo rọ everybody àkámọ́ fi ilé ayé ní ẹnì kọ̀ọ̀kan lára o ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrí ò ní dà lórúkọ Jésù.
àmín àmín. Honorable Jamiu Semi ẹni àfikún.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni mo kí abẹnugan lé lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí.
ẹ ṣé o.
mo sì kí akójànú lé náà. àràkọ̀wé mo kí òun náà bí ó bá wà. Honorable Comrade Jamiu Semi láti ìlú Nisa ni.
tó à ń gbọ́ yín.
mo sojú odò ọ̀tìn south àti ọlọ́ọ̀dá lápapọ̀ local government. ṣe rí ìgbà kan ní jọ̀hún àná àwọn wẹ́dà ẹlẹ́rọ wọn máa ní òfin nígbà kan nígbà tí mo fi wà lóko wa lọ tí aago 6:00 bá fi lè lù gbára ọwá lọ gbógi kan wá ẹlẹ́rọ ò ní lọ o ló dijọ́ kejì wẹ́dà náà nígbà kan tí ó bá ti di wípé òkùnkùn ń sú bí aago 6 wẹ́dà ò ní ṣiṣẹ́ mọ́ ṣùgbọ́n nísìnyí ó dàbí pé gbogbo àwọn nǹkan báyẹn kò sí mọ́ láyé sí mo kàn fẹ́ rọ ẹlẹ́gbẹ́jẹgbẹ́ olókoòwò kéékèèké àti oníṣẹ́ àwọn olókoòwò ńláńlá náà àti iṣẹ́ ìjọba àti àdáni ó yẹ kí táìmù máa wà tí àwọn èèyàn máa ṣe nǹkan dà bóyá àwọn tí wọ́n máa pariwo tẹ́ àsìkò ó yẹ kásìkò wà tó jẹ́ wípé àsìkò báyìí là á fún ọkọ̀ fi ṣiṣẹ́ dà tí ẹ ráwọn tí wọ́n ń gé blọ́ọ̀kù ó yẹ kí wọ́n ti mọ̀ wípé tẹ́rí àwọn tí wọ́n máa gé blọ́ọ̀kù inú igbó wọn máa ń wà tí wọ́n máa fi ń bẹ̀rẹ̀ blọ́ọ̀kù àwọn èèyàn wà máa kọ́lé lọ bá wọn. ṣé wá rí.
mo fi owó àtọmọdé lẹ́nu ẹnìkan ń nawọ́ sókè láti ilé Honorable wa ẹ lọ́wọ́ ẹ káàsán.
ẹ káàsán Honorable Speaker.
ó yá ń gbọ́ yín.
àfikún tí mo fẹ́ fi kún òun ni.
ta lẹni tó ń sọ̀rọ̀ yìí o.
àwọn agbófinró.
ẹ dárúkọ yín fún wa ká mọ̀ yín.
Honorable Taiwo Asa Ilédìrẹ láti ìlú Ẹdẹ.
tó à ń gbọ́ yín o.
àfikún tí mo fẹ́ fi kún òun ni ti àwọn agbófinró náà táwọn náà máa ń gbé mọ́tò pàpún tí wọ́n máa ń gbé káàkiri. ìgbà míì wà tó jẹ́ pé bóyá kò ní sí gọ́fúnà tàbí pé bóyá àwọn ọ̀kan jùlọ bìyẹn kan bá ti wá débi èrò pọ̀ wọ́n wà máa ṣe irú rẹ̀ ti ṣẹlẹ̀ tí mo rí lọ́jọ́ yìí pé láwọn ìyá arúgbó kan ṣubú lè rí ara wọn kiri tẹ́lòmíì kan lẹ́sẹ̀. Àwọn tó jẹ́ àwọn agbófinró náà mọ́tò tìrín wọn wọ́n mọ̀mọ́ fún ẹni àwò láì ní ìtumọ̀ kankan wọ́n fẹ́ fi kùnú léègì máa jọ ròyìn báyìí.
àmín ẹ ṣeun ṣé ẹ ti fọhàn ọyá.
yóò kàn rọ gbogbo àwọn ọ̀nàrẹ́bù àtàwọn tí wọ́n wà nílé àti ẹlẹ́gbẹ́jẹgbẹ́ kí wọ́n dákun kí táìmù wà tí àwọn èèyàn tí wọ́n mọ̀ ṣiṣẹ́ dá àwọn tí wọ́n bá ní iléeṣẹ́ blọọkù torí tẹ́ bá rí bí iléeṣẹ́ blọọkù bá ń pariwo tẹ́ bá ti rí wípé àwọn èèyàn ti ń súnmọ́ yín ẹ tún lọ mọ́ mú èjì yín ẹ tún gbé lọ síbòmíì tó tún jẹ́ inú igbó tí ẹ rí i pé àwọn èèyàn tó ti mọ̀ pọ̀ ń bẹ̀ torí kíní blọọkù tẹ́ ń wò tó bá dún gbìnrán báyìí ẹ nílé sùn ládùúgbò mo fẹ́ rọ̀ wọ́n ni gbogbo àwọn àtàlágà wọn àti gbogbo wọn ẹjọ́ tó ní tọ́ lọ.
ẹ ṣe gan ni ẹ lẹ́ni tó nọrọ sókè láti ilé o à ń gbọ́ yín o ọ̀dà ẹ wá jẹ́ ká lo 30 ìṣẹ́jú àáyá 30 seconds ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ṣe náwó sókè Honourable Lamid Sefiu.
my speaker èmi ni Honourable Lamid Sefiu láti ìlú ọlọ́jà Bala City alias agbọ́mọbí wọn àfikún tí mo fẹ́ fi kún àwọn ìjọba wa ni mo fẹ́ rọ̀ ìdí tí mo fẹ́ rọ̀ ìjọba wa torí because mo fẹ́ rọ̀ ìjọba wa ni pé yes pé kàn ṣe gbogbo ẹnì kọ̀ọ̀kan tó dálé okòwò rẹ̀ sílẹ̀ kó wá rẹ́dísà ara rẹ̀ kọ́wọ́ tó bá rẹ́gísà kì í ṣe pé yóò wá fowó gba fọ́ọ̀mù o mo rọ̀ wọ́n ni o kọ́ wá rẹ́gísà protocol tí wọ́n bá lálẹ̀ nílé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò ká jẹ́ ká mọ̀ bí báyìí kán gbé wá sí wa bí báyìí ká gbé yẹ̀wò kán tó wà náà tẹ̀ lórí RFFM bí báyìí àbí WSC kán fún yàn fọ́ọ̀mù lọ́fẹ̀ẹ́ protocol tó wà bẹ́ẹ̀ ìlànà tó wà bẹ́ẹ̀ kẹ́líbọ̀dì tẹ̀lé ẹ ti pariwo oní blọ́ọ̀kù ni o oní kíni alápòrò ni o wọ́n tẹ̀lé protocol òun nìyẹn ìtàn bá sọ torí bìkọ́ tá a bá ní pé ká ṣe láàrin ara wa ẹ̀tanú ń bẹ ẹ̀tanú láfi ṣe ẹ̀ta àjọ kọ́lé tira wa tá a gba tira wa á lu ẹ̀tanú tó jẹ́ tọ́tì á lu ẹ̀tanú síra wa ìdí tá a fi ní mọ tó bá jẹ́ pé ní àwọn ìjọba ló ṣòfin kíní yẹn yóò sì rì pa ìyẹn àfikún tẹ̀yìn fẹ́ fi kún.
ó dà ẹ ṣe gan-an ní gbogbo ẹ̀yọ́ Honourable wa ẹ ṣeun púpọ̀ adúpẹ́ fún ìwòye yín adúpẹ́ fún èrò yín lórí nǹkan tí a jọ gbé yẹ̀wò nínú ìjókòó ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò gbogbo yín tẹ́ ẹ bá wa wò ó ẹ ṣe gan-an ni o adúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín iná ò ní tán owó yín àti wírun àti wígbà ṣùgbọ́n gbogbo wa náà ẹ jẹ́ ká tú ọmọlúàbí wa ṣe wọ́n ní tó bá kọwájú sí ọkọ̀ òta tó bá kọ̀yìn sí ọkọ̀ òta tó bá wá kù wọ nìkan tẹ̀rọ ara rẹ̀ pa ẹ jẹ́ ká mọ̀ ọ́n rotí ọmọ làkejì ohun gbogbo tá a bá ń ṣe ká máa rántí pé a gbọ́dọ̀ torí pé a wá nǹkan tá a jẹ a lọ sí ẹnu iṣẹ́ òòjọ́ wa ká mọ̀ fi pa ọmọ làkejì lára àbí àwọn èèyàn míì lẹ́nu àti jẹ tiwọn náà ẹ ṣeun o iná ò ní tán owó gbogbo wa ẹ jẹ́ kí Honourable wa kan bá wa dá àbá kí a so ìjókòó ilé rọ̀ lẹ́yìn àbá àkọ́kọ́ kí Honourable mi bá wa kéjì àbá náà Honourable Jamiu Semiu.
kí abẹnugan lé o kí a kó jánu lé èmi ni Honourable Comrade Jamiu Semiu láti ìlú Nisa tí mo sojú Odòtí South àti Ọlọ́rundá lápapọ̀ local government tí mo tún jẹ́ ìmọ̀ọ́mù àgbà fún gbogbo ilé-ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò pátápátá mo dá àbá ká so ìjókòó lè tònírọ̀ títí di ọjọ́ mi ọjọ́ orí.
ó dáa Honourable Lamid Sefiu.
my speaker èmi ni Honourable Lamid Sefiu láti ìlú ọlọ́jà Bala City mo kéjì àbá pé ká so ìpàdé ní ìrọ̀nà.
ó dáa ẹ ṣe gan-an ni a sì ti bí ní tòní iná.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
a dúpẹ́ gidigidi lọ́wọ́ gbogbo ẹ̀yin Honourable wa a mọ rírì àsìkò tẹ́ ẹ fi sílẹ̀ láti wo àkọ́tún ìjókòó ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò ẹ̀yin tẹ́ bá ń wò wá fún ìgbà àkọ́kọ́ bá ṣe máa ń ṣeré ní gbogbo ọjọ́ ẹtì ọjọ́ Friday ẹ mọ̀ wá gbàgbé pé bá a bá ṣe ní ọjọ́ ẹtì tán àtúntẹ̀ rẹ̀ á mọ̀ wáyé ní gbogbo ọjọ́ ajé láago 7 alẹ́ ẹ má gbàgbé ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ẹ bá láǹfààní àti bá wa bẹ̀rẹ̀ ní òní ẹ mọ̀ wo àtúntẹ̀ rẹ̀ tó bá di ọjọ́ ajé ní aago 7 àṣálẹ́ ẹ ṣeun gbogbo ẹ̀yin Honourable tẹ́ bá wa ṣe adúpẹ́ o ojú tẹ́ fi ń wò wò ní fọ́ etí tẹ́ fi ń gbọ́ wò ní di ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ẹ̀dẹ̀ wá tàjọ wà ń bíbí àmọ̀rírì àsìkò yín àmọ̀rírì owó yín àmọ̀rírì gbogbo nǹkan tẹ́ fi sílẹ̀ láti lè rí i pé ẹ darapọ̀ mọ́ wa àjọṣepọ̀ wa kò ní bàjẹ́ ọpọ́ ẹ̀mí lọ sí ọ̀dọ̀ àwọn amójú ẹ̀rọ tá a jọ ṣiṣẹ́ lọ́jọ́ tòní àwọn ayàwòrán mo dúpẹ́ gidigidi àti gbogbo àwọn ikọ̀ wa nínú ìjókòó ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò ọpẹ́ mi pàtàkì lọ sí ọ̀dọ̀ olóòtú àgbà fún ìjókòó ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò Fẹ́mi Adéfìlà. Èmi tí mo jẹ́ abẹnugan fún ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò ní Right Honourable Adéyẹmí Ọlábọ̀dé. Lẹ́yìn àbá látẹnu Honourable Jamiu Semiu láti ìlú Ìníṣà tí Honourable Lamid Sefiu láti ọlọ́jà Ìbálákéjì Àbánà ni mo ń so ìjókòó elérò títí di ọjọ́ Ẹtì ọ̀sẹ̀ tó ń bọ̀.
Ètò yìí tún ti dé o. Ètò ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò ló tún gorí afẹ́fẹ́. Tọmọdé tàgbà ẹ súnmọ́ bí ẹ jẹ́ ká jọ sọ. Adéyẹmí Lábọ̀dé ló sọ wípé ohun abádìjọ́rò gígùn nígùn.
Wild West and Western Spring Television pulling out all tops to make sure that you don't miss out on every of the fun happenings around you. Yup, we've got you covered because your girls got the juiciest tidbits and entertainment news from around the world. Join Chole on E-Centric as we take you into every bit of the juiciest news, fashion, music, movie updates, and other trending conversations. Together on this show, we'll get personal with your favorite celebrities via phone call, Zoom, or even live here in the studio. E-Centric will be showing the screen on Western Spring Television and only on Archives.
Evelyn Ohiole,
Hi.
King Eve, how are you today?
I'm good, I'm fine, I'm alive.
I really feel like she's not giving the right answer question. When one asks you, how are you? And you said, you're saying, I'm alive. It's very annoying, seriously. How are you? I'm fine. I feel I'm fine will be the right answer instead of I'm alive. Not that I asked you if you're dead before.
Go and check all these 14-year-old, 15-year-old, 16-year-old, everybody, they are extraordinarily sexually active.
I feel is being unnecessarily hyper when it comes to the issue of sex, because we talk about other topics and he feels so reserved. He really doesn't have anything much to say when it comes to other stuff. But when it's the issue of sex, I believe he's being unnecessarily hyper. That's when I have to pick an issue with him. I mean, it's just being unnecessarily there when we're talking about sex. Just like a child, his mom just got him his favorite chocolate or ice cream, very happy, doing as though if he doesn't have sex for a day, he's going to die.
When it comes to finance, women also support their husbands financially. You need me emotionally. You need me spiritually.
Nancy is an amazing person, but I hate the what did I really this is with money. If you go by the topic was who does marriage favors the most? I mean, know how many jobless women they marry every Saturday. They are saying it favors you, favor. Are they vague so?
Growing up, when I was in the world, we've heard of
Who are you now?
Well, MC Too Much said he likes saying when I was in the world, and the last time I checked, well, it looks a bit innocent facially, but deep down, he's actually out of this world. We're all in the world now. As long as you're alive, you're in the world. So MC Too Much, I beg when you talk about that. I don't want to hear that. Next time you talk about I kiss on us.
I think they have a problem with you saying ladies are champion, and that's the problem. Always trying to attach so much importance to that gender.
It's giving insecurity, it's giving low self-esteem, it's giving a blatant display of egoism. Because at the end of the day, a man sick on his word, a man who is confident of who he is will not really be disturbed as to whether women are being referred to as champions or not. I mean, at the end of the day, Joseph's a really great guy, but whether he likes it or not, women are champions.
Here are 5 amazing fun facts I bet you never knew about Christianity.
Number 1, there are over 2.4 billion Christians worldwide.
Amazing fun fact number 2. The Bible is one of the best-selling books of all time. The Bible is the most translated with more than 3,000 languages.
Amazing fun fact number 5. Most Christians throw science out of the window without realizing that most scientists are Christians. Hello, I am Pastor Steve Akinwumi.
And I am Dr. Adeoye Oyewole.
Join us as we highlight and discuss day-to-day issues pertaining to the day-to-day living of every Christian.
Issues in Christendom shows every Sunday on Western Spring Television, channel 190, only on StarTimes.
Arrested, affected, sound, to say, flowing from spring, fact A to Z, check and confirm. Ever expounding current events, traveling down from the business gist to the globally arising happenings, to the sports news, to the business info. Get attention, even if you can. Vast and fast. This fact left. Winter, net words of you across borders here. So it's short and long, written bundles of words. Broken and dissected as it is, except misheard. This is the news as it is.
Western TV, as it is.
And welcome to the edition of Pertinent Questions, our interview program on Western Spring Television. Agumbelewo Oshogbo. Every 12th of August is International Day of the Youth. The United Nations instituted this special day to celebrate the qualities of young people across the globe. It is a day that recognizes the challenges that today's young people can or sometimes do face in life. Equally true is the fact that the celebration of every 12th of August is an opportunity that offers a chance to raise awareness of the need to ensure the engagement and participation of young people in leadership positions and, of course, in leadership matters. This year's International Day of Youth, which is now 1 week behind us, had as its theme for the year 2024, From Clicks to Progress, Youth Digital Pathway for Sustainable Development. I see it as a very encompassing theme for the youth. The world of digitization, of course, we know it as being youth-centered. The youth of the globe have utilized it even from the days of the Arab Spring onto our own challenges here, 2020, where we had the NSAS, and very recently we had a strong challenge to bad governance. It is today one technological innovation which the youth have not only imbibed, but have utilized to the full. I have 1 week after International Day of Youth brought into the studio a young man who will talk to us and face the challenges of the time. Perhaps that should explain to you why today I have dressed like a youth. Yes, when you want to go to Rome, you do what the Romans do. This is a way that young men and women dress these days. And so facing a youth, bringing him into the studio to challenge him on certain aspects of life, I have to do like a youth. So, Mr. Yemi Afis Yusuf, it's my privilege to welcome you to this program today.
Good afternoon, sir. Nice to be here.
Thank you very much.
Always a pleasure, sir.
Good. Youth is that time of life when one can say he's a young man, and this is also a time between childhood and perhaps maturity. That's a broad thing I'm trying to look at. I'm looking at it from that perspective. But you're a young man. So let me begin by asking you, what is your idea about youth?
You see, when you mention the word youth and you want to bring it to reality, you just have to, that's the most important part of your life. Everything you're doing at that time, you have to get it right. It is when you have to be mentally sound, you have to be physically strong, and you have to give it your best for the future. Because when you don't get it right, when you are in the youthful stage, you will be the one to suffer the consequences later on in your life. When you are a youth, you are really disturbed mentally, physically. Sometimes you're down just because you face a lot of challenges. So that phase in your life is when it is most important and you have to give it your best.
Okay. The United Nations, for the purpose of statistics, says youth are young persons grouped between the ages of 15 and 24. In Nigeria, it is 18 to 29 years. By the African Charter, African Youth Charter, it is raised to 35 years. So between 15 and 35, you have a whole lot, about 20 years, to do the programming that you try to mention. What challenges face the young population of which you are a part?
I want to say something about the age statistic you just mentioned. Because in Nigeria, the word youth, I can't just seem to find it in some of our some things we do in Nigeria. Because the age 25 to 35 or that does not apply to us.
Why?
Because we are being segregated, we are being neglected, we are being abandoned. So when you want to talk about youth in Nigeria, like I'm very happy you dressed like this, because a youth leader somewhere is looking exactly like you are right now, with gray hair. You see them. That's the reality we are in this country. The youth are suffering, while those that needs to retire are calling themselves youths. The youths in Nigeria that I know now starts from the age of 40 before you can be considered a youth and at in a certain position, be given an appointment.
Why is it so?
Because you people are not ready to accept us.
Okay.
Despite the fact that we are trying, we are trying our best to prove to you people that we are ready for the future. The future is now. Most things you people are doing, we are still the one doing it for you. But you just want to be back and allow us to, be the driver, be at the helms of affairs, which is not right.
Why do you think so? Why do you think we don't?
There are a lot of instances. You still see us as making mistake. Like you want to do things the right way, which is not so. The right way you have been doing things since 18 Kinikon, 19 Kinikon, 1960. From 1960 till now, tell me that youth that you have allowed to thrive politically, that at the biggest stage of his life, when that particular age you mentioned, 25. We're not talking about the military.
Okay, I was going to.
No, we are not talking about the military now, because I know you want to go there. We are not talking about the military. Let's go to the political side, democracy. Who
The
Meji, you people know what you plotted for him, because he brought some things, and before you know it, it was, you know, it's just like a pawn. When you're playing a game of chess, the big guns are at the back. They look at you and they be like, "This, you be the sacrificial lamb." There are a lot of things you have done that you need to just take the back seat and allow us to thrive.
Okay, let me simmer you down. It looks like it is too early in the interview, and you're already warmed up.
Because you brought it out.
What did I bring out?
The way you just mentioned it, the age bracket shouldn't be so.
Okay. But I didn't quote myself. I was quoting the United Nations, and I also quoted the African Charter.
When you put something on the paper, and in reality it's not like that, shouldn't be.
African Charter has already even shifted it up, increased the bar to 35.
Yeah.
Why do you think the goalpost must change when the United Nations says youth belong to the ages of 15 to 29, and the African Charter says even 35? Why are you, a young man, changing the goalpost?
Look at the theme for the year celebration. You know, there's this thing we call future. When we talk about future, we talk about things that shape the world. Digitally, we are there. The future we're talking about is now.
Yeah.
And the youth know how to maneuver things using digital method.
Okay.
There are a lot of gadgets now. Phone, for instance, if I give it to you, tell you to do a certain simple thing on it, sometimes you can't.
Yeah, I agree.
You have to call me. You understand? I want to use a Yoruba word. Emma Songpe Ajasin Lomo Ile. You understand? So we know how to go about
digitally
all these things you're doing digitally that to give us a positive result.
Okay.
Let's use Oshogbo, for instance. In Oshogbo, we have a lot of road network, right? But I still haven't seen it. Just tell me one TV station, radio station that has been reporting traffic in Oshogbo. We still look at Oshogbo as still a very small city, right?
Yeah.
That we don't need that right now. Let me tell you, in days to come, the rain will come. The rain it's already it started today. The rain will come back. And because of the road network the construction that is going on, a lot of people will find it very difficult to maneuver.
Yeah.
Using technology, using all these digital means to give updates, to tell people this is how you need to plan your day. Rain is going to fall today. Know how to plan your movement. I'm just giving you tips, small things about why we are in the future now. Sometimes back then, if you want to talk to your brother, you want to talk to your sister, you have to write a letter, right?
Yeah.
And that letter sometimes might not deliver in months. But right now, within seconds, the person you want to talk to already get what you're trying to say. So we are in the future now.
We agree with you. We are not, anybody who says technology is not the issue is losing track. But tell me what challenges you face as young people, the young population, especially in a developing world like Nigeria.
In Nigeria. You see, I still categorize Nigeria due to the treatment the youth receive as a third world country. Why? Because I used some words earlier, we're being neglected, segregated, and abandoned. We're not being welcomed. If you look at when you want to catch a fish, right? You bait the hook just to get a fish. When those are the helms of affairs now, the government, they want to do anything. They come to us, okay, they want to campaign, they talk to the youth. They know we have that power right now in our hands to do and undo. Look at what just happened recently because of the protest of a thing. They saw what happened at the entrance protest, right? They know if they let these youths come together and do things the way they want, a lot of things will happen, and secrets will be let open, because they intentionally put us aside. How many youth, for instance, in Osun State now, we have a speaker of the house. We consider him as youth. What's his age? It's above the age limit, the age bracket you just quoted.
Yeah.
But what is it called? A youth.
It's a youth.
Is that a youth?
Yeah, but I don't think he's up to 40.
The statistics you mentioned, does his age fall within the age bracket?
So what is it? What exactly?
We propose something that, okay, if any government is coming out, give the youths 40% of their appointments. Look at what is happening to the youth sector. The how do I put it? The youths, the what's it called? The youth ministry. Look at the sports
ministry.
We youth occupy those places, right? Look at what happened during the last Olympics.
I will come to that.
Because
we'll come to that.
They know that if we are being invested on, a lot of things will change drastically in this country.
But you jumped the gun in a way. But then since you are talking about investment,
I still want to go back
Nigeria invested so much on the Olympic team.
Nigeria did not invest so much.
What did Nigeria do?
If Nigeria invests, will our athletes have to borrow? Will our athletes have to be given a bicycle to ride? Will some of our athletes be there without some of their sport? Yes. Will some of them not be appreciated? Look at what happened to our Golden Eaglets. Look at what happened to our Super Falcons. Do we have a standard national stadium in Nigeria? The one we have in Abuja, what is it being used for? How much is being invested on each athlete, each players in Nigeria? We have series of things that happen when our Super Eagles play for Nigeria. We have had the time they had to sleep at the airport. Nigeria government will abandon them. We have had the time they had to, some of them had to contribute money for them to sleep in hotels. Why?
Well, you see, you have come to this interview program with a mindset, but I'm ready for you. I'm also going to ask you.
If you had told me earlier that I would be on this, we could have brought out some statistics, some facts of things that had happened. That why is it being so?
Okay, never mind. I say, what is the youth? What is your grounds? You have mentioned some of them. What do you want to be done?
There was a time we proposed something to the government. Does the government know the number of graduates in Nigeria?
Well, I'm not part of government. So
No. I'm just trying to. I'm coming to a point.
Yeah.
That's just a question, and that question should be asked. Does the government know the number of graduates each institution produced?
They should know that.
When they know that, they know the course you study. You go for your NYSC, the NCE that they're not going, you understand? They have the statistics. You have the age, certain age people go for their retirement. You know the number of positions that are empty in each government parastatals, in each ministry and all that. Why is it that when there is employment opportunity, you already filled it up? When the potential, when someone with potentials, when someone with the required certificates go for it, they will not get the job. The past governments then, during Jonathan period, do you know how many youths died just trying to secure employment for the NSCDC?
Yes,
Was there an accountability for that? Why should it be so? You will see a youth today being used by you, your position, your power. I'm not you in particular.
No,
people of your age.
You
understand? Just because you are entitled. Just because you want people to give you full support. You understand? You want to be compensated for what you have done. You are given a slot. Your child from nowhere have no prior knowledge of whichever position you want to put it. You just give him the slot and he occupies it. And the youth that are capable for that position have been neglected, have been overlooked, and keep to suffer. Is that right? Your question.
Well, you see, these are your positions. You're entitled to them. But if I must also come to challenge you, I would say the youth population in Nigeria, why have you suddenly become part of the problem rather than the solution?
Let me give you an instance.
Do you agree with me that you are part of the problem?
No.
But
we are solution providers.
We have not seen that yet.
You are seeing it, but you are thinking the words that has been used by you they are not ready, they're lazy. What they bring is unrealistic. Let's start from the recently introduced e-Naira. Have you had anything to do with e-Naira since the introduction of e-Naira?
No.
Ask me if I've done or spent e-Naira.
That's your era.
No, I'm coming up. I'm coming up with something.
Okay, build it up.
The person that introduced it, the youth developed that e-Naira of a thing. But the youth that develop it, you neglect them and you let the old people take front page and be like they're the one that introduced it, ruining all the plans that have been made for the e-Naira to thrive. Look at what the youth have done. For instance, now let's look at all these online paying platforms, all this digital banking, OPay, PalmPay, whatever you have it. The youth introduce what's it called, Bitcoins, all these cryptocurrencies globally. Nigeria don't want that to thrive just because they see the disadvantages of it. No, when you harness something, when you take full advantage of something, you have to be hopeful that this thing is going to work. Whatever the youth proposes, you want to hijack it. If I pitch a contract for you now, right? I don't want to be vulgar because this thing it has to us all Nigerians.
Say your mind. When you are getting close to vulgar, I will stop you. I give you the freedom to say.
The whole ads will hijack that from you, right? And they want to monetize it. Everything now has to do with bribery and corruption.
Because the youth have also...
I have the idea. No.
The youth have always taken the peanuts that is given to them.
The peanut that is given to them. Let me, okay, you tie me down just because I found a means to escape. I'll be like, okay, let me give you this cheap nuts. Without me, you can't survive. And if I want to survive, you point a gun at me and be like, if you go, I'm going to kill you.
Has it happened to you?
I have no other means to survive. If I want to Japan now, do you know what you have cost me? I have to raise up to 20 million, 25 million naira. If I come to you to give me that, you ask me a question, what have you done for me? And I'm ready to work for my money. I'm ready to work. You're not even giving me the job. The one I'm doing, you're killing me with taxes. The means I want to survive, you're cutting it. Look at what happened in 2020 during the COVID era. A lot of millionaires are made. They were made then. Why? Because they harnessed the usefulness of online, social media, all these social media platforms. The youth, if not for the youth, some old people would have died of hunger. The youth fed those people.
How?
We went all out. That's when people with business have to know that you don't have to rely on government job. You don't have to rely on salary basis before you can make it.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you, but how did the youth come? You said, but for the youth.
Let's look at
the elderly.
Let's look at it this way. A lot of youth comes together and be like, okay, let's donate.
Donate what?
Let's donate money and do an outreach. Do you know how many platforms comes together? How many foundations being run by youth comes together to distribute food. The palliative they were given by the government to be distributed to people, did you get any of it? You as a journalist, there is a portion of it dedicated for you. Did you get it?
I didn't get any.
You didn't get it.
I was
So
not
did you
looking
ask
for it.
question who was keeping that? The thing some people get is not from the government, it's from people's pockets. Youth came together, contributed money online, reach out to people in their community, give them food to survive. When you lock us up, then a lot of youth even proposes, I have the hand sanitizers you're using there. Before it was being recognized by the, what's it called, the government, that you can use, if you want to go out, you use your mask, you use hand sanitizers. Do you know how people are even able to produce homemade sanitizers?
No, I mean...
Through online. People learn it.
Okay.
You don't have to buy, you make it yourself.
Okay.
That's home learning. You make full use of the internet, the social media. You connect with people.
Yes, we have.
You are rising.
We give it to you that the internet belongs to you because it came at a time when you were...
When you want to collect it from us.
Collect what?
The social media.
No. The social media is a question of collecting from you. It's a question of sanitizing the system.
This is not about sanitizing. You're trying to silence us.
No, it's not a silence. It is an attempt to sanitize. You see, sanitize. You see, many bloggers, many writers, many contributors are not professional journalists.
In the day we had today, when we are talking about anything, you look at the positive and the negative, the advantage and the disadvantages of it. I can confidently tell you that the advantage of all these things supersedes the disadvantages.
Advantage. I agree with you. But that does not mean...
Control is different from you trying to take it off.
No, it's not taking... The government is not taking it. The elderly, we can't even take it off. We don't know much as you do, so we cannot take it off you. But you need and you deserve to be controlled because people sit in their small corner in their home and do whatever it is they like.
In a little way, I agree with that because I also do tell people, that's what I feed on. That's what I live on. I take full advantage of social media.
Yeah. Again, you see the Americas that developed to where they are now, they also started from somewhere and were coming gradually. Today, the average Nigerian knows that it is not only government jobs that will pay you. You can go into the social media and make something useful, and you are living. Your cheeks are very, very rosy.
Let me talk about that in a little way. You see, the world we are now, I always tell people, you cannot see me or find me sitting down in an office, right? From 8 a.m. or 9 a.m. to 5 or 4 p.m. You can't.
Yeah, that is gone.
I just don't like it.
That's gone. We who live that life.
But I always preach self-sufficiency, independence. You have to be alone. You can do this on yourself, by yourself.
These days, there is working from home.
Exactly where I'm driving at. Why will a youth wake up in the morning, you take your phone, browse through all these blogs, all these gist platforms. All you do there is just to go and look at what is happening, laugh, and burn your data when you can make money off it. Why can't you just, as a youth, leave these people, stop following politicians around, asking for peanuts and all that? When you can use the peanut, the little you have, the data in Nigeria is still manageable. Go to some countries. You understand? If you are able to have 1,000 naira in Nigeria as of today, and you are able to use it judiciously, right? You subscribe. There's a lot of things you can do as a student. You can do some drop shipping yourself. You don't have to be the one producing. You don't have to be the one selling.
This is the message you need to take to your fellow youth.
I'm saying it right now. To all you see, I call some people data boys, especially in Osun. All they do is just to follow all these politicians around.
That is
go
why
to social media.
It was said that the Nigerian youth is lazy.
We are not lazy.
Non-patriotic.
We are not lazy.
Docile.
We are not lazy. We are
Okay,
not
what's your
lazy.
reaction
A
to it?
section.
Oh, yes.
You can't group us together. No.
You
A
can't group
section-
all the politicians also together. You can't group all of us in
Well,
our...
all of them are proven to be the same.
Oh, how?
You have to, if you pack 100 politicians in a place today, okay, look at what happened to this senator from the north. He was trying to tell us what they are gaining and what they are earning, all of that. Well, he was told to go and rest. You understand? But the youth now, we know the right from wrong. The ones that are ready to do it, we are preaching it to the others that you can abandon these people. Join us. Let's make this money together. Come to social media, take full advantage of it. As a student, you don't have to call home every day that you need this, you need that. You can take advantage of social media. A lot of people at home that are not educated. A lot of your mates find it difficult to learn. You can be a tutor yourself. You can go a step ahead. See, while I was in the university, early 2000, right? Till late 2000, there's something even before the social media of a thing. Let me give you an example. We went on a strike then internally in my school because there was a riot and went for 4 months. But the second month into that, I figured I was lonely. I couldn't talk to some of my mates. WhatsApp is just coming up, becoming popular and all that. What can I do? I went on Facebook and created a school page for my school. Before you know it, people started joining. And we're able to connect. Right now, the people on that platform is over 120,000 alumni and
okay,
still
that
normal
is the
students.
positive side.
We are preaching. You can walk, you can earn, you can disseminate information, you can send out the positive things. I'm calling on all these content creators in Osun. You're making use of social media. You're earning your money through internet. Do the positive one. Neglect the negative one that will affect people. All of us want to be a blogger. All of us want to be a reporter, journalist. But do you study it?
Okay.
Do you learn this thing?
This is what we
you
are
just
saying.
came about running skit up and down.
Okay.
Do you know the health status of the person you're going to prank? These are not to be allowed.
But young men, you do it. But
that's the negative side of it, that we are calling people to quit.
Okay, thank you very much for that.
We're begging the government to look into that.
We would be coming back. This presentation is always in 2 parts. We will break off and come back later. I have been speaking with a man in the studio who is charging so very much. Yemi Afiz Yusuf belongs to the youth class, and he is stoutly defending the youth, even though some elderly ones think the youth are not being patriotic enough, and some of them think they are being lazy. But the fact is very germane. The ordinary youth is so much dependent on the politician that it is not helping. We'll come back on part 2 to resume the conversation. Please don't go away. Just keep on watching us.
Sadly, in Nigeria, less than 50 lions in the wild, and even these are at risk of pollution. So please, do your bit to protect our remaining wildlife. Say no to illegal bushmeat, because poaching steals from us all.
a lawyer who obtained his first degree from Nigeria's premier University of Ibadan. Born September 15, 1930, the orator and the polyglot spoke impeccable English, French, Igbo, Hausa, and Yoruba languages. His fine diction placed him among others a public speaker like Cicero, the Roman orator. His tribute earned him the prefix Cicero of SLK. He authored the Kaduna Boy, an autobiography, Detainee's Diary, Constitution, and the People, among 6 other books. Bola Ige was a colorful politician, elected governor of Oyo State in 1979 and appointed a federal minister in 1999. He was a pioneer founder of Afenifere, the Yoruba cultural and political group. He invested his political sagacity to propel the group to the height of political leadership and decision-making in the southwest of Nigeria. Bola Ige was assassinated on the 20th of February. His murderers are yet to be apprehended till today. Western Spring Television identifies Bola Ige as a watershed character in history.
Welcome back to the program Pertinence on Western Spring Television. Before we broke up to make it up again, I was chatting with Mr. Yemi Hafiz Yusuf, a young man who ekes out a living from the internet. He has been so strong in his position that one finds it, sometimes you allow him to say his mind because he speaks for the youth. But then the youth also have their challenges. Soyinka, the great man himself, once called a 70 to 90-year-old as a wasted generation. That is in tandem with what you have not said but imply. The youth of this world, of our country, are they seriously ready? Can they be depended upon? I ask that question because I'll build up.
Actually, we can.
Mm-hmm.
If you're given the opportunity, we can be dependent on. And if you look at it, nowadays, before you can call yourself a leader, you have to look at the home you come from. How responsible are you? If you can build a perfect home, I'm married, I have a daughter, how responsible am I to my wife, my daughter? How responsible am I in my immediate community, my street? From street to local government, from local government to states, how responsible am I? That is the question. If I am able to run my home efficiently and there is no complaint, I'm ready to take on. Because I believe if you can live peacefully with your wife, your children, your immediate community, those people around you, and you have the knowledge of by being guided, not being controlled, by being helped, by being advised, I can do better. If you coming into the station, aside from the director, the owner, right? Percentage of people that work there are youths.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing I can say the director is doing here is just to give them directives, do it like this, do it like this. He's not being present everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Is he around now? He just give directives that do it this way, do it this way, and he let them do it. If you allow us to do this thing, we are ready. You call us lazy, you call us not ready. When some of us are ready to do this thing and you're not ready to help us, are we not going to abandon you and leave you to it? It's coming to a time that we'll get tired of you and things will take its course.
Okay. Well, where you have not gone, I can imagine. But then, why have some of we the elders, we say some of the things we say because our youth have lost touch with the value system. The values have changed. These days, many of you don't want to work. Hard work is not part of you. Integrity is not there. So you can't run away from this fact. That some of your young men, people like you, or your age mates, some are lazy, some don't have integrity, their value system have changed. All they want is not to work, but to earn money. You cannot earn money without work.
Actually, what you call hard work, then is soft work now.
Whatever it is.
You call hard work going to the farm with a hoe and cutlass. I'm giving you, I'm coming over. What you call hard work is give me a cutlass and a hoe.
No,
and you tell me to go to the farm. I'm trying to paint a scenario.
All right,
here.
paint. Let me watch you paint.
Right? You tell me to go to the farm and cut the grass, just to weed the grass with the hoe, cut with the cutlass, right? And you want me to plant. When I can do mechanized farming, what you're going to cut or weed in hours, if you give me a tractor today, I can do it in minutes. And I use that opportunity to do what I want to do. You call me lazy for that. You tell me to do something for you. I look at the easiest way for me to do it. I do it. You call me lazy for that. How is that laziness to you? Let me give you statistics. Look at the number of those people that japa to UK. Let's take UK and Canada, for example. Look at the number of Nigerian graduates. The ones that came out with first class, with very good grades, right? The countries with high numbers of good graduates is Nigeria. Are we lazy? Is a lazy person like going to read and understand and write exam with strict supervision? Is that laziness? Is laziness me waking up, looking at the easiest way for me to make money, and I'm making it the right way, not illegally? And you call that laziness? When it
is illegitimate.
There's this Yoruba saying that Boshe wa niliki, lower adibbaja. It is present in your olden days. Some of you are lazy. That's why some people among us have poor parents. Sorry to use that word, poor parent, right? Now you're calling us corrupt. You're calling us unscrupulous. You're calling us names that we don't have integrity. Why some of you, even till today, the integrity you have, the only thing you have to your name, to yourself, right, is the money you have. And that money, if you look at it, is it clean? Whose money is it? Which politician around the world is bold enough to buy a Mercedes Maybach, to buy a Lamborghini, a Ferrari? Which business are you doing? Except being a politician. You have a business in Nigeria. Now you call us name. Me, that I'm still trying to, I'm not even halfway to making that millions as I want it. You with billions in your account and you are calling me names.
Yeah, not only names.
Can you come out to defend what you're calling me? If we are to dig down, are you safe? We are not saying the bad ones, the bad eggs are not present. We have them ready to even reap from you if you give them the chance. That's why we're calling for not total ban, not fully controlled. We have something called ethics. We have something called, how do I use that word? When you are not fully controlling something, but you can tell people, if you do this, if you do this, you will be arrested for it. If you do this, there will be a penalty for it. People will desist from doing the wrong thing. Social media, the use of social, Baba Tinubu said something the other time. He said, I don't go to the social media again because people abuse the hell out of me. You understand? When you see people trying to incite youths to do the wrong thing, That is very wrong. When you are being arrested for a job, you should be dealt with and face the law, right? When you do something that is against the law, you should pay for it. Which is why if you give a social media regulation, right? The internet regulation, there are things you can do. You don't have to be controlled. You can be monitored, right?
You see, you have turned it into control. What government wants to do is not essentially control.
What happened back then during Baba Buhari that they said Twitter is not paying, is not meeting up with the Nigerian demand, and so Twitter was kind of
blocked.
Twitter was blocked, right? But what did Nigerians do? We're able to use it.
Yes.
That's to tell you that we know what to do when it comes to all these things.
We cannot take that from you. The social media, you were born into it, or it came to meet you when you were.
That.
Yes,
I'm
we
very
know
glad
it.
you know that.
But we are saying that there must be some measure of control. It's not, just don't allow you to do whatever you like, because the 50-60% negativity will affect, even if it is 10%.
Why there is policing system is that when there's criminal activity somewhere, they have to be there for it not to escalate. If there is a robbery, they have to be there. If there is a riot, something chaotic, they have to be there. The police are not following me around 247 to know what I'm doing, to know if I'm corrupt, to know if I'm doing bad things, to know if I have free movement.
But when they have cause to suspect you,
when they have cause to suspect me, right, they still have to go through process.
Yes.
You just don't hold me, right, from being free, from doing what I like, from being monitored 247. It's just you, like you putting me in a house with CCTV camera 24/7 without having the free movement.
Sometimes the Nigerian factor comes in. It is not government that ensures this. Sometimes overzealousness in some of our security officials contribute to this. The average policeman or security man thinks he has control on you, and so doesn't mind how hard he handles you. That's not the issue. You see, for now, it is also known that the average Nigerian, all he is interested in is glamour, entertainment, money, no serious job. We are not saying entertainment is not a serious job, but we are saying all of you cannot become entertainers. All of you cannot be footballers. You have a little boy, your girl, by the time he grows up and gets to 10, ask her what she wants to do, and she might surprise you. Everybody wants to be this, he wants to be that. But you have forgotten that before he became the superstar that he is, he went through the mill. Many of you don't want to go through the mill.
Back then, I could remember very well, in the early 90s, my dad, we have a farm there. You know, when we came back from the north, he came to settle down here. We have a farm at Abiri. For if anybody know Abiri, there's no Abiri then. It used to be farm. The Alabiri of Abiri Palace used to be at the left-hand side of the road like this. The farm was back of that place. We have a farm. And I remember him always playing this music. This will be music. Also, Funwa, Nipa Ishe Agbe, Kebi Mapawa, Enyiwa Ola. Nigeria was thriving on agriculture back then. We later moved to oil production, right? Now, the future is there. We have a lot of things that's giving us the future we want. There will be a time the oil we are depending on will dry up, right? Now, you are telling us that we trying to look at other means to generate money is not good. Entertainment is not something that is giving us money. It's giving us the money we want. Nigeria is glamorous.
Don't get us right. Wrong.
You see, when I'm answering your questions, I like to bring out some things for you to know that it's not as the way you're painting it. Nigerian youths are looking into different ways to rake in money. Then it used to be that if you want to import goods, you have to wait for months before it can reach you. And you have to go through a lot of people that import these goods. Now you can do it yourself. At the corner of your home, my wife is a nurse, a registered nurse. She used to work in a big company in Ogun State before she relocated to Osun. She was seeking employment in some of our state hospital or private hospital. She was being offered meager amounts of her salary with workload that is that will be so exhaustive over time. Now, what is she into now? We look at it, what can we do? Look at Osun State, for instance. What are people not tapping into? If you go to Igbono every Tuesday, you see people bringing their wares and all that. Jewelry is not common for people to import it. Why can't you just do that? And we're doing it. She's okay now. If you talk about she being employed now, she will not even give you a listening.
That is what we are saying.
We're looking at entertainment, Nigerian being glamorous and all these things. If you listen to Obe back then, if you listen to Barrister back then, if you listen to Kollington back then, the people he was praising, the people that sprayed them, are they ghosts? The money they are spending, where are they getting it from? They are spending their own money. Yeah. If we make money and we spend from you, you say, we are, okay, like the video used to say, we rise by lifting each other. You don't mind my being funny on this question, right? I'm just trying to tell you that while you're spending, someone is earning. Yeah. That's the circle of economy, right? When you're spending, someone is earning. Now, if you're not being glamorous, we're not entertaining ourselves. We used to say that Nigerians are the most, we are suffering and smiling. If not for some of these things that we watch, that we do, depression could have taken over a lot of people.
Okay, we are told we have to go back. Cultism, violence, rampant amongst the youth. One word on this, and then you tell.
You see, I always tell people what
is
the life you're living that you live in fear? What is the life that you're living that you cannot boast of tomorrow? What's the life you're living that you have to shed blood? No, that's not what cultism should be. You don't even have to be involved in all these things. The people that introduce confraternity into our institution, that's not what they introduce it for. The likes of Babawole Soyinka that came out with all these buccaneers of a thing. He said it the other time. He said, we want to use this for struggles, student struggles. I was talking to your friend the other day, and he told us how they were able to turn the death of one of their mates back then at the UI that used to be with riot, and they would close down their school and all that. But when they were able to turn things around, there's no bloodshed. In our institution, not even in our institution, our primary school, secondary school, let this thing start from parents. When you're being responsible, you are answerable to your children. You watch their movement and all this. Parents are becoming neglective. Please, youth out there, use your time judiciously. Leave this politician alone. Stop being a yes boy, a data boy, go to feed boy. Be yourself. Take advantage of the social media, the internet. You can live and you can thrive with that. God bless you all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Yemi Hafiz.
Thank you, sir.
Yusuf. If I think you, even though you were told very late, you were fully prepared for this. You wanted to vent the youth's anger on the adult. But then, whether you like it or not, the fact is true that you are the leaders of tomorrow, and that tomorrow begins from now. But you must also be shaped into proper positioning so that you can. So, both the old and the young, we need ourselves.
Yes.
We need ourselves, and we must work together. And you must be ready to be groomed. Don't think you have the youth. I'm talking to you all. Don't think you have a university degree at the master's and so you have arrived. You haven't arrived. It takes some time. That has been our package for today. I have been speaking with a young man who is earning a living by himself without anything but legitimately using the internet to do what he wants to do. Well, many of us can follow suit. You don't have to wait for government, because government cannot do everything alone. That's our package. I am Adeto Iseshitu Alamo. I thank you very much for finding time to listen to us. And when I come next week, I'm not likely to dress like this, because this is for the opportunity of meeting the young. The young shall grow. Okay. Goodbye. To you all, thank you for watching. So long.
sí gbẹ̀lẹ́ kálukú fi ṣíwọ̀n ìdílé hàn títọ́ ọbẹ̀ ni pé kò sí ìdílé kan tí ò ní pèníjà àti ẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n àtẹ́lẹwọ́ ẹni látún ní àṣẹ́lùbá kò sí ní àánú ìdílé yóò sọ bí ìdílé yóò ṣe rí gbẹ̀bìrò finúkonú káfíkùn lukùn pẹ̀lú àwọn lọ́kọláya lọ́lọ́kan òjọ̀kan lórí ètò níbẹ̀ lọ́mọ Afọlábí ó ti mọ tàkò tó béèrè sí wọn láì pé ìrọ̀ tó ń dẹ̀wò sílẹ̀ nílé bẹ́ẹ̀ àwọn àlejò yóò jẹ́ wọn àti ìgbéyàwó ẹ máa fi ìyè bàbá ẹ̀ ti láàrin ọ̀sẹ̀ nìkan orin tẹlifíṣàn kan àgbà ó máa yàtọ̀ ní kò ní yàtọ̀ fọ́.
Àbújá Nàìjíríà lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ ọjọ́ kejìlá oṣù kejìlá ọdún 1991 ni wọ́n gbé ibùjókòó agbára Nàìjíríà kúrò nílùú Èkó lọ sílùú Àbújá lásìkò ìṣèjọba ológun ọ̀gágun fẹ̀yìntì Ibrahim Babangida. Ìlú Àbújá ní ìlú kẹjọ tí èrò pọ̀ sí jùlọ nílẹ̀ Nàìjíríà ó sì jẹ́ ìlú olódi tó wà ní àárín gbùngbùn. Gbogbo àwọn ilé-iṣẹ́ àti àjọ ìjọba kọ̀ọ̀kan ló ní olú ọ́fíìsì wọn nílùú Àbújá gẹ́gẹ́ bó ṣe jẹ́ pé ibẹ̀ gan ni ibùjókòó agbára ìṣàkóso ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà. Lọ́dún 2003 ni àjọ Commonwealth gbé ìpàdé wọn wá síbẹ̀. Bẹ́ẹ̀ sì ni àjọ olókoòwò nílẹ̀ adúláwọ̀ ṣe lọ́dún 2014 kódà lọ́dún 2016. Àjọ tó ń rí sí ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn ọmọdé ìyẹn UNESCO gbà á gẹ́gẹ́ bí ibùdó ìkẹ́kọ̀ọ́ wọn. Díẹ̀ lára àwọn ibùdó tó gbajúgbajà nílùú Àbújá ni àpáta agbára Aso Rock, ilé aṣòfin àpapọ̀, ilé aṣojúṣòfin ilẹ̀ yìí, àpáta Zuma Rock, Millennium Park, báńkì àpapọ̀ ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà CBN, mọ́ṣáláṣí àpapọ̀ àti ibùdó ilé ìjọsìn àpapọ̀ àwọn Kìrìsìtẹ́nì. Ẹkùn ìdìbò 6 ló wà nílùú Àbújá: Abaji, Buhari, Gwagwalada, Kuje, Kwali àti Abuja Municipal. Kílìṣì tó jẹ́ ohun ìpanu tí wọ́n fi ẹran pèsè ló jẹ́ oúnjẹ tó wọ́pọ̀ tí gbogbo èèyàn sì nífẹ̀ẹ́ sí nílùú Àbújá. Ó jẹ́ ibùdó ìsinmi fún ọ̀pọ̀ àwọn arìnrìn-àjò láti ẹkùn kọ̀ọ̀kan nílẹ̀ Nàìjíríà nítorí pé àárín gbùngbùn ló wà. Ìlú Àbújá rèé o, ibùdó agbára ìṣàkóso ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà, ògo ilẹ̀ adúláwọ̀.
Nínú àwọn ìran àti ẹ̀yà tí ìbejì ti wọ́pọ̀ sí jùlọ lágbàáyé ni ìran Yorùbá jẹ́.
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni a jẹ́ pé a tó kí yín ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò yín ètò wa Atótó Arére.
kò ṣeé má gbọ́ ìròyìn.
kò ṣeé má gbọ́ ìròyìn.
Atótó Arére ló ń jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀.
ìròyìn àjóyàjó
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni o
gbígbẹ́lifẹ́li
tí ọ̀lẹ́jà.
ó ń jóni lẹ́nu.
ẹnu kàtúnú sọ.
wọ́n sọ pé níbi ilẹ̀ ti gbọ́ gbogbo nǹkan tí ẹ fẹ́ gbọ́ nípa ti ìròyìn. a ti dìjọ bẹ́ẹ̀ bá wò ẹ̀yin gan wò lẹ́rìí pé a ti dìjọ láàárọ̀ ó kún kẹ́kẹ́ ni. a jẹ́ pé a kí yín ẹ káàárọ̀ o ìrìnsẹ̀ sí láǹfààní láti mọ́ gbọ́ wa tẹ́ ẹ sì ń wò wá Atótó Arére la gbédé láàárọ̀ yìí. ìròyìn àjóyà a kakoko ngbà bá kakoko a padà.
a fún yín ní ọ̀rìn kíniwín ìròyìn ẹ̀kúnrẹ́rẹ́ rẹ̀ tí ọ̀lẹ́jà ń bá kàn ní back to back bí àṣà àwọn eléèbó lẹ́yọkọ̀ọ̀kan èjèèjì.
ìwé ìròyìn bíi 3 ni ó wà níwájú mi láàárọ̀ yìí The Punch wà ń bí The Nation wà ń bí fáìdì wà ní ọwọ́ mi.
lọ́dọ̀ tèmi ni mo ní ìwé ìròyìn náà mẹ́ta ìwé ìròyìn Vanguard Daily mọ̀kó wa sórí àgbàgbé bẹ́ẹ̀ tí ń wò yìí ẹ̀dẹ́ lórí àwọn abánidọ́rẹ̀ẹ́ ògbò Facebook, YouTube, X, TikTok @Western Spring Television. ẹ tẹ̀lé wa kẹ́ ẹ láìkì kẹ́ ẹ kọ́mẹ̀ntì kẹ́ ẹ ṣíà kó lè tàn jálé kó lè tàn jókòó Atótó Arére kò ṣeé má gbọ́ ìròyìn lóde o. ẹ ńlá ń fa ti wo tí mo bú àwọn ìròyìn ọ̀hún lójú fún yọ adé ló kọ tèmi.
Zakios Adi ló kọ mi pé kókó ìròyìn ọ̀hún
ni o.
lọ́mi nínú ìwé Vanguard jáde lọ yìí ìjọba àpapọ̀ àtẹgbẹ́ àwọn òṣìṣẹ́ wọn parí ètò wọn ni wọ́n ti panupọ̀ lórí bí ẹni wọ́n ti ṣá iye oúnjẹ iye owó tí wọ́n fi wọkọ̀ àtàwọn nǹkan míì tó gbówó lérí orílẹ̀-èdè.
ìjọba àpapọ̀ ni a wà báyìí ẹnìkan ti ilẹ̀ Amẹ́ríkà gbé tó jẹ́ wọn ti ìbò ní orílẹ̀-èdè wa Nàìjíríà kan balẹ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ ìṣèjọba tó wà lóde báyìí wọ́n ní kí wọ́n mú sùúrù ire ni ó padà já sí o.
mo padà sọ̀rọ̀ epo tiróòlù lọ́dọ̀ mi ń bì í ẹ wo iléeṣẹ́ ìpò NNPC orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà sì ní alágbàtà gbòógì tó sì ń gbé epo lẹ́bù fọ́pọ̀ Dangote àwọn alágbàtà ń sọ̀rọ̀ sẹ́ẹ̀.
ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin kejì ni mo wà báyìí wọ́n ní ìjọba àpapọ̀ orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà kó ìyàtún èrò wa ní àfikún epo pẹ̀lú nítorí pé wọ́n sún àwọn Nàìjíríà kan yóò ṣe kí wọ́n júdà sí ìjọba ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin àwọn gbé bá wọn.
mo kọ lọ sí ìpínlẹ̀ Ẹdó nínú ìwé ìròyìn Punch jáde láàárọ̀ yìí níbẹ̀ gómìnà táwọn olùṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ dìbò yàn mọ́ tí wọn ò búra wọlé lẹ̀ ọ̀hún ọmọ ìlàbí àṣẹ ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú APC Monday Okpebholo ló ké gbàjarè bọ́ta wípé wò ó bí wọ́n ti ń kówó ìlú bẹ́ẹ̀ ni wọ́n ń kórìíra àwọn owó ìṣèjọba tí ó ń jẹ orí díẹ̀díẹ̀ tí í ṣe ìjọba gómìnà Bákì ọgbà bẹ́ẹ̀ ló EFCC ní mọ̀ tán náà lọ́gàá lọ́dún iṣẹ́ ìjọ olókè ọ̀rọ̀.
ọ̀rọ̀ ìjọba àpapọ̀ náà làwọn tí kò ìjọba àpapọ̀ ti sọ di mímọ̀ pé òun ti ṣètò ẹ̀yáwó ní bílíọ̀nù 10 náírà fún ẹnikẹ́ni tó bá ní láti rí ọkọ̀ tí ń lo tiróòlù gáàsì tí ń lo afẹ́fẹ́ gáàsì owó ìyá oní bílíọ̀nù 10 náírà wà nílẹ̀ fún àwọn ọmọ Nàìjíríà.
ibi tí wọ́n bá kí gbégbé ọmọ gbé ní gbé ibi tí wọ́n kí tẹ̀tẹ̀
ibẹ̀ ni ó dandan o.
oyè tó ń padà bọ̀ nípínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun láti díje du gómìnà lọ́dún 2026 yóò sì jáwé olúborí èmi ọmọ sọ́wọ́ èèkàn ọmọ ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú APC kan lọ sọ bẹ́ẹ̀.
ọ̀dà látọ̀dọ̀ igbákejì ààrẹ orílẹ̀-èdè wa Nàìjíríà ọ̀dọ̀ ẹ̀ la wà báyìí Kashim Shettima wọ́n ní igbákejì ààrẹ orílẹ̀-èdè wa Nàìjíríà Kashim Shettima ó ti gúnlẹ̀ sí Sweden báyìí fún àbẹ̀wò ọlọ́jọ́ méjì gbáko.
láàrin ìjàmbá iná tó wáyé ní ìpínlẹ̀ Jigawa níbi tí ọkọ̀ agbépo kan ti ṣubú tó ti búgbàmù iye àwọn èèyàn tó pàdánù ẹ̀mí wọn nínú ìròyìn tá a mú wá fún yín lánàá wọ́n pọ̀ ti gbẹnu ókè sí o wọ́n ti tó 43 bá a ti ń sọ̀rọ̀ yìí.
kí Ọlọ́run lójúmọ́re kó bá wa dáwọ́ ibi dúró náà nù o. ẹ wo ìjọba ìpínlẹ̀ Èkó àti ìjọba ìpínlẹ̀ Delta àwọn ti ṣètò owó oṣù òṣìṣẹ́ tó kéré jùlọ tó jẹ́ pé òun ló ga jù ní orílẹ̀-èdè wa Nàìjíríà lásìkò tá a wà yìí.
lórí ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ ìjàmbá iná tó wáyé ní ìpínlẹ̀ Jigawa sí ni mo wà níbi tí igbákejì ààrẹ orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà nígbà kan rí Alhaji Atiku Abubakar ti ránṣẹ́ ìbánikẹ́dùn sáwọn èèyàn ìpínlẹ̀ Jigawa ọgbà bẹ́ẹ̀ ló wòye fún ìjọba orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà pé bẹ́ẹ̀ bá fẹ́ máa gbépo pẹtiróòlù àtàwọn nǹkan míì tó lè búgbàmù ẹ já máa ṣàmúlò ọkọ̀ ojú irin dípò mímọ́ ṣe àmúlò àwọn ọkọ̀ àjàgbé elépo tí ń gbiná lónìí gbà.
ní báyìí ìpínlẹ̀ lọ́dọ̀ mọ̀lẹ́bí kan kégbàjà kí ni lọ́mọ wọn tó níròyìn sí ni àwọn ajígbé kan wọn kò ní papọ̀ra wọn rọ ìjọba tó bá wọn da rẹ̀.
ìpè nǹkan pé wọ́n yí àwọn ìròyìn míì láǹfààní láwọn ẹgbọ́ lọ́rin wọ́n kan èjèèjì lẹ́kùnrẹ́rẹ́ ẹja kan sódì kejì lọ́hùn náà bá a bá dé a da dọ̀bálẹ̀ fún yín tá a mú wá fún yín lẹ́kùnrẹ́rẹ́ ń padà
láìpẹ́ jọ.
ni ẹ káàbọ̀ padà látòkè lọ́hùn-ún Yorùbá bọ̀ wọ́n ní adé bíi ẹ̀yìn mọ́ ṣe.
àgbà ọlẹ́ nírú wọn.
adé ìròyìn mọ́
oníròyìn
ìsọ̀lẹ̀ orí. ó yà wọ ẹja lẹ̀ ká fún yín lóyìn ọ̀hún lẹ́kọ̀ọ̀kan ìjì.
ìjà gbá ìròyìn The Nation mú láàárọ̀ yìí káwo ohun tí wọ́n ní sọ fún àwọn ọmọ Nàìjíríà látọ̀dọ̀ sí ìjọba àpapọ̀ ẹ̀nà ìjọba ọmọ orílẹ̀-èdè wa Nàìjíríà tó fi ibùjókòó sí ilẹ̀ Amẹ́ríkà tó jẹ́ ẹ̀yà Ìgbò eyín ọ̀gbẹ́ni Chukwuemeka Obilemọ ti sọ fún àwọn ọmọ orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà pé kí wọ́n mú sùúrù pẹ̀lú ìjọba tí ó wà ní orí àlééfà ìjọba ààrẹ Bọ́lá Tinubu ó ní lògbòlògbò tí ó ń fi orílẹ̀-èdè wa Nàìjíríà nǹkan fi tó fi kókó bí ẹja tí orílẹ̀-èdè nìkan ni ìkọlù kọgbà ní ọba oníkódà àrùn tí ń ṣe abọ́yẹdẹ orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà ó ní ń ṣe bíi pé kí àwọn ọmọ Nàìjíríà kí wọ́n kàn balẹ̀ ìjọba tó wà lóde báyìí àwọn àlàkalẹ̀ ètò tó ní nínú àkáàtì èyí tí ó ti ń fàyọ lọ́kàn òjọ̀kan fún àwọn ọmọ Nàìjíríà ó ní tí a bá ní sùúrù pẹ̀lú ìgbàgbọ́ nínú Ọlọ́run àti àdúrà ká sì ní ìrètí ó ní yóò padà wá fún àwọn ọmọ Nàìjíríà gẹ́gẹ́ ó ṣe wí Obilemọ sọ di mímọ̀ yìí pé ìjọba tó wà lóde báyìí ìjọba Bọ́lá Tinubu ló jẹ́ pé wọ́n ní ó ń gbìyànjú lóòótọ́ àti lódodo ṣùgbọ́n omi ó pọ̀ ju ọkà lọ bí omi ti wá pọ̀ ju ọkà lọ báyìí kí àwọn ọmọ Nàìjíríà kí wọ́n mú sùúrù pẹ̀lú ìjọba tó ṣe báyìí. bí ẹ bá fẹ́ wo ìyókù ìròyìn ẹgbẹ́ ìwé ìròyìn The Nation mú ní àárọ̀ yìí.
lọ́dọ̀ mi ní ìwé ìròyìn tí mo kọ́kọ́ gbá mú ìwé ìròyìn Punch ni o orí ọ̀rọ̀ tó jẹ mọ́ ti epo pẹtiróòlù ni mo ti mú ìròyìn tèmi wá mọ́ wò ó bí wọ́n ti kọ́ síbẹ̀ ó àwọn alágbàtà epo pẹtiróòlù jákèjádò orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà ni wọ́n ti sọ wọ́n wípé iléeṣẹ́ ìpọ̀pọ̀ NNPC náà ṣe ní pàtàkì gbé tó epo láti iṣẹ́ ìpọ̀pọ̀ tí bí wọ́n ti mímọ̀ ní wọ́n ní sole off taker bí àṣà àwọn eléwé bọ́dùn lẹ́nu jẹ́ ń padà sórí Yorùbá ẹ̀ ní wípé iṣẹ́ ìpọ̀pọ̀ NNPC ló sì láṣẹ gbòǹtẹ̀ ìjọba gẹ́gẹ́ bí ẹnìkan gbòógì tó lè mọ̀ ọ́ lẹ́wọ̀ Dangote wá fún òkú ìròyìn kan wọ́n gbé jáde ní ọjọ́ kọkànlá oṣù kan ọdún 2024 láti ẹnu iléeṣẹ́ tuntun ètò ìṣúná àwọn ajé lórí Nàìjíríà látẹnu mínísítà ilẹ̀ yìí lágbọn bíbí ọ̀dà kọ̀ọ̀hún Wálé Ẹ̀dùn níbi tó ti sọ di mímọ̀ wípé ìjọba àpapọ̀ ilẹ̀ yìí ló ti fún àwọn alágbàtà epo pẹtiróòlù láṣẹ lóǹtẹ̀ láti lọ mọ́ rà á fúnra lára wọn lẹ́bù fọpo Dangote àwọn alágbòmọ̀ wá sọ jáde lọ́dún bí yìí wọ́n ní takoro wá ní ìbọ̀ yìí wọ́n ní jẹ́ ẹ̀dá kò tí ń sọ yìí àwọn NNPC ló ń gbó lẹ́bù fọpo Dangote wọ́n tẹ̀ síwájú wípé ìgbésẹ̀ yìí ló ti fojú hàn gbangba wípé ìgbà tí ìjọsọpọ̀ ohun tí wọ́n pọ̀ lé lórí iléeṣẹ́ dókè àjọ NNP tí ó jẹ́ rodò ní tí náà tí ó tó wáyé wo fáínàlì fún àwọn alágbàtà epo láti ara epo lọ́dọ̀ Dangote fúnra lára wọn ní lóòótọ́ níjọba orílẹ̀-èdè yìí létà àwọn orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà náà sì ti wò ó wípé wọ́n dá táwọn alágbàtà bá tẹ́lẹ̀ fúnra wọn kí NNPC jẹ́ alàgàtà láàrin ẹbù fọpo Dangote àtàwọn ńṣe ni ó mú àyẹ̀dínwó bá ti ń tajà epo pẹtiróòlù wọn ní ǹjẹ́ wá pé látìgbà tíjọba àpapọ̀ orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà ti kéde yìí NNPC ò tí ì yọwọ́ o wọn ní àjọsọpọ̀ tó wà láàrin wọn èyí ní láàrin iléeṣẹ́ Dangote àti iléeṣẹ́ NNPC ló jẹ́ pé kò tí ì wá sópin wọn ní tí kìíní ìbá tó wá sópin tí ó yọwọ́ lápò tó lẹ́tọ̀ọ́ láti lọ́ máa gbé epo fúnra lára wọn lẹ́bù fọpo Dangote ẹnìkan tí wọ́n fọ̀rọ̀ wá lẹ́nu wò tó jẹ́ ọ̀kan lára àwọn òṣìṣẹ́ iléeṣẹ́ Dangote tó jẹ́ kànrìnkànrìn lára àwọn tó wà ń bẹ̀ tí wọ́n fọ̀rọ̀ wá lẹ́nu wò wípé ǹjẹ́ ìgbà wo gan lẹ lè sọ pàtó tí àjọsọpọ̀ tí ó wá sópin ó ní òun ò lè o àmọ́ tí ọba ti wá sópin làwọn alágbàtà epo tó ní ẹ̀tọ́ ni wọ́n tó láṣẹ láti lọ mọ́ rà á fúnra lára wọn ẹ̀yin fẹ́ ṣẹ̀rí ìròyìn tó jáde láàárọ̀ yìí nínú ìwé Punch tó jáde gàdàgbà làkọ́lé ọ̀hún àwájú rẹ̀ inú rẹ̀ gan ni kẹ́ wò kẹ́ ṣẹ̀rí ìròyìn.
a jẹ́ pé gàdàgbà náà ni àkọlé eléyìí náà tó wà nínú ìwé ìròyìn The Nation tó jáde láàárọ̀ yìí ohun tó ní ṣe pẹ̀lú ẹ̀yáwó láti fi ṣètò pé kí ọkọ̀ tó ń lo afẹ́fẹ́ gáàsì kí èyí tó ń lo epo pẹtiróòlù kó lè mọ lo afẹ́fẹ́ gáàsì padà báyìí wọ́n ní ìjọba àpapọ̀ orílẹ̀-èdè wa Nàìjíríà ó ti gbé owó kan tó tó bílíọ̀nù 10 náírà kalẹ̀ nìkẹ́ni tó bá fẹ́ yí ọkọ̀ rẹ̀ padà sí èyí tí yóò máa lo afẹ́fẹ́ gáàsì dípò epo pẹtiróòlù tí ó ń lò tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀ owó ni wọ́n gbé pẹ̀lú àgbékalẹ̀ àjọ kan tí wọ́n pè ètò tí wọ́n pè ní access and mobility léyìí tó túmọ̀ sí pé bí ẹ bá fẹ́ yá owó láti lò fún iná ìlẹ́ńtíríìkì tàbí kí ẹ máa lò fún ọkọ̀ yín eléyìí ni wọ́n ní wọ́n fi lọ́lẹ̀ ní àná alánà nílùú Àbújá gẹ́gẹ́ bó ti dàn wọ́n ní àgbékalẹ̀ ètò ọ̀hún ló wà nípa pé àjọṣepọ̀ àti fi ọwọ́ sowọ́pọ̀ pẹ̀lú àwọn àjọ kan tó jẹ mọ́ èyí tí ìjọba àpapọ̀ orílẹ̀-èdè wa tí iléeṣẹ́ ààrẹ gbé kalẹ̀ nípa sísàmúlò afẹ́fẹ́ gáàsì fún àwọn onímọ́tò àti èyí tó wà fún ti iléeṣẹ́ ti ètò ìṣúná orílẹ̀-èdè wa Nàìjíríà lẹ́yìn tí wọ́n ti ní owó tí wọ́n gbé kalẹ̀ ọ̀hún bílíọ̀nù 10 náírà ní àwọn ọlọ́kọ̀ tàbí àwọn onílé tí wọ́n bá nílò pé kí wọ́n máa lo ìtànsán iná oòrùn tá a mọ̀ sí sólà láti máa fi tanná ilé wọn wọ́n ní bóyá ẹnikẹ́ni tí ó jẹ́ ọmọ orílẹ̀-èdè wa Nàìjíríà ó fẹ́ yá irúfẹ́ owó bẹ́ẹ̀ láti fi yẹ pé kó yí ọkọ̀ rẹ̀ padà pẹ̀lú bó ṣe jẹ́ pé iye tí wọ́n fi ń ṣe ètò náà báyìí ó ń gbẹnulé mílíọ̀nù 1 náírà tí wọ́n sì ní àwọn ọlọ́kọ̀ ti aládàáni iye tí wọ́n mọ̀ fi yí ọkọ̀ wọn padà yóò dín díẹ̀ ní mílíọ̀nù 1 náírà wọn ni wọ́n ní irúfẹ́ owó ìyá náà yóò ní èlé bíi 20% ìdá 20 nínú 100 tàbí ìdá 15 nínú 100 ní èlé tí wọ́n mọ̀ gbà lọ́wọ́ irúfẹ́ àwọn tí wọ́n bá ya owó ọ̀hún láìpẹ́ ni wọ́n yóò pèsè járí tí wọ́n sì mọ̀ ṣe ní orí ẹ̀rọ ayélujára.
káàbọ̀ lọ́dọ̀ mi nínú ìròyìn fúnlẹ̀ láàárọ̀ mo ti mú ìrẹ̀lẹ̀ yìí wá o lórí mímú báyé tí wọ́n ń ta oúnjẹ lọ́jà àti bí nǹkan ti ṣe gbówó lérí lórílẹ̀‐èdè Nàìjíríà wọ́n kọ sọ́dọ̀ mi ń bí yìí nínú ìwé ìròyìn fáńpé ìjọba àpapọ̀ orílẹ̀‐èdè Nàìjíríà tẹ́gbẹ́ àwọn òṣìṣẹ́ lórílẹ̀‐èdè yìí wá gbogbo ètò wo ni rí ètò tí ó mú àdínkù báyé tí wọ́n ń ta àwọn nǹkan lọ́jà ní pàápàá jùlọ iye tí wọ́n ń ta oúnjẹ tó ti gbẹnu sókè lálálá àtàwọn nǹkan míì tó jẹ́ nǹkan àlò pàápàá jùlọ ilé tá à ń lò ní inú ilé gẹ́gẹ́ bí wọ́n ti sọ di mímọ̀ ń bí ìgbésẹ̀ yìí ni wọ́n sọ wípé ó wáyé látàrí bí ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣojú-ṣòfin ti ké síjọba àpapọ̀ orílẹ̀-èdè yìí láti wá wọ̀rọ̀kọ̀ fi ṣàdámù àdínkù bá iye tí wọ́n ń ta jálá epo pẹtiróòlù kó ṣe àtúngbéyẹ̀wò rẹ̀ lójúnà àti rí dájú wípé ẹ̀dínwó ó bá iye tí wọ́n ń ta oúnjẹ tẹnu oúnjẹ lọ́jà àtàwọn nǹkan àlòmíì eléyìí tí wọ́n sọ ó di mímọ̀ wípé ó ti gbẹnu òkè lálálà ọgbà bẹ́ẹ̀ ni wọ́n ké síjọba àpapọ̀ orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà láti rí dájú wípé ó gùn lé ètò eléyìí tí ó mú àdínkù báyé tí wọ́n ta afẹ́fẹ́ gáàsì ìdáná eléyìí tá à ń lò nínú ilé kó wá gbogbo lórílẹ̀‐èdè Nàìjíríà tó náà tó tún ti fò sókè bọ̀n tá a wá ń wò ó lókè róróró bí wọ́n ti sọ wọ́n ní níbi ìpàdé eléyìí tí wọ́n ṣe pẹ̀lú ẹni tí ó jẹ́ akọ̀wé ìjọba àpapọ̀ orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà lánàá ní eléyìí tí ẹgbẹ́ àwọn òṣìṣẹ́ níkàlẹ̀ lójú àti wá nǹkan ṣe bí àwọn nǹkan tó lé lórílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà níbẹ̀ níjọba àpapọ̀ orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà ti sọ fún àwọn ẹgbẹ́ òṣìṣẹ́ Labour wípé àwọn ó pe ìpàdé pẹ̀lú àwọn gómìnà yíká orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà láti rí dájú wípé wọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní san owó tó kéré jù lórílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà eléyìí tí wọ́n ti buwọ́lù lọ́lọ́ yìí gẹ́gẹ́ bí ẹgbẹ̀rún lọ́nà àárín náírà wọ́n ní kọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ o nìkan tó tún wà ń bẹ̀ ó tún sọ wípé lára àwọn nǹkan tí wọ́n pẹ̀kẹ́lù lánàá ní bíjọba àpapọ̀ orílẹ̀-èdè yìí bí ó ti ṣe pèsè àwọn nǹkan irinṣẹ́ èlò fún bí wọ́n ti ṣe máa sọ ọkọ̀ di eléyìí tó ń lo ti gáàsì eléyìí tó tó ẹgbẹ̀rún méjì níye lójúnà àti rí dájú wípé owó tí wọ́n ń wọ mọ́tò òun náà ẹ̀dínwó ọba wọn níbi wọn bá ti pèsè àwọn ọkọ̀ tí ń lo afẹ́fẹ́ gáàsì CNG létí ìjọba àpapọ̀ orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà lóun ti pèsè àmọ́ tóun ó tún kó àwọn tuntun síta báyìí wọn nílé yìí náà yóò ṣèrànwọ́ láti mú àdínkù báyé tí wọ́n ń wọ mọ́tò wọn ní kò tán síbẹ̀ o ìjọba àpapọ̀ jákèjádò orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà ló jẹ́ wípé ìgbésẹ̀ àti fojúrinjú wọn láwọn ó máa wọn tọrọ ṣèpàdé gbogbo ìgbà ní o lójúnà àti rí dájú wípé ohun tó bá tọ́ àwọn tó bá yẹ káwọn gómìnà náà kí wọ́n ṣe ní ìpínlẹ̀ wọn àti láti rí dájú wípé gbogbo tó bá yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe ètò ìrànwọ́ èèyàn ní pápájú lórí afẹ́fẹ́ gáàsì kí wọ́n ṣe lójúnà àti mẹ́dínwó bá wọn láwọn ti gùn lé ìgbésẹ̀ tí ó mú àdínkù báyé tí wọ́n ń ta oúnjẹ tẹnu oúnjẹ lọ́jà lórílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà ìjọba àpapọ̀ kò ṣàìrí dájú wípé ó sọ fún àwọn ẹgbẹ́ òṣìṣẹ́ wípé òun ti fi wọ́n sínú ìgbìmọ̀ tó mójútó ọrọ̀ ajé orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà National Economic Council àwọn bá ti ń pàdé àwọn ìgbà tó mójútó ọrọ̀ ajé ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlè Nàìjíríà náà àwọn náà ó wà níkàlẹ̀ lójú ti dájú pé ó kún mú bí ìdò ẹ̀fọn ẹ̀yìn fẹ́ aṣíwájú sí ohun tíjọba àpapọ̀ àtẹgbẹ́ òṣèṣẹ́ lọ tí wọ́n paná pọ̀ lé lórí níbi ìpàdé tó wáyé náà ìròyìn Vanguard tó jáde láàárọ̀ yìí ní kẹ́wò sọ̀wọ́ wájú.
ọ̀dà lórí ọ̀rọ̀ tí à ń jẹ tí àti ìjẹtán lẹ́nu ìwé ìròyìn The Punch náà ni ẹ̀já gbámú láàárọ̀ yìí ilé ìgbìmọ̀ asòfin kejì ní orílẹ̀-èdè wa Nàìjíríà ni wọ́n ti ní bí nǹkan ti ṣe ń lọ yìí bí wọn ò bá ètè ya wá gbogbo ọ̀nà àjẹ́ pé ó ṣeé ṣe o kó dá wàhálà lẹ̀ ní orílẹ̀-èdè wa Nàìjíríà kó di awuyewuye kó jẹ́ pé wọ́n fa irun wájú pọ̀ mọ́ ti ìpàkọ́ ni o pé àwọn aráàlú wọ́n lè bẹ̀rẹ̀ kí wọ́n mọ̀ ṣe ìwọ́de tàbí kí wọ́n mọ̀ ṣe ìfẹ̀hónúhàn lórí pé nǹkan ti le lálejò nípa pé yíyọ owó ìrànwọ́ orí epo pẹtiróòlù kúrò bẹ́ẹ̀ bá gbé mẹ́ta ètò tí ẹ̀ẹ̀mejì sọ ni wọ́n ti ṣekún tí wọ́n ń ta epo pẹtiróòlù ní orílẹ̀-èdè wa Nàìjíríà nígbà tó wọ́n ń sọ̀rọ̀ ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣojúṣòfin orílẹ̀-èdè yìí wọ́n ní nínú ìjókòó wọn tí ó wáyé lánàá ní ọ̀kan lára àwọn ọmọ ilé ọ̀hún ẹni tó jẹ́ olùdarí ọmọ ilé tó kéré jù lọ tí ó sì tún jẹ́ pé náà ni ọmọ ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú PDP gẹ́gẹ́ bí ó ti wí Kingsley Chindahun àti àwọn ọmọ ilé tí wọ́n tún jẹ́ 100 níye ni wọ́n dá àwọn àbá nígbà tí kì í dá àbá pé ohun tó ṣe pàtàkì tó kókó nírúfẹ́ àsìkò tá a wà yìí kí àwọn ọmọ ilé aṣòfin kí wọ́n ètè ya pẹ̀ kẹ́lù ó ní ọ̀rọ̀ epo pẹtiróòlù tí ó ń le lálejò tó ń le kòkò mọ́ àwọn ọmọdé wa Nàìjíríà léyìí tó ti ní bí wọ́n ṣe yọ owó ìrànwọ́ orí epo pẹtiróòlù àti àwọn àfikún tí wọ́n ṣe lọ́kan òjọ̀kan ní gbogbo ìgbà ó ti mú kí ayé nira fún aráàlú ní pàtàkì jùlọ ọ̀rọ̀ tó ní ṣe pẹ̀lú ọkọ̀ tí ọkọ̀ wọ̀ ní ilẹ̀ wa Nàìjíríà tí ó ń sọ ọmọ ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú ọ̀hún lè sọ di mímọ̀ pé tó wẹ̀ gan tí tó ní ṣe pẹ̀lú afẹ́fẹ́ gáàsì tí àwọn obìnrin tí wọ́n fi ń dáná nínú ilé wọn ni ó ti wọ́n kọjá ààyè bí ìjọba ò bá ètè wá gbogbo ọ̀nà láti dá kinní ọ̀hún padà sí iye tí wọ́n ń tà tẹ́lẹ̀ ó ṣeé ṣe kọjá pé àwọn ọmọ orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà tí orí ń ta wọ́n ó bọ́ sí gbòòrò wọ́n mọ̀ fa irun wájú pọ̀ mọ́ tí ìpàkọ́ wọ́n mọ̀ da ìgboro rú o wọ́n á ké sí ìjọba àpapọ̀ pé lẹ́yìn ò sọ́kà kí wọ́n gbé ìgbésẹ̀ tó yẹ ní kíákíá kí wọ́n dá iye tí wọ́n ń ta epo pẹtiróòlù sí padà sí iye tí wọ́n ń tà á tẹ́lẹ̀.
inú ìwé ìròyìn Punch ni mo náwó gan báyìí ìpínlẹ̀ Edo ni mo gbà lọ níbi tí ẹni tí ó jẹ́ gómìnà tuntun táwọn èèyàn ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ dìbò yàn ní ìpínlẹ̀ Edo àmọ́ tí wọn ò tí ì búra wọlé fún un àwọn ọmọ oyè lábẹ́ àṣẹ ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú All Progressives Congress APC nínú ètò ìdìbò sípò gómìnà tó wáyé kọjá ní ìpínlẹ̀ Edo Monday Okpebholo ló ti ké sí gbogbo àwọn ilé ìfowópamọ́ tó ń dúnadúrà pẹ̀lú ìjọba ìpínlẹ̀ Edo láti jáme nídìí ṣíṣe àgbéjáde ètò owó yá fún ìṣèjọba Godwin Obaseki tó ń kógbá wọlé wẹ́rẹ́dẹ̀wẹ́rẹ́ ní ìpínlẹ̀ ọ̀hún. Monday Okpebholo kò ṣàìtún fẹ̀sùn kàn wípé ń ṣe làwọn lọ́gàálọ́gàá lẹ́nu iṣẹ́ ìjọba lábẹ́ ìṣèjọba gómìnà Godwin Obaseki ni wọ́n ń fojoojúmọ́ kó owó bíi ti kàlòkàlò tó jẹ́ owó ìjọba ìpínlẹ̀ Edo. Wọ́n ní kì í ṣòwò nìkan bí wọ́n ti ń kó owó ni wọ́n ti ń kó dúkìá ìjọba ìpínlẹ̀ náà níbi ọ̀rọ̀ dé dúró yìí. Kódà oníbi ó lè dé oníwọ́nfẹ́ lè gbé ilé ìjọba gan sálọ. Ó ní nínú àtẹ̀jáde kan léyìí tí olùrànlọ́wọ́ pàtàkì rẹ̀ lórí ètò ìròyìn àti kéde Godswill Inegbusor níbi tí ó fi léde níbẹ̀ ló ti ké sí àjọ tó ń fìràn máwọn tó bá ṣe wọ ará ìlú mọ̀kùmọ̀kù jákèjádò orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà àjọ EFCC iléeṣẹ́ ikọ̀ tẹlẹ̀múyẹ́ DSS láti bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní máa dọdẹ àwọn lọ́gàálọ́gàá lẹ́nu iṣẹ́ ìjọba ìpínlẹ̀ Edo pàápàá jùlọ ìṣèjọba gómìnà Godwin Obaseki pẹ̀lú àlàyé wípé kí wọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní máa tanná wádìí wọn o gẹ́gẹ́ bí ó ti sọ. Ó ní ìgbìmọ̀ tí ó fẹ́ ṣe àgbékalẹ̀ ibi wọ́n ti gbéjọba látọwọ́ ẹnìkan sí kejì nínú transition committee lẹ́gbẹ́ òṣèlú AT ló ti àgbékalẹ̀ rẹ̀. Ìgbìmọ̀ ọ̀hún ló sọ wípé ó jẹ́ ìgbìmọ̀ ẹlẹ́ni mẹ́rìnlélógún tí igbákejì gómìnà ìpínlẹ̀ ọ̀hún nígbà kan rí Pius Odubu tí ó wà ń bẹ̀. Wọ́n ní wọ́n ó ṣèpàdé wọn fún ìgbìmọ̀ tí gómìnà Godwin Obaseki ó gbé kalẹ̀ láti wọ́n ti ṣe gbé ìjọba kalẹ̀ láti ọ̀kan sí kejì eléyìí tí wọ́n sọ wípé à ń fọwọ́ wáyé lọ́jọ́ 12 oṣù ọdún tá a wà yìí. Wọ́n ní nílé ìjọba tó wà nílùú Benin tí í ṣe olúlu ìpínlẹ̀ Edo. Wọ́n ní gbogbo nǹkan tó wà ń bẹ̀ ni wọ́n ti jí kódà títí tó fi dórí kápẹ́ẹ̀tì. Wọ́n ní bí wọ́n ti ń ká yàrá ni wọ́n ti ń ká tọ́fíìsì náà ti ń ká gbogbo àwọn ìlà lónú lé àlò nǹkan ọ́fíìsì fẹ́ kó lọ kówó òjá gẹ́gẹ́ bí Monday Okpebholo ti ṣe gbàjẹ́ ìwé Punch lókè sí ló sì gbé ta lẹ́kùnrẹ́rẹ́.
ọ̀dà àgbà kúrò ní ìpínlẹ̀ Edo ní báyìí lọ igbákejì ààrẹ orílẹ̀-èdè wa Nàìjíríà Kashim Shettima òun náà ni a wà. Ìwé ìròyìn Vanguard náà sì ni ẹ láǹfààní láti mọ èyí tí à ń wé yìí. Igbákejì ààrẹ ilẹ̀ yìí Kashim Shettima ló jẹ́ pé ó ti tẹ ọkọ̀ bàálù létí tó sì gúnlẹ̀ báyìí sí ilẹ̀ Sweden. Ní Sweden ọ̀hún òun náà ni ó ṣe ìpàdé pọ̀ pẹ̀lú àwọn adarí ìjọba ti orílẹ̀-èdè ọ̀hún. Ìpàdé tó ní ṣe pẹ̀lú ìbáṣepọ̀ láàrin orílẹ̀-èdè náà àti orílẹ̀-èdè wa Nàìjíríà ni o. Igbákejì orílẹ̀-èdè Kashim Shettima ní gómìnà ìpínlẹ̀ Plateau náà Mufti àti mínísítà tó wà fún ọ̀rọ̀ tó ní ṣe pẹ̀lú ti ilẹ̀ òkèèrè ní orílẹ̀-èdè wa Nàìjíríà Ambassador Yusuf Tuga mọ àwọn adarí ìjọba lẹ́kàǹkà ni wọ́n tẹ̀lé lọ tí wọ́n sì kọ́wọ́rìn pẹ̀lú igbákejì ààrẹ lọ sí ilẹ̀ Sweden ọ̀hún. Nígbà tó sọ̀rọ̀ agbọ̀rọ̀sọ ti igbákejì ààrẹ èyí ni Stanley Okocha sọ di mímọ̀ yìí pé ìbáṣepọ̀ tí ó gún fẹ́ kí ó wà ní orílẹ̀-èdè wa Nàìjíríà àti ní tí ó bá pàdé pọ̀ pẹ̀lú àwọn adarí ìjọba nílẹ̀ náà mọ ọbẹ̀rin tí ó jẹ́ adarí ìjọba náà Victoria tí ó jẹ́ ilẹ̀ dín ṣe ìpàdé pàtàkì pọ̀ pẹ̀lú rẹ̀. Wọ́n á ní tó mọ̀ pẹ̀kẹ́lù náà ní ọ̀rọ̀ tó ní ṣe pẹ̀lú ìtàkùn ayélujára ètò ọrọ̀ ajé tó lágbára tó dúró re tó fi mọ́ ti ẹ̀ka ti iṣẹ́ ọ̀gbìn tí ohun àmúṣagbára àti bẹ́ẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ. Wọ́n á ní lẹ́yìn ìpàdé ọ̀hún ní igbákejì ààrẹ orílẹ̀-èdè wa Nàìjíríà Kashim Shettima yóò darí wá sí ilé ní ọjọ́ Sátidé tí ó ń bọ̀ yìí.
Káàbọ̀ ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun ni mo wá o nínú ìwé ìròyìn Daily Post tó jáde láàárọ̀ yìí. Nínú ìwé ìròyìn Daily Post tó jáde láàárọ̀ yìí ní ìkan ọmọ ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú APC kan ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun èèyàn ní Honorable Ọlátúbọ̀sún Oyintilóyè tó ti fìgbà kan rí jẹ́ ọmọlẹ́gbìmọ̀ aṣòfin ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun nínú ìwé ìròyìn Daily Post níbẹ̀ ló ti sọ di mímọ̀ wípé gómìnà ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun ní ìgbà kan rí Alhaji Isiaq Adégbóyèga Oyètọ́lá ni ó tún jáde ní ó yọ sí bọ́nbọ́n ní ó díje dupò gómìnà ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun lọ́dún 2026 pẹ̀lú àlàyé wípé Oyètọ́lá ó sì jáwé olúborí ni o. Oyintilóyè ló sísọ lójú eégún ọ̀rọ̀ yìí láàkó tó ń bá àwọn oníròyìn sọ̀rọ̀ níbi ètò ìpàdé oníròyìn kan tó wáyé ní ọjọ́ ọ̀sẹ̀ tá a wà yìí nílùú Òṣogbo tí ṣolúlú ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun. Mínísítà Gbóyèga Oyètọ́lá ló wà gẹ́gẹ́ bí mínísítà lọ́wọ́ lú Àbújá gẹ́gẹ́ bí mínísítà tó wà fún ètò ìrìnnà orí omi àtàlùmọ́nì inú rẹ̀ níbi tí Oyintilóyè ti sọ wípé mínísítà ọ̀hún ó ti ṣetán ó gáyàtà dúró rẹ̀ láti díje dupò gómìnà ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun àti láti fòpin sí ìṣèjọba ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú PDP tí gómìnà Adémọ́lá Adélékè ń darí rẹ̀ nínú ètò ìdìbò ìdíje tí ó wáyé lọ́dún 2020 ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun. Gẹ́gẹ́ bí ó ti sọ ó ní gbogbo ọmọ ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú APC àti gómìnà Gbóyèga Oyètọ́lá ó ní ó ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní ṣe ìpàdé pọ̀ fojúrinjú pẹ̀lú àwọn tọ́rọ̀ kàn. Ó ní gbogbo àṣìṣe ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú ọ̀hún yàtọ̀ sí ti tàtẹ̀yìnwá ó ní ìyàtọ̀ ti bá ìwé àárọ̀ ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú APC o ẹ má fojú ànáwò kú ẹ ń bá fojú ànáwò kú ó lẹ́bọ̀rọ̀ ọ̀bọ̀ lásán ni o ó ní gbogbo ohun tó bá yẹ làwọn ti ń ṣe lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ ó ní tó fi mọ́ ṣíṣe ìpàdé pọ̀ pẹ̀lú àwọn tọ́rọ̀ kàn gẹ́gẹ́ bó ti sọ nú ọ̀rọ̀ rẹ̀ léyìí tó sọ wípé gómìnà Gbóyèga Oyètọ́lá yóò díje dupò gómìnà lọ́dún 2026 tí ó sì jáwé olúborí kò ṣàìké sí gbogbo àwọn ọmọ ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú AC láti rí dájú wọn kàn mọ́ ṣe ọmọ dúró ó ní kí wọ́n rí dájú wípé wọ́n ṣe àtìlẹ́yìn tó dúró gbọ̀ngbọ̀n kan kọ́wọ́ tí Oyètọ́lá lẹ́yìn onílójú náà nínú èròǹgbà rẹ̀ láti padà sílé ìjọba lókè Ifíà gẹ́gẹ́ bí gómìnà ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun tuntun nẹ́nẹ́ lọ́dún 2026.
ọ̀dà ẹ jẹ́ ká lọ sí ìpínlẹ̀ ti Èkó gómìnà ti ìpínlẹ̀ Èkó ti sọ di mímọ̀ pé owó oṣù òṣìṣẹ́ tí ó kéré jù lọ èyí tó ní pé ó dín díẹ̀ náírà 85,000 naira ní ìjọba ìpínlẹ̀ Èkó yóò mọ̀ san fún àwọn òṣìṣẹ́ ọba ní ìpínlẹ̀ Èkó báyìí. Babájídé Sanwó-Olú ló sọ di mímọ̀ tó sì ní yàtọ̀ sí èrò àwọn kan yìí pé ìjọba ìpínlẹ̀ Èkó yìí pé kò ní í ṣe dáadáa tó ní ìjọba ìpínlẹ̀ Èkó ti fakọyọ báyìí tó sì jẹ́ pé kì í ṣe pé bóyá ó mọ̀ọ́mọ̀ sanwó náà fún àwọn aráàlú ó ní owó ọ̀hún ó yẹ àwọn tí wọ́n jẹ́ òṣìṣẹ́ nítorí pé ẹni tó bá ń ṣiṣẹ́ ó ní ó yẹ kí ó gbádùn àwọn owó ọ̀yà tí yóò mọ̀ gbà kí ayé ó lè gbẹdẹmukẹ fún àwọn òṣìṣẹ́ ọba ní ìpínlẹ̀ Èkó ní ìdí eléyìí ó ní túnwẹ̀ gan bí ó bá tún ti di ọdún tí ń bọ̀ ni wọ́n ṣe àfikún owó tí ó jẹ́ owó oṣù òṣìṣẹ́ tó kéré jù lọ tí àwọn òṣìṣẹ́ ọba yóò mọ̀ gbà eléyìí jẹ́ $1,000 ni wọ́n mọ̀ gbà bó bá ti di ọdún tí ń bọ̀. Bákan náà ni ní ìpínlẹ̀ Delta wọ́n ní ìjọba ìpínlẹ̀ Delta náà ti ṣe ètò tó jẹ́ pé ní òpin oṣù yìí ni wọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí máa san owó oṣù òṣìṣẹ́ tó kéré jù lọ fún àwọn òṣìṣẹ́ ọba èyí tó jẹ́ pé 1,760 àti ààbọ̀ ní owó ọ̀hún tí wọ́n mọ̀ san fún àwọn òṣìṣẹ́ ọba bẹ̀rẹ̀ láti ìparí oṣù yìí lọ gẹ́gẹ́ bó ti wá di mímọ̀ wọ́n ní àwọn owó tí wọ́n ń san fún àwọn òṣìṣẹ́ kì í ṣe pé bóyá wọ́n kàn déédéé ń san fún wọn wọ́n ní bí nǹkan ti le ní àsìkò tí a wà yìí ó jẹ́ dandan fún ìjọba láti jẹ́ kí inú àwọn òṣìṣẹ́ kó máa dùn ni.
Atótó arére
ṣé wọ́n gbọ́ ìròyìn
kò ṣeé má gbọ́ ìròyìn
atótó arére mà ní.
gẹ́gẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ tí mo wá pé ròyìn ọ̀tá àwọ̀ ọlọ́ni o ìròyìn sì kù ńlẹ̀ ẹ̀já kan sódì kejì lọ́hùn ká ṣẹ́mi mu díẹ̀ à ń padà bọ̀ láìpẹ́.
Àbújá ni olú ìlú orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́. Ọjọ́ 12 oṣù 12 ọdún 1991 ni wọ́n gbé ibùjókòó agbára Nàìjíríà kúrò nílùú Èkó lọ sílùú Àbújá lásìkò ìṣèjọba ológun ọ̀gágun fẹ̀yìntì Ibrahim Babangida. Ìlú Àbújá ní ìlú kẹjọ tí èrò pọ̀ sí jùlọ nílẹ̀ Nàìjíríà ó sì jẹ́ ìlú olódi tó wà ní àárín gbùngbùn. Gbogbo àwọn ilé-iṣẹ́ àti àjọ ìjọba kọ̀ọ̀kan ló ní olú ọ́fíìsì wọn níbẹ̀ bó ṣe jẹ́ pé ibẹ̀ gan ni ibùjókòó agbára ìṣàkóso ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà. Lọ́dún 2003 ni àjọ Commonwealth gbé ìpàdé wọn wá síbẹ̀. Bẹ́ẹ̀ sì ni àjọ olókoòwò nílẹ̀ adúláwọ̀ ṣe lọ́dún 2014 kódà lọ́dún 2016. Àjọ tó ń rí sí ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn ọmọdé ìyẹn UNESCO gbà á gẹ́gẹ́ bí ibùdó ìkẹ́kọ̀ọ́ wọn. Díẹ̀ lára àwọn ibùdó tó gbajúgbajà nílùú Àbújá ni àpáta agbára Aso Rock, ilé aṣòfin àpapọ̀, ilé aṣojúṣòfin ilẹ̀ yìí, àpáta Zuma Rock, Millennium Park, báńkì àpapọ̀ ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà CBN, mọ́ṣáláṣí àpapọ̀ àti ibùdó ilé ìjọsìn àpapọ̀ àwọn Kìrìsìtẹ́nì. Ẹkùn ìdìbò 6 ló wà nílùú Àbújá: Abaji, Buhari, Gwagwalada, Kuje, Kwali àti Abuja Municipal. Kílìṣì tó jẹ́ ohun ìpanu tí wọ́n fi ẹran pèsè ló jẹ́ oúnjẹ tó wọ́pọ̀ tí gbogbo èèyàn sì nífẹ̀ẹ́ sí nílùú Àbújá. Ó jẹ́ ibùdó ìsinmi fún ọ̀pọ̀ àwọn arìnrìn-àjò ẹkùn kọ̀ọ̀kan nílẹ̀ Nàìjíríà nítorí pé àárín gbùngbùn ló wà. Ìlú Àbújá rèé o, ibùdó agbára ìṣàkóso ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà, ògo ilẹ̀ adúláwọ̀.
Mádìbò sí yíká ẹsẹ̀ ìjẹ́pẹ́ lókun sí òpin náà títọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ sí ilé kan bá tiẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n tẹ̀lẹ́wẹ̀ la fi ń tún ẹ̀ ní ṣe tí àbá fìyà yóò sọ bí ilé yóò ṣe rí ẹbí ro káfí mú kọ́nà ìmọ̀ nípa yàrá kan ọ̀jọ̀kan lórí ètò níbẹ̀ lọ́mọ Afọlábí ó ti mọ tàkó tó béèrè sí wọn láti méjì lórí ọ̀rọ̀ tó yá òwò sílẹ̀ nínú ìdílé ẹ̀sán náà mọ̀ tí mo ti fẹ́ àrí gẹ́bíró ọmọ ẹgbẹ́ ìwà fọlẹ́ ní ọjọ́ àbámẹ́ta lọ́dọ̀ tí àwọn yóò sì tún máa wá lánàá sí kan òràn Western Special kan ní àdọ́wà lórí Star gẹ́bíró tọ̀sẹ̀ yìí ó máa yàtọ̀ ní kò ní yàtọ̀ fọ́.
bẹ́ẹ̀gùn ò bá jáde mọ̀rìnwó la kọ́kọ́ rí owó gẹ́gẹ́ ní síwájú rìn bẹ́ẹ̀ bá ti gbúrò á tún ti dẹ̀rùn ẹ̀ka tó wà bẹ́ẹ̀ pẹ́lẹ́ mi ò ní olùgbé ní ọ̀rẹ́ ìtìlẹ̀ àti olùkíkí ní pẹ́ẹ́lá ó sì ti bẹ̀yìn ẹ̀fọ́ bá ìwọ̀n náà nílẹ̀ lórí spring ní ìfẹ́ ní ó wà bí ọ̀pọ̀ ẹ̀fọ́ ní ẹ̀ máa gbádùn.
ẹ máa wo ó wà ń bẹ̀ on Spring Television.
ìyẹn káàbọ̀ padà àtótó arére.
kò ṣeé má gbọ́ ròyìn.
a máa ń tẹ̀síwájú.
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni nínú ìwé ìròyìn Daily Post tó jáde láàárọ̀ yìí níbẹ̀ ni olùdíje sípò ààrẹ ilẹ̀ yìí lábẹ́ àṣẹ ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú People's Democratic Party PDP nínú ètò ìdìbò gbogbogbò tó wáyé kọjá Alhaji Atiku Abubakar ló ti rọ ìjọba àpapọ̀ orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà láti máa ṣàmúlò gbígbé epo gba ojú irin àtàwọn nǹkan míì tó lè búgbàmù lórílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà. Atiku Abubakar ló wòye ọ̀rọ̀ yìí ní ìfèsì sí ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ ìjàmbá iná alágbára kan tó wáyé ní ìpínlẹ̀ Jigawa níbi tí ogunlọ́gọ̀ àwọn ọmọ orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà ti pàdánù ẹ̀mí wọn àti níbi tí àwọn èèyàn tó pọ̀ báyìí tí wọ́n ti wà lẹ́sẹ̀ kan yí ẹsẹ̀ ọ̀run àwọn èèyàn tí wọ́n ti pa ẹ̀mí wọn ní wọ́n tó ti gbẹ́ sókè sí Àtíkù ló fún pé ní iṣẹ́ ikú aráfẹ́rakù tó ránṣẹ́ kẹ́dùn sí àwọn èèyàn tó wà nílùú Màjíà níjọba ìbílẹ̀ Taura ní ìpínlẹ̀ Jigawa tí ìmọ̀ gómìnà ìpínlẹ̀ ọ̀hún lórí ọ̀rọ̀ kan tó jáde lórí òpó ìtàkùn ayélujára X rẹ̀ níbẹ̀ ló ti ránṣẹ́ ìbánikẹ́dùn náà níbi tó ti sọ wípé ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ ìjàmbá iná ìpínlẹ̀ Jigawa ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ ìjàmbá alágbára ni o léyìí tó sọ wípé ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ yìí ló jẹ́ eléyìí tí ó lágbára púpọ̀ àti eléyìí tó jẹ́ pé bí èèyàn bá jorí àwọn bọ́ bá rí àwọn èèyàn tó jóná ń bẹ̀ ó lọ́kàn rẹ̀ ó gbọ̀n o níbi tó ti sọ wípé ó ṣe pàtàkì kí ìjọba máa ṣàmúlò gbígbé epo gba ojú irin lórílẹ̀‐èdè Nàìjíríà dípò mímọ́ gbé gba ojú ọ̀nà ó ní ìṣẹ̀jàmbá iná lemọ́lemọ́ àǹkàṣù ní epo àmúlọ́lá ló jẹ́ èyí tí ò bára dé àtìlẹ́yìn tó bani nínú jẹ́ gidigidi kò sẹ̀rán sánikẹ́dùn mọ̀lẹ́bí àwọn èèyàn tó fara gbá ń bẹ̀ o níbi tó ládùúgbò àwọn èèyàn pàdánù ẹ̀mí Ọlọ́run tẹ́ wọn sábẹ́ rẹ o a ní rírú rẹ̀ mọ́ lórílẹ̀‐èdè Nàìjíríà.
lágbára Ọlọ́run lọ́rẹ̀ àrí ìwé ẹ̀mọ́ náà ni. ní báyìí ẹ jẹ́ ká gba ìwé ìròyìn The Punch mú ká wo ohun tó tún wà níbẹ̀. wọ́n ní ó ti di mímọ̀ yìí pé ọ̀gbẹ́ni kan tó wà láàrin àwọn ikọ̀ ajìjàgbara tí wọ́n ń jà fún ìdásílẹ̀ ilẹ̀ olómìnira ti ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀yọ́ nílùú Ìbàdàn eyín ọ̀gbẹ́ni Adéjùmọ̀ Lateef ni wọ́n ní ó wà nínú ọgbà ìtúnirọ̀ tó sì jẹ́ pé lásìkò tí à ń sọ yìí wọ́n ní ó ti pàdánù ẹ̀mí rẹ̀ nígbà tí wọ́n kó àwọn mẹ́tàdínlọ́gbọ̀n ìgbà sí ẹjọ́ tí ó jẹ́ ilé ẹjọ́ gíga ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀yọ́ ní ìlú Ìbàdàn tó wà ní Ring Road ní àná lánàá nígbà tó ń sọ̀rọ̀ ọ̀kan lára àwọn tí wọ́n wà ní ìgbọ̀n sí ilé ọgbà ìtúnirọ̀ náà tí ó kó wọn wá sọ fún onídàájọ́ ilé ẹjọ́ yìí pé ọ̀kan lára àwọn èèyàn tí wọ́n ń jẹ́jọ́ lórí ẹ̀sùn yìí pé wọ́n ní wọ́n wọ sẹkítẹ́ríàtì ìjọba ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀yọ́ ní ọ̀nà tí ò bá òfin mu ní ọjọ́ 13 oṣù kẹrin ọdún tí a wà yìí léyìí tí wọ́n ti pariwo tí wọ́n sì kéde ilé olómìnira ti ilẹ̀ Yorùbá nígbà tí ó wá sọ̀rọ̀ nípa sí ọ̀rọ̀ náà onídàájọ́ Ọláwọ̀nyí sọ di mímọ̀ yìí pé àwọn yòókù lára àwọn tí wọ́n kó wá sí ilé ẹjọ́ ni Adéyẹmọ Peter tó fi mọ́ Adéyẹmọ Joseph Amos Ògúndèjì Àyànwálé Rọ̀fíàt Ọlálérè Matthew Ismaila Peter àti àwọn míì ṣùgbọ́n nígbà tí ó kó àwọn ẹ̀wọ̀n yìí wá sí iwájú adájọ́ ló wá sọ di mímọ̀ pé ọ̀dà onídàájọ́ ọ̀kan lára àwọn tí a fẹ̀sùn kàn sí wọ́n ń jẹ́ ẹjọ́ eyín ọ̀gbẹ́ni Lateef wọ́n ní ó ti jẹ́ ìpè ẹlẹ́dàá rẹ̀ nídìí náà ni onídàájọ́ ẹjọ́ náà sún ìdájọ́ rẹ̀ di ọjọ́ míì ọjọ́ ire.
lọ́dọ̀ mi ní kọ́lọ̀ ń ṣàánú lórí ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ ìjàmbá iná alágbára tó wáyé ní ìpínlẹ̀ Jigawa tá a mú wa lánàá eléyìí tó tún ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ jáde lórí rẹ̀ rèé nínú ìwé ìròyìn Post tó jáde láàárọ̀ yìí àwọn èèyàn tí wọ́n sọ pé wọ́n pàdánù ẹ̀mí wọn níbi ìṣàbẹ̀wò ní Jigawa wọ́n sọ wípé wọ́n ti gbẹ́nu sókè sí o wọ́n ti tó 153 tó fi hàn 100 míì táwọn wà lórí bẹ́ẹ̀dì ilé ìwòsàn ní tiwọn tí wọ́n wà ní ẹsẹ̀ kan yí ẹsẹ̀ kan ọ̀run látàrí bí táǹkà iléepo kan ti ṣe búgbàmù nílùú Màjíà níjọba ìbílẹ̀ Taura ní ìpínlẹ̀ Jigawa bí wọ́n ti sọ di mímọ̀ wọ́n ní àwọn èèyàn yìí tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀ ló jẹ́ wípé wọ́n ti kọ́ àwọn èèyàn tó pàdánù ẹ̀mí wọn wọ́n ti kọ́ wà ní okòóléní 100 ó dín márùn-ún àti àwọn tó tó 70 níye tí wọ́n farapa yánnayànna nínú àtẹ̀jáde kan tágbẹnusọ fún iléeṣẹ́ ọlọ́pàá ìpínlẹ̀ Jigawa DSP Lawan Salihu Adams tó fi léde níbẹ̀ ló ti fìdí ẹ̀ múlẹ̀ o níbẹ̀ ló ti kéde wípé àwọn èyí báyìí lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ ló jẹ́ wípé wọ́n ti tó 153 níye ó ní àwọn èèyàn tí wọ́n pàdánù ẹ̀mí wọn ń ló jẹ́ wípé wọ́n ti gbẹ́ kòtò gìrìwò mass grave níbẹ̀ ni wọ́n da gbogbo wọn sí lẹ́yọ kọ̀ọ̀kan níwọ̀n ni wọ́n da gbogbo wọn sí lẹ́ẹ̀kan náà tí wọ́n sì wọ káàlẹ̀ lọ látàrí wípé kò sẹ́ni tó dá wọn mọ̀ mọ́ ó ní àwọn èèyàn tí wọ́n wà láyé tán wà lẹ́sẹ̀ kan ayé ẹsẹ̀ kan ọ̀run ni wọ́n ń gba ìtọ́jú lọ́wọ́ o nílé ìwòsàn Aminu Kano tó wà ní Jahun Nguru Adejia àti ilé ìwòsàn ìjọba àpapọ̀ tó wà ní Gúnmẹ̀ ní ìpínlẹ̀ Jigawa wàyí o gómìnà ìpínlẹ̀ Jigawa Malam Umaru Namadi ló jẹ́ wípé ó ti ránṣẹ́ ìbánikẹ́dùn sí àwọn mọ̀lẹ́bí àwọn èèyàn náà wọ́n ní bí gómìnà ti gbọ́ ni gómìnà sádébẹ̀ jẹnajẹna wọ́n ní bí ọgbà bẹ́ẹ̀ sì ni wọ́n gbé àwọn èèyàn ń kó kódà gan wọ́n ní gómìnà ń wà láwọn èèyàn tí wọ́n jọ kírun sí àwọn èèyàn lára kó tó di kán wọ kalẹ̀ lọ.
kí Ọlọ́run kó tẹ́ wọn sí afẹ́fẹ́ rere. a jẹ́ pé a gba ìwé ìròyìn The Punch mọ́ kó tó di pé a mọ̀ ṣe ẹnu ní dédé síbi ní àárọ̀ yìí oníròyìn kan tí wọ́n pe orúkọ rẹ̀ ní Ọ̀ṣínbàjò Olúwatósìn ni wọ́n ní wọn ò mọ àwọn ẹyẹ kan tí wọ́n jí àwọn èèyàn kan tí eku ẹ̀dá kan tí wọn ò mọ ẹyẹ tó sun wọ́n tí wọ́n jí gbé ní ọjọ́ ìṣẹ́gun tí ó kọjá yìí ní ilé rẹ̀ ní Ìjẹ̀bú Òde ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ògùn gẹ́gẹ́ bó ti di mímọ̀ nígbà tí ó ń bá oníròyìn sọ̀rọ̀ ìyá oníròyìn ọ̀hún eyín ní Tòkunbọ̀ Bákàrè ó sọ di mímọ̀ ní àná lánàá fún àwọn akọ̀ròyìn yìí pé ọmọ òun oníròyìn nígbà tí ó ń sọ̀rọ̀ lórí ẹ̀rọ ìbánisọ̀rọ̀ pẹ̀lú ìyàwó rẹ̀ ní àwọn kan gídígàn kan ṣàìdédé tí wọ́n kó ní papámọ́ra tí wọ́n sì jí gbé lọ sí ibi tí ẹnikẹ́ni ò tiẹ̀ tí ì lè sọ ní pàtó ó wá ní bí olè bá ja àgbà kò lè má ṣe é ní fìrí nítorí pé ṣàìdédé ni ọ̀rọ̀ kan ti ṣẹlẹ̀ ṣáájú àsìkò náà tó jẹ́ pé ọmọ oníròyìn Olúwatósìn ṣe ìrànlọ́wọ́ fún ọmọdébìnrin kan tí wọ́n ní ó lóyún fún pásítọ̀ ti ìjọ kan wọ́n ní ṣáájú àsìkò ní ọmọdébìnrin ọ̀hún obìnrin ni ó ti ń ṣe ìfẹ́ pẹ̀lú pásítọ̀ náà àmọ́ tó jẹ́ pé bó bá ti lóyún ni pásítọ̀ náà sọ pé kí wọ́n lọ sí oyún òun wọ́n sì ti ṣẹ́ ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ oyún ṣùgbọ́n tí ọmọdébìnrin ọ̀hún sọ pé òun ò ní ṣẹ́ oyún eléyìí nígbà tí ò wá ṣẹ́ oyún eléyìí ó ti wá bí ọmọ lẹ́yìn ìgbà tó bí ọmọ òun ló lọ́ọ́ fẹ̀sùn kàn tí ó sì ké gbàjarè títí tó fi dé ọ̀dọ̀ oníròyìn náà yìí pé kó gbé ọ̀rọ̀ tí fẹ́ nítorí ajàfẹ́tọ̀ ọmọnìyàn ni oníròyìn ọ̀hún ó gbé ọ̀rọ̀ náà sí orí afẹ́fẹ́ wọ́n ké sí pásítọ̀ náà àmọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ ti di awuyewuye ìyá oníròyìn ọ̀hún wá sọ pé òun wòye pé nítorí ọ̀rọ̀ náà ló ṣe ṣokùnfà bí wọ́n ṣe jí ọmọ òun gbé wá ké sí ìjọba lẹ́kàǹkà pé kí wọ́n dákun dábọ̀ kí wọ́n bọ̀ ń dòòlà ọmọ ní àlàáfíà a jẹ́ pé kí Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè kí ó bá wa ṣàánú rẹ̀ kí wọ́n ṣe ní rírí nù.
ẹ ṣeun o látàárọ̀ tẹ́ ẹ dìde ń bẹ̀ látìgbà tá a ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ ìròyìn fúfúlú sọ̀pọ̀tì ẹ̀ fún wa ní ẹ̀já wa máa daṣọ bò tàgé níbi abadé yìí ó ká máa gé pété pé ìpéjúlà láàfilà bọ́ bá kọjá bẹ̀.
adibaba sí òsì
nǹkan ìpéjú ìgan ni wọ́n pè lálàá gèlè ọ̀rẹ́ wa máa mọ̀ wípé orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà Jerusalem mi àti wọn ní sí gbìyànjú náà kó rántí rẹ̀ nínú àdúrà rẹ̀ yóò ju àṣẹ Joshua Adénípẹ̀kun lórúkọ tèmi bọ́bádọ́lá ìpàdé àwọn akin akẹgbẹ́ wa láàkó kan náà lórí ìkànnì Western Spring Television.
àjẹ́ pé títí di ọ̀la kólúwa kó wà pẹ̀lú wa Zaccheaus Adéyẹ ló kọ nígbà kan náà.
So now is the Wild Wild West. Western Spring Television is fully to make sure that you don't miss out on every of the fun and happenings around you. Yup, we've got you covered because your girl got all the juiciest tidbits and entertainment news from around the world. So that's the creative side of entertainment. Join me, Chocolate Cassie, on Eccentric as we take you into every bit of the juiciest news, fashion, music, movie updates, and other trending conversations. Together on the show, we'll get personal with your favorite celebrities via phone call, Zoom, or even live here in the studio. Eccentric on your TV.
Here are 5 amazing fun facts I bet you never knew about Christianity.
Number 1, there are over 2.4 billion Christians worldwide.
Amazing fun fact 2. The Bible is one of the best-selling books of all time. It's one of the most translated book in the world. With more than 3,000 languages.
Amazing fun fact number 5. Most Christians throw science out of the window without realizing that most scientists are Christians. Hello, I am Pastor Steve Akinwumi.
And I am Dr. Adeoye Oyewole.
Join us as we highlight and discuss day-to-day issues pertaining to the day-to-day living of every Christian.
Issues in Christendom shows every Sunday on Western Spring Television, channel 190, only on StarTimes.
Hiole, King Eve, how are you today?
I'm good, I'm fine, I'm alive.
I really feel like she's not giving the right answer to the question. When one asks you, how are you? And you said, you're saying, I'm alive. It's very annoying, seriously. How are you? I'm fine. I feel I'm fine will be the right answer instead of I'm alive. Not that I asked you if you're dead before.
You go and check all these 14-year-old, 15-year-old, 16-year-old, everybody, they are extraordinarily sexually active.
I feel is being unnecessarily hyper when it comes to the issue of sex, because we talk about other topics and he feels so reserved. He really doesn't have anything much to say when it comes to other stuff. But when it's the issue of sex, I believe he's being unnecessarily hyper. That's when I have to pick an issue with him. I mean, it's just being unnecessarily there when we're talking about sex. Just like a child, his mom just got him his favorite chocolate or ice cream, very happy, doing as though if he doesn't have sex for a day, he's going to die.
When it comes to finance, women also support their husbands financially. You need me emotionally. You need me spiritually.
Cassie is an amazing person, but I hate the body building. I can get this anywhere with more. If you go to the topic, it was who does marriage favors more. You know how many jobs women they marry every Saturday? They are saying it favors you. Are they vague so?
Growing up, when I was in the world, we've heard of
Why you know?
Well, MC Too Much said, it likes saying when I was in the world, And the last time I checked, well, it looks a bit innocent, facially, but deep down, is it actually out of this world? We're all in the world now. As long as you're alive, you're in the world. So, MC Too Much, I beg when you talk about that. I don't want to hear that. Next time you talk about I kiss my ass.
I think I have a problem with you saying ladies are champion, and that's the problem. Always trying to attach too much importance to that gender.
It's giving insecurity, it's giving low self-esteem, it's giving the blatant important whether when I've been referred to as champions or not. I mean, at the end, himself's a really great guy, but whether he likes it or not, women are champions.
Since assuming the mantle of leadership in Osun, the state of the Living Spring, Governor Ademola Adeleke has left no one in doubt about his avowed commitment to the overall development of the state. The footprints of his transformative agenda span through education, transportation, health, staff welfare, social infrastructure, among others. And Wing Television 190 Governor Adeleke's development agenda for your listening and viewing pleasure. From the post market to innovative agriculture initiative, from the test to of access, the Living Spring. You will see how now against administration is driving the economic growth of state, farm, and image to bring update where we dive into those ongoing projects, new healthcare, education, and other strides made across the Tune everywhere on Western FM at exactly 2:30 p.m. You can follow us on all our social media platforms at Western Spring Television and at Rave 917 FM as we tell the story of how Governor Adeleke is shaping Osun into the beacon of development and opportunity.
Living Spring up the pressure of the person to governor's office.
affected, sound. What do we see? We go in from it and confirm. Eva is pounding current events, shutting down from the business gist. So the globally is happening. So the sports news, Peter Sweet in. Fast. Broken and dissected as it is, except misheard. This is the news as it is.
This is the 9th orphan pangolin baby. Neil was born in captivity on the bushmeat tape, and I was told I now to rescue him. I was the one who could, and we've been feeding him special formula. He's about 4 months old now. Neil, that's like food. Many people in the world have had their ear nuzzled by a pangolin. I feel lucky and I feel special. From when I was a very young child, I always been animals. So it wasn't very surprising that I became a veterinarian because I wanted to help animals. Also, I'm a wildlife conservationist. I rescue wildlife, rehabilitate, and release back to nature. And then in the process of growing up, I have come to realize that we have this very, very horrific attitude to the animals around us. Every animal is bushmeat. So instead of complaining about the situation, I wanted to try to cause a difference. And what better place to go to see these victims of the wildlife trade than the bushmeat market? The first time I visited the bushmeat market, nothing prepared me for what I saw. Table full of animals, different species, that I had seen alive, just dead. It breaks me every time. The horrible way, this guy just beginning to start his life. He has a long way to go. In going to the bushmeat market, I realized that you see some live animals that can be rescued. When I started, I did not discriminate. The animal in need, I get. But along the line, one of my visits, I came across a strange creature. From the description of it, I quickly checked online and, whoa, pangolins. You mean we have pangolins here in Nigeria? I didn't know. The day I saw my first pangolin, I knew I was good. Then by the time I got to know their status as I need to be once pangolin. How do you look into these eyes? And so people do not know about pangolins, but it's the most widely traded mammal. Because of the interest in the pangolin for their tails, you have hunters that go into the bush exclusively for pangolins, to look for pangolins. So right now on the bush table, you get an average of 7-9 pangolins every day. And that's what you see on the table. Protection, law enforcement not even know, and thing continues on a bed. Considering the bushers, the hunter, the traders will go a very thing, because once they have this animal, all they think of is money. Sadly, once in a while it comes out, especially when I see an animal and I say, look, I am going with animal, I do what it takes. Okay, so adult female. One thing I found about the pangolin is the paucity of information. Very little on the white-bellied pangolin that we have here in Nigeria. So it has had to be more like learning on the job, trial by error. It's been very, very traumatic. I have come to learn that they don't do very well in captivity. When you get them, you rehabilitate, rehydrate, but you want to release as soon as possible. Lufasi is a protected park and they have graciously granted me space. So what I did was to fence a portion of nature with the trees, anthills, good feeding sites for pangolins. So what we do is after rescue and rehabilitation in the hospital, we bring to the rehab center and then we release them there. And it's actually the first of its kind in West Africa. And we're very proud to be at the forefront of pangolin rescue and rehabilitation in West Africa. Now I run up to ask something. This is the covered with. Pangolin with scales. Yes. And some have fingers in our hands. So people, when they eat the scales, it kills them and get them. Do you think it makes sense? No. If something eats the finger, do you think they will? No. Why does it? Yeah. The most exciting thing for me in my rescue work, a point of release, it is almost spiritual for me. You get this heightened sense of accomplishments. You have assisted nature. You have taken something that was supposed to die due to the destructive activities of man, and you have successfully released back into nature. I might not be able to save all the animals in the world, but for this animal that I have saved and released back to the wild, it's the world to the animal. There's a tradition, a culture in Nigeria that refers to pangolins as idiots. They are not idiots. If only people knew how wise these guys are. One of the challenges is ignorance. People have the wrong information, misinformation. And what I have come to do is education. If we don't take care of these guys and they go extinct, the ant population is going to explode. One very, very interesting part of my work is what I'll call the pangolin orphanage. Lots of these pangolins, the females, they give birth in captivity. And at this point, they are usually very stressed, very weak. They usually don't make it. But these babies that are born, they are practically useless to the bushmeat sellers. So I have come to an arrangement with them. Whenever they have a newborn, they call me. Their reproduction rate is very, very slow. You get one pangolin pup being born every 18 months. The rate of removal is way higher than the rate of replacement. We have a very short window to fight this decline of pangolins. If we do not conserve our natural resources, if we do not save these animals around us, it's humanity that will suffer. When you save these animals, you're actually saving humanity. If we kill off all these animals, it will just be you and I looking at our ugly faces. It's not palatable.
Western Spring Television, ours it is.
Hello again. Thank you very sincerely for watching The Bookshelf again. This is the broadcast where we get to deal with everyone who has a relationship with books. And we're streaming live from the studios of Western Spring Television. I am your teaching and learning advocate, Damilola Raphael. I trust that you're keeping well. I trust that you're up to speed with our previous episodes of The Bookshelf and, of course, our different flagship right here on this platform. It's another rewarding episode. But before I go into what we'll be doing for today, let's take you back to our social media. For those who are not up to speed, please do well to follow us on our YouTube channel, and that's at Western Spring Television. Very important. This year, we're talking about learning new languages as our mandate. So let me say it in Igbo. Odichakwa. Very important for you to go and watch previous episodes of our different programs right here. Stay up to speed. Rather than follow fallacy, follow rumor, just get the, not just the scoop, but the details of the juicy stories and trends right there on our YouTube channel. That's at Western Spring Television. So, our mandate for the year. How far gone? How many months have we spent this year? What have you done? Remember, we didn't even have to stress ourselves so much as touching what we should be doing for the year. Just 5 sentences at the end of the year. Imagine 5 sentences. And you could be doing things like, my name is this, although that's so basic, but I'm just giving examples. my name is this. I can do, I studied, basic things. How are you? 5 sentences minimum at the end of 12 calendar months. I think that's a whooping lot. Really, really whooping. 12 months, 5 sentences, it is achievable. If you can think it, remember that you can achieve it. Talking about previous episodes of the broadcast of the bookshelf, I recall we had a topic, memory enhancement and memes. Memory enhancement and memes. You should go back to check out that particular one. Log on YouTube on whatever browser, type out Western Spring Television, click on our page, go to our page, and then open up the search button. Now, when you get to the our page, go ahead and subscribe. Do well to also put on your notification and do well to like and interact with different posts right there. So to help you search out memory enhancement and memes, the topic, you should go to the search button and just type out bookshelf or do memory enhancement, whichever one, or memes. It will bring it up for you. We will be going to catch up. Yes, I'm going to just show us a part of the memes. The one for memory enhancement, go and watch the full video yourself. We'll call for this right now, and I'll be back on the other side of it to let us in as to why we decided to take on this particular journey today on the bookshelf. Of being a book addict, the pain of being a book addict. And looking at the first one there, you have a paperback. It says, "Get too easily damaged." Hardcovers, this one's too heavy to read in bed. And Kindle doesn't have the smell of books. So what do you want exactly? That's talking about men's needs being insatiable, right? Let's look at the next meme that we have here. This picture, we have a trio, major focus now, the trio at the front. And then the lady, okay, so on the left, that's books on my to be read for months. That's to be read list for months. Remember we had a guest, Turbo, who talked about books and all that, okay, that he had to read and he wanted to buy them. So let's shift that to the side and look at you in the middle, hugging. Yes, let's go back to that. You're hugging the books now that you have heard of just about 3 minutes ago. You want to go and get them just like that. How about those ones you are owing your backlog? So let's move on to the next one right here. Now, this picture we have, it's kind of like a pictogram. We have 6 pictures in all. And then the first one is right there, the woman trying to get the man's attention. And then the woman having a chat with someone while the husband, keeps reading. And then now the man has fallen over. But they wonder what's going on. Now, looking at the fourth one to the bottom left, and then you're seeing CPR, okay? Being done on the man, and then okay, there's his graveside, and look at him in the coffin. What's he doing? Still reading. Did somebody say RTID? Somebody here is also saying RTID, but his own R is read and not rich. Let's move on. Seeing more memes. More memes. Beg your pardon. Here, okay. So therapist says, as a client, talking to the client and telling the client to think of his happy place. And of course, that's the client right there. Where is that? Okay, that's right there in the library. And this is a very beautiful one. You have your e-library, and of course, you have your regular books on that side. So if you want to smell books, that's it. You want to use Kindle, that's it right there. Let's move on, seeing more memes. This one. What you're thinking when your friend keeps telling you what is about to happen in the book that you're reading, like what's in your head is like, can I gag you? Can you shut your mouth? Like, don't take out all of the interest. I mean, all of the surprise. Don't take it away from me. Let me just get there myself. Okay, so more book memes. I told you it's not boring. I promise. If anybody says books are boring, they haven't come across a good one thus far. So let's talk about money and its relationship with books. So this person posted an X. Now it's X. It used to be Twitter. It's X now. It says, this coin will help you decide if you should read one more chapter or just go to bed. You know those periods where you are undecided. Should I not? Should I not? Okay, and then one more chapter. That's on the flip side. You have go to bed. You know, sometimes during sports, there's a coin for football now. Let's focus on football. There's a coin that's flipped, and then it decides what side of the field, you know, of the playing field, the teams will be starting with before halftime, and then they swap sides. So if you're not so sure whether you should read or not, that coin, maybe you should just, you could actually be creative around it. You could come up with the crown cork of your regular fizzy drinks, okay? So that cork, take it up, and you could just use a paper tape. This is a paper tape. So on the one side, you put one more chapter, and on the flip side, go to bed. So if you're undecided, I have to wake up so early tomorrow. Oh, but this is so interesting. Just, you know, do the coin toss with your crown cork and do one more chapter, go to bed. And this is going to help you. Let's move on to the next meme. When you meet someone who is reading the same book, you go, so my daughter went to the library. She also uses the public library, the state library. And she told me, I remember making her read, you know, one of the very beautiful books. There was a Country by Chinua Achebe. And she told me, it's so voluminous. When am I going to be finishing this? And then she got to the library and saw someone with it and came back home telling me, I actually felt like, I'm so young and I read that book. He's so old and he's having to read. And I said, no, he could actually be rereading. Remember, we talked about memory enhancement earlier. So he could actually be rereading that particular material. But I mean, what do you feel like when you're seeing someone who is reading the same material as you are? So let's move to the next one that we have, talking about memes. You're having fun, right? I am too. So now this picture, just look at that expression on the animal's face, the plot twist in the book you are reading that you didn't see coming. You go, like, what? No, it's not supposed to go in this direction. How could she? How could he? How could it? Okay, let's move on to the next one. Now looking at this, when you finish a book and you let it soak in, have you thought I read a book that's actually really changed you as a person, that really changed you? Well, that's a meme for it right there. I mean, you just become so sober. You, this exciting, outgoing, outspoken person, all of a sudden, you're just reflecting. Oh, wow. But how? Well, that's a meme for you right there. Let's flip. This one. Whose picture do we have? No, I'm not telling. You should know. Remember, books helps us to know, right? So you should go and check out who this is. But then again, his actions or reactions to these things are what we want to touch on. Tall and thin books. Who's speaking? And short and thick books, come on, you're talking about us, you're talking to us. But then again, I believe there is information that's important and useful to everyone. So whether tall and thin, whether short and thick, I don't think I'm so choosy. I mean, getting a big book doesn't mean the person is all-knowing. And getting a small book doesn't mean the person has lesser information than the next person. So let's move on. Okay, so let's see. Now, this reader has started reading this particular material, and then the ones he has read, he said, this will take me 2 months, and then I will finish this in 2 hours. There's a whole lot that's going on here. Because looking at the set, this will take me 2 months. That's because it's the beginning. You know, when you're reading the intro, it's kind of drab. And then it becomes interesting towards the end. You don't even want that material to finish, right? Who remembers Game of Thrones? It actually was called from a book. Whatever you think about the ending now, just keep that opinion to yourself. But this is like, it's dull at the beginning. For those who, you know, follow, especially books that have series, at the beginning, for fiction now, fiction material, at the beginning it's kind of dry, drab, and but then again, you're like, what took you 2 months? You will now read that same volume. Look at that in 2 hours. Shall we? We have more? Right there. This one. I think this is one of my favorite picks. Said me to any random scrap of paper when I've lost my bookmark again. We've talked about bookmarks on the bookshelf. And I gave us an idea just now, talking about using your crown cork, just putting your paper tapes and writing on it for your flip to decide whether you want to continue reading or you just want to stop. Okay. So whatever random paper, you'll be a bookmark. And looking at that picture is from one of this series, right? Good. So let's move on and see more. Oh, we have more, and I think this is the last. Okay. Said, okay, we have more. Good. Do you have any books on turtles? This is another favorite pick of mine from all of these memes. Do you have any books on turtles? And then the librarian goes, hardback. And then the library user goes, yeah, with little heads. Now, this is a joke, right? Good. Because he's asking for book on turtles, and she's asking hardback, like the book itself, not the subject, like turtles. And then he goes, yeah, with little heads. You understand? They say, you get it. If you don't get it, forget about it. All right, I like this as well. When you're ADHD, your ADHD is acting up while you're trying to read. So you have to read the same paragraph 5 times to actually absorb anything. Let me read. Let me read. But then again, it's really going to help. Remember some of the tips we touched on earlier on with regards to our memory. So you going back to read these things would really help you, especially if you have found that you don't really have all of that luxury like some other persons who will just pick up fast. Let's just push that one and we'll wrap up. This is also one of my favorite picks right here. I said, read, and to be married said, list of books to read before you die. 1, any book you want. 2, don't read books you don't want to read. 3, that's it. 4, congratulations, you did it. And we have responses said, I really like this list. All my favorite books are on it. And the last person says, thanks, I worked really hard on it. Now don't be lazy. Just go ahead and do what you ought to do, right? Remember, we said, sleep tight, wake up bright in the morning light, do what you know is right with all your heart. So don't go around and be lazy. After sleeping and you've gotten all of that rejuvenation, you should put it to work so you can make life better for you, for me. Wow, wow, wow. That is such a refreshing safari, if you ask me. I mean, you saw me smiling, right? That was very, very beautiful. Going back, I mean, that last one talking about books on your to-read list, and then that one about meeting someone who's reading the same material as you are or as you have. And the one of the meme about the person who was reading, called his attention, he didn't get and all that until he died, and right there in the grave, he was still reading, reminds me of Theodore Roosevelt, who it was said that he died in his sleep. And when he was picked up from his bed, there was a book right under his pillow, talk about growing, getting better. At that height, he was #1 citizen, and he was still reading. Now, why did I take on memes? Let's take this very quick breather. I'll be back to let the cat out of the bag, and we'll be digging into details as we proceed on the bookshelf. Stay with us.
COVID-19 is a global crisis. Businesses, cities, even countries were shut down by a disease traced to a wildlife market. We must never let it happen again. In captivity, wild animals are potential sources of disease. To protect our wildlife and our health, say no to illegal bushmeat and report wildlife crime. Keep them wild and keep us safe.
welcome. Thank you sincerely for keeping face with us. I was going to say keeping it real, because honestly, we're keeping it real right here on the Bookshelf, broadcasting live on Western Spring Television. You have been having fun. Well, if you are just joining in, you have missed a lot, because right now we have had a journey, very refreshing safari, and we're about to let the cat out of the bag at this time, as touching why we touched on memes, and then we'll be moving to do references at this time. So I saw a very fleeting meme, very fleeting. Trust me to have gotten it for you, right? It was very fleeting, just psst, and I didn't have access to it anymore. It was just in motion, and boom, I just saw it, and it said, someone said my eye catches fast. How it works, so help me God. So it said, as an author, I'm paraphrasing now, okay? As an author, you know what you want to write. You know what you want to communicate to your reader. But then again, you need to quote somebody. That's why I love autobiographies, because I do not necessarily have to quote anybody. Anyway, back to that meme. You have to quote one Baker 2001 who says that same thing to buttress your point. But then again, you can't quote Baker 2001 or Baker 1977 or Baker 1822, because that's so outdated. You need an update on the data as touching the facts you want to bring to bear to your audience. So what do? You start looking for another Baker that wrote something about a year earlier for you to be able to put your thoughts down, your own thoughts in your own material. Talk about the hard side of putting pen to paper and becoming an author. Okay, I had a conversation, but the way I like putting you on the edge and making you savor this particular one and watching out for the next one, right? It's the way we work. So, John C. Maxwell, he wrote this beautiful book, The 21 Irrefutable Laws of Leadership. And I'll be looking at chapter 2 of the material. Remember, it's referencing we're talking about. We are not reviewing this material. We are only looking at referencing. And I'm going to be calling something out of what he also called out from another person's material, moving straight to chapter 2, the law of influence. And it says the true measure of leadership is influence, nothing more, nothing less. And if you look at that page 11, he was talking about Lucinda Vardy, who had worked with Mother Teresa on the book, The Simple Path, describing the nun. So I'll just move over to page 11 and 12. I beg your pardon, page 12 and 13, to quote what he called out of the material that was written right there. But before that, let me just give his own intro to it. Mother Teresa's impact reached far beyond her immediate environment. People from all walks of life and from nations around the globe respected her. And when she spoke, people listened. Author and former presidential speechwriter, this is another person now, Peggy Noonan, wrote about a speech Mother Teresa gave at the National Prayer Breakfast in 1994. It illustrates her level of influence with others. Noonan observed, now this is Noonan's observation, the Washington establishment was there, plus a few thousand born-again Christians, Orthodox Catholics, and Jews. Mother Teresa spoke of God, of love, of families. She said we must love one another and care for one another. There were great prayers of agreement. But as the speech continued, it became more pointed. She spoke of unhappy parents in old people's homes who are hurt because they are forgotten. She asked, are we willing to give until it hurts in order to be with our families, or do we put our own interests first? And then boom, the baby boomers in the audience began to shift in their seats. And she continued, I feel that the greater destroyer of peace today is abortion, she said, and told them why in uncompromising terms. For about 1.3 seconds, there was silence. Then applause swept the room, but not everyone clapped. The president and first lady, Bill and Hillary Clinton, the vice president and Mrs. Gore looked like scared statues at Madame Tussauds, moving not a muscle. Mother Teresa didn't stop there either. when she was finished, there was almost no one she hadn't offended. I mean, looking at that particular story, you just want to be tempted rather to go into the details. I mean, people stayed and listened. He was talking about the law of influence, but what we are focusing on is reference. He mentioned the name of the person he got the book, got this particular part from, for him to be able to buttress his point on the topic he was dealing with in chapter 2 right there. And that's talking about references. Subsequently, we'll be going more into details with regards referencing and how it has, I know students, maybe your project or something, you start talking about referencing. Well, that's not the only instance you get to use reference. And when I mentioned autobiographies earlier, the fact that it's an autobiography does not mean that you still cannot make references or quote some other material. And right here, I am going to be dropping the book. And of course, in due course, I'll drop the mic as we wrap it up on the broadcast of the bookshelf for today. I'm super looking forward to the next episode right here. It's going to be rich, enriching, and it's going to be interesting as well as rewarding. Thank you very sincerely for following through. Make sure to not give up on the mandates. Yes, we've far gone. Oh no, we still have time. But whatever it is, 5 sentences in a new language at the end of this year that we are in. I look forward to seeing you some other time. I am your teaching and learning advocate, Damilola Raphael, and I'm saying goodbye and God bless.
Can you imagine the feeling when you get to use as the break facts and clarity?
At all those who mastermind the way you have played.
Dominating culture and tradition to the world. Every hour for Europe. Brought to you in a way never before seen. In your color.
Turn it up! It's the Wild Wild West, and Western Spring Television is pulling out all this to make sure you don't miss out on every of the fun and happenings around you. Yup, got you covered because your girl got all the juiciest tidbits and entertainment news from around the world. Cross over to the chocolatey side of entertainment. Join me, Chocolate Cassie, on Eccentric as we take you into every bit of the juiciest news, fashion, music, movie updates, and other trending conversations. Together on the show, we'll get personal with your favorite celebrities via phone call, Zoom, or even live here in the studio. Eccentric will be shown on Western Spring Television, channel 190.
Pangolins help us by eating ants and termites, but they breed very slowly, just one baby every 2 years. And if we continue to eat them, they will disappear, and we'll have more ants and termites that destroy our food and crops. I know you don't want that, do you? So please, say no to illegal bushmeat. Say no to pangolins, to monkeys, to crocodiles, to snakes, because protecting all of us.
Can you imagine
I always must find the way it have to pay us.
Enjoy Western programs, culture, digital.
How to improve your welfare is of paramount importance to me.
Produced and brought to you in a way never before seen. in your color and culture.
Welcome to Spring Trend Watching Television. Let's get to it because we're for time. If this is your first time of watching, this is Spring Trends, where we'll talk about everything trending on social media. Okay, basically not everything, but you know, majorly the stories we have here are situations, issues, stories trending on social media. What is trending, who is trending, where they're trending, and reactions. My name is Evelyn Ohiola, and I wouldn't start without introducing my partner in the show, Femi Ojo. Welcome on board.
Thank you very much.
What's this?
You know, this is how I find myself. It's a fine boy thing, you know. That's how we see it there.
Well, your name is Femi, it's expected.
I can't help it.
Yeah, your name is Femi.
But it's good to see you people. Your guy is back. Thank you for having me.
All right, let's get to work, shall we? In a rather sad development that happened in Jigawa State, with over 140 people confirmed dead and more than 50 people injured and have been taken to hospital. We hear that a full laden tanker crashed in Majia village of Taura local government area of Jigawa State at about 12:30 a.m. on Wednesday, October 16. And when that tanker fell, the content in the tank spilled, and that's petrol, and the villagers were said to have been scooping fuel from the fallen tanker when the explosion occurred, claiming over 140 people. Let's take reactions very quickly. Emanuela_Ella says, God I beg, how can we wake up this morning and I open my Instagram only to see sad news first? God, I beg. It's a sad situation, really, because these are human beings with families, fathers, you know, mothers, children. There was a report of someone losing his or her 4 children in a day. It's a sad situation. Promix says, I hope they didn't die as a result of scooping fuel, actually, after the accident. That's what most people do. And while some are lucky, others are unfortunate enough to tell the tale. And Chisom_Mercy, or Chisom.Mercy.54 says, if fuel is sold for 10,000 naira per liter, I will never take this kind of risk. And I think this is where a lot of people should, this is the point where a lot of people should come to. This is the mentality people should have. No matter how bad the economy is, it's not worth, you know, risking your life for. Denim_D_Belly says, this is not about government or anything. The people should have learned from previous cases. It happened around 2005, and NNPC News always showed the sites during the news hour, and it's never left my memory. It has happened again and again. I wouldn't see tanker throwing fuel and go to scoop. It's to vacate the area completely. They brought it upon themselves. What's your take, Fem, very quickly?
I think this last, comment, my son harsh, but that is it. We should get to a level. Poverty is bad, actually.
Yeah.
Poverty will open up people to the idea of doing something they would not ordinarily do. That's what it does. It makes you to think in a warped way.
Yeah.
And to dare consequences, all in the name of all risk, not risk.
Yeah.
But this one is too much of a risk. The risk is risky, and it has ended in disaster. And I think we can imagine. We can't think. We can't say we understand how the families are feeling at this time that has lost loved ones. I said something on the previous program. This is a time of confusion in many families. You know, some families will still be hoping against hope, because now that there is no proof because of the nature of the burn that happened, many persons will be hoping and wishing that their persons are not there, because no identification. People are just being carried and shoved. The remains, carcasses are just being shoved into the pit and covered, and that's all. And many persons will be hoping for a hope that will never come true, because that, and there will not be closure. That's the sad part. You can't identify. For people that are sure that, oh, I saw somebody, I saw him, I saw that person walking in this direction. Many people say, oh, maybe that person is